Oh dang! I thought I went live here. Why is that not showing live? Dang it! I could have sworn I was live there. Let's make sure that we're full. There we go. We should be good now. Like I was saying, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We are the Fukata bread. We are going to get started here in just a moment. The United States of America, there we go, is a global joke, and it's a global joke for a couple of different reasons. First and foremost, capitalism. Capitalism doesn't work. And guys, I literally, this morning, I just finished Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. Just finished that book this morning. And I have some really interesting feedbacks and some really interesting thoughts from that book. But the biggest thing that I took away from that even more is capitalism ain't it. Capitalism ain't it. Second thing, the second reason why the United States of America is a global joke is because Democrats, Republicans, you guys are the same, and you guys are shaking your boots because Democratic Socialists, people are really starting to engage with Democratic Socialists. It's scary to them. It's scary. You can see people on the right and on the left attacking Democratic Socialists. Right? So that's interesting. Next thing, white people. White people in the US have absolutely embraced white supremacy. And it's super interesting to not only see them embrace white supremacy, but to lean into it. They're not even pretending anymore. We got to talk about this. We got to talk about that. Global power. The United States of America, like, we need to take an entire step back and reduce our military in a multitude of ways, right? I mean, we can talk about the fact that Iran put us in check, and now Trump is, putting us back into another war. But even with entering another war, we have issues with our global strategic reserve, our oil reserve. We're going to talk about that. And he's saying that, we're going to make more bombs and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ooh, guys, we are, that's not good. But last but not least, Christians, my brother and sister in Christ, I need to talk to you. Christianity is so harmful because of the weaponization of the Bible. It's so harmful because it's something that people have used, not just here in our country, not just today, not just through the history of our country, but the history of the world. Christianity has been used, weaponized, and has been harmful in so many different ways. Let me guess, you think white privilege is a thing. I don't think shit I know. I bet you won't come up here and tell me about it, Matthew. Matthew, you're such a fan. I know you follow me and everything, and you're here every day, Matthew. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Get up here. Matthew, you're such a fan. Thank you, Matthew, for being a fan. I love you. Matthew, I'll make you a deal. If you come up here and debate me, hell, I'll even let you debate me on white privilege. But if you come up here and debate me, Matthew, after I dog walk you, I will sign an autograph for you. I don't do autographs. I think that's weird. I think the whole fan thing is weird. But Matthew, for you, I'll sign an autograph. False. Christianity is extremely harmful. I agree. Yeah, it is. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get this. We're gonna go ahead and get this thing started. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, do all the wonderful things. Right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost a lot, push us out to the FYP. Right now, the daily gift goal is the love you so much. Can we knock those out, please, guys? Please, please, please. We only need, 78 more? Can we please knock out the love you so much? I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to the little 1 cent gift goals. It'll help boost a lot more. Exar!
Yeah. Funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and put up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait.
this pressure.
Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare.
I don't do
surface level. I feel layers, and every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Check, flyer minds, working crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah, talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down.
Welcome to the
ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah,
welcome to the
ring now. You ain't built for this.
You know what? You know what, guys? Sorry. You know what? I don't normally do this. I don't normally do this. But fuck it. Let's run it back. Sorry. Fuck it. Let's run it back.
Yeah. Funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. Huh. This ain't rage bait.
This pressure.
Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare.
I don't do
surface level. I peel layers, and every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat, flyer mods, working crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah, talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down.
Welcome to the
ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah,
welcome to the
ring now. You ain't built for this smoke.
Y'all slap nuts.
Got milk for these oats.
Donuts.
Pipe down. Yeah, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about
free market.
While wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive. I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap. While the whole chat waiting to see.
Hey, just me, W's in chat for just me.
Yeah, talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down.
Welcome to the
ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah,
welcome to the
ring now. You ain't built for this smoke.
Y'all slap nuts.
Ain't got milk for these oats.
Donuts.
So pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way.
You about to get
cooked. You should know who I am by now.
You should, but if you don't worry. I got you. Lock in. I will take care of it from here. Boom. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Someone said, who sang the song? Mods, can you guys remind me before the end of the live to put the the artist YouTube page up at the end of the live so people can go check out his music. People love to say, oh, that sounds like AI. Nope. You're just a hater. We actually had this theme song and all the other theme songs. The same person made all of the intros, right? The original Sparring with Santana, Late Nights with Santana, Brunch with My Creator. All of them was made by the same person. And he made them by doing the actual songs based off of our community. Rollo. Poo-poo. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it. Real Leo, you're such a fucking fan. I just sent you a request. Come up here, poo-poo. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come. Oh, don't reject my. Oh, I'm sending it again. Don't reject my request. Real Leo, here's the deal, bub. So you're here all the time. You're literally here all the time. You're such a fan. But what I don't like is that you're consistently a thumb thug and you never get in the box. So you've rejected my request 2 times. I'm someone, I understand rejection, right? I do. But I don't understand people who reject me, but yet love me at the same time. I understand that jealousy is just love and hate at the same time. But at this time, I'm so tired of you being performative in the comment section. So Real Leo, here's the deal, bub. I'm going to send you a request one more time. And if you reject this request, I'm just going to block you. Because if you're going to come in here every day to be a hater, but you won't stop watching and you won't participate, then you don't get to love me from a distance while hating me up close. Got to do one. Boom. There's a request, Real Leo. Either you accept it or you reject it. I don't care. If you don't accept it, you're getting blocked. And if you let it fade out, if you let it just time out on your screen, that's the same thing. You're getting blocked. I don't care. I don't care. You said communism is bad. Bore Buster 1, you're wrong. Leo rejected it. Hey, Leo, guess who's getting blocked? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Blockbuzz, you said communism is bad. Wrong. You don't know what communism is. You don't know why it's bad outside of, people saying, oh, it's bad. He said communism is terrible. You think so? You think so? Hey, okay. So I'm going to send you a request. Boom. Come up here and tell me about it. I'm going to mute you as well because you are so opinionated in the comment section, but you're not up here. So I just sent you a request. I muted you because, Yep. You said generations of soldiers are shaking their head at you for what you just said. Oh, you think so? Yeah, no. Generations of soldiers are shaking their head at the fucking fascists in the White House. Rich, I muted you. I sent you a request. Come up here and tell me about how generations of soldiers are shaking their head at me. Rich.
Oh yeah, no, they're shaking their head at you, little bro.
You think
Guaranteed
so?
they are.
You think so?
Guaranteed.
That's interesting. Rich, really
so we didn't
quickly,
fight in Korea?
Hold on.
So World War I didn't happen?
Hold on. Shh. Hold on.
But you speak and spread hate, bro. That's great.
Slow down. We have a way that we do things around here. This is a really classy joint. We got velvet on the wall. Not any of that grass shit that you see down in Atlanta. So we got a way of doing things. So Rich, I'm going to give you the floor, but let me hit this introduction really quick. And then you got it. All right, guys. Lock in. It's going to be a good day. I'm feeling good. So I'm going to give a quick proper introduction to anyone who may not know who I am or what this is. With that being said, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Oop, had to move that just a little bit. All right, Rich, sending you a request to come off mute, giving you the floor. Rich made the statement that there are generations of soldiers shaking their head at me because I said communism is not bad and that they don't know what it is. Rich, I want to give you the floor. One question for you, and then you can tell me why you say this. First and foremost, what is communism? And then you can follow up with telling me why you said that soldiers are shaking their head and all the other stuff.
I get where people look up the definition of communism and it's dressed up to be this pretty thing wrapped up in a bow and has been for the past 70 plus years. My great grandfather died in Korea. That's public knowledge, by the way. Soldiers died to fight communism because it was getting innocent people killed and starved to death. There's proof of that, and that's also public knowledge. Google is free. Spreading communism when it's actually hateful and costs more harm than it does good for any populace whatsoever. That's also proven through history. So why push an agenda that you know is not going to work? On top of that, democratic socialists are up. They're not, bro. They're not. Y'all just got caught funding the SPCA in the South. Guess who gets that money? Senator Byrd's family. You know who he is? Okay, so why are you just on the wrong side of things? That's my question to you.
Okay.
You're literally supporting the racists that oppressed your people, by the way. They created the KKK and idolized Senator Byrd of his death not even 5 years ago. And you're still a Democrat. Care to explain?
I just want to let you finish because I didn't want to cut you off. I want to make sure that you got all of it out. So are you set, or did you have anything else?
It's just honestly insane to me that Americans have this much gall when there's people literally dying for them right now. Kind of wild.
Okay. Anything else?
Just that I think you're really ungrateful and your political standpoint is shit.
Okay. Well, I mean, those are your fifis.
Such a sour attitude. No, it's
is there anything?
Bitch, I'm married and my wife loves me and my.
Hey, Rich, lock in, bub. I'm literally giving you the floor, and now you're just starting to pontificate. I'm just trying to make sure that you and I can have a back and forth dialogue. I'm responding
to you in your bitch ass chat saying that I don't have.
Oh my God, you're being so emotional, Rich. What in the world is happening? I literally gave you the floor. Rich, muted me. Rich, stop. I muted you originally because I told you that I have to do the introduction and then I will give you the floor. And then I gave you the floor and I let you speak as much as you want to. I was even taking notes. And then I said, is there anything else that you want to say? And instead of actually either confirming that you have more specifically to say to me about the background, the prompt, or what we're going to debate about, you decided to start whining and complaining. Now, while I'm willing to hear you out on any of the points that you would like to debate, the one thing that I do not want to debate is your feelings. I don't care if you're upset. I don't care if you're emotional. I care about what you want to actually debate about. I care about facts, and I care about what we can prove or disprove. So, Rich, I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. I would prefer not to mute you. I would actually prefer if we could just go back and forth.
We're assuming that I said any of this based
smokes, off Rich, the reason why I sent you a request.
You're acting like right now.
Holy shit. I was saying I would prefer not to mute you. I would prefer that we go back and forth, but that would require you to not speak over me. I'm not going to speak over you. Can we please go one at a time like adults? Can we please go one at a time like adults? I've been taking notes on the things that you said. I gave you the floor. Rich, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. Is there anything else that you want to add to what you said that we're going to debate that has nothing to do with your feelings or what the chat said? You're up here on the panel. I don't care about whatever issue you have with the chat. I want to debate you. And so right now, the things that I've taken notes on is you talking about communism. You talk about the democratic socialists. You talked about Byrd and how Democrats created the KKK. Is there anything else with those items that you would like to debate?
See, the thing is, I already said what I had to say, and you decided to instead of.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'm just going to go ahead and reply to all of it. And I don't give a fuck about you crying. So first and foremost, your grandpa didn't fight for, commies or whatever. Like the idea that we fought communism. No, we fought fascists. We fought people who hid behind the mantra of being communists and socialists. You don't know what communism is. That's why I said, what is communism? And you never answered that question. You don't know what
communism is.
Yeah,
people
sure.
Fucking die
sure,
over.
That's fine. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. That is the principles of it. Now, when you start, hey, you're crashing out, Rich.
Yet again.
Rich, you're literally crashing out. Rich.
So emotional, but I'm not.
Okay.
I'm making fun of you now because this shit's just goofy. You're a disgrace to American.
Go cry to someone else, Rich. You're a whole fucking adult that can't actually have a conversation. Go cry somewhere else. Your grandpa would be ashamed of you. You're literally a disgrace to your family. You literally are a disgrace to what your grandfather fought and died for. Robbie, you said let people speak. I'm going to go ahead and mute you because I don't care what you're saying in the comment section. Come up in the box and then you can speak. I literally let him speak and I took notes, but he doesn't have impulse control. So I'm not going to talk to a man-child. I don't care about you babies who keep crashing out. For some reason, you guys think that we should care about your feelings. No one cares about your feelings. Rich, you're back in the request. I am willing to talk to you, but you have to have self-control. You have to be an adult. You don't engage in reality unless you're walking around where you work in restaurants and like, you know, taking your kids to school or whatever the case. And you do this. If you don't do this in your everyday life, then why come on TikTok and do it? So Rich, unless this is the way that you respond to like your coworkers, your boss, your family members, your church members, like if this is how you act with everyone, then that's different. But I am positive that you don't just do this weird random shit to just everyone. So Rich, I'm going to allow you to come back up. And if you can have a respectful dialogue where we're not talking over each other, I don't want to mute you. I just want to talk. But if you come up here and you start crashing in, I'm just going to kick you again because I have no interest in dealing with man-child. Okay. Rich, would you like to have the conversation?
That's completely fine with me, my friend. And look, the reason I was so emotional before, and I'm going to skip over the fact that you disrespected my grandfather's memory.
I wasn't. I actually honor what your grandpa did. I'm saying that you're, yes, what you just did.
Wrong and told me that communists were bad since the day
what you just did was an embarrassment. If your grandpa was a soldier fighting for the freedom, did your grandpa fight for the freedom of our country?
Yes, he did.
Exactly.
Did you?
Exactly. So if your grandpa fought for the freedom of our country, he fought for you and I to be able to actually have this type of dialogue, not for us to yell back and forth and not be able to communicate or get our ideas across. Your grandpa fought for us
to be able to actually over yelling. You probably shouldn't be in the conversation. America's been yelling at each other for 250 years in two separate parties.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if you're saying that. If you're saying that like we have to actually act as our ancestors did, then you're wrong. Do you want to act as your ancestors?
No, we act in reality with objectivity, and we look at the problem and the situation that needs to be handled. And instead of doing that, we're cutting each other off and not listening.
That's fine.
To the actual truth and what's obvious.
Would you like to add anything else to the points that we're going to debate, or should I start responding?
I said what I needed to say with facts and proof backing it, so I really don't care, bro.
Okay, you didn't give any proof or anything, but that's fine. All right, so let's start with the actual premise of communism. Like I said, a lot of people don't necessarily know what communism is. I mean, I said, hey, can you tell me what it is? You didn't, but I defined it now. The one thing that I will say is that with communism or socialism, the premise behind—
What I will say though is I do want to have a paid meetup for a fight for you talking about my grandfather though. I feel
fuck you and your grandpa, you donut. Fuck you and your grandpa. How about that? Fight these nuts in your mouth, coward. You guys are going to act like you have some sense around here. I don't know who trained you, but I will train you better. I literally tried to, yes, I understand it's uncalled for, but fuck him. I tried to extend him the courtesy. I tried to act as an adult, and he couldn't actually keep himself together as an adult. So if he's going to act like that, then fuck it. I will go just as low. Hell, I'll go further. You guys are going to act like adults. I will train you, or you can fuck off. I don't care which one. That was totally uncalled for. Call these nuts in your mouth too. How about that? DJ, I muted you. You come up here and tell me how I'm supposed to actually, engage with people who don't have the ability to act as adults. Yeah, that's what I thought. With that being said, I would actually like to have some sense of a debate, some sense of order. I would love to actually debate him on any of the things that he said, because he said a lot. And it actually had substance. But I'm not doing crash ins. I'm not doing people who just want to cry. Sorry, we're not doing that today. We're not doing that today. Rich, if you're still listening, I apologize for saying that comment about your grandfather. It was uncalled for. I should have been a better person when speaking about your grandpa. I still mean what I said about you, but your grandfather had nothing to do with the response that I gave. So I apologize for the comments I made towards your grandfather. But I still mean it when I say fuck you. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the right, wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Make sure you share the live to your stories and your FYP as well. Hi, good morning. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes, Trump supporter, yes, disagree, or a combination?
Both.
Okay, perfect. You want me to call you catfish, oppressing? What would you like for me to call you?
You can call me catfish.
Okay, perfect catfish. Would you like to start today telling me how on July 9th, 2026, you somehow still support Donald Jimothy Trump, or is there a specific point on the background where you would like to start?
The Christians weaponize the Bible.
Okay, perfect. Catfish, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm actually happy to have you up here because this is something that I've been wanting to talk to people about for a while, and for some reason nobody has really wanted to get into this one. So I would love to hear your premise as far as why you disagree with the prompt.
I was asking you why you think they weaponize the Bible.
Yeah, the Christianity, not just the actual history that's current. I'm sorry, not just what's currently happening within the United States of America, not just the history of America, but through the history of the world. Christianity has been used and weaponized by those people who claim to be Christians, and has been used to hurt, harm, colonize, genocide, and oppress people. And so people who claim to be followers of Christ are the furthest thing from Christ-like. And it is just a weaponization that has continued to be perpetual harm.
So the people you just described who pretend to be Christ-like, you wouldn't say they're Christians when they're doing all the things you just mentioned that caused harm?
Oh, no. I would say that they claim to be Christians because they're followers of Christ.
Yeah, but though you claim to be Christian, follower of Christ, and then commit all these atrocities that you just mentioned, would you say they're Christians?
Yeah, because in order to be a Christian, you have to be a quote unquote follower of Christ.
So just because someone claims they're a follower of Christ makes them Christian?
What are the requirements in order to be a Christian?
Huh?
What are the requirements that's said in the Bible in order to be a Christian?
Well, there is like this thing today where all you have to do is confess with your mouth and believe in your heart and you're saved. But I think it's a little bit deeper than that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Bible outlines the difference between being entered into the quote unquote kingdom of heaven, and you have to go through Christ in order to be entered into the kingdom of heaven. And there's specific things that you have to go through. Of course, you have to confess your sins. You have to actually accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior and the Son of God, and then you have to follow the path. Now, that's to be allowed into the kingdom of heaven. Now, if we're talking about just being a follower, right, without the additional steps taken to get into heaven, then you just have to actually accept Jesus as the Son of God and to follow the actual teachings, meaning that you believe and you're going to say that you follow the Bible. It's really like a low bar when it comes to what it means to be a Christian. So again, I mean, I understand what you're trying to say as far as like the semantics around it. I would love to more so deal with the meat on the bone than, you know, saying what's the definition of or whatever. But can you directly address that? I mean, these people are
you said it's a low bar to be a Christian, but the Bible clearly states that there's a broad road in a narrow road, and most go down the broad road. Not everybody who says they're going to heaven's actually going.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I said
that.
We're not talking about getting into heaven. I clearly said that there's two differences between just being a Christian versus actually getting into heaven.
Yeah. So if we know most people who claim to be followers and believers are not, and they're committing atrocities on the behalf of Christianity, well, then those aren't Christians.
No, those are still Christians. They're just not getting into heaven. I still feel like for some reason you're trying to dance around the edges instead of going like right to the heart of the debate and us talking about the substance. You're trying to say, you know, those aren't my people, right? Basically, you know, you're trying to other the people who weaponize Christianity from the people who, you know, don't. But the point that I'm trying to get to is, while there are some individuals who aren't weaponizing the faith, the large majority of people do and has. There's a lineage of weaponization of Christianity throughout the history of the world. I'm not just talking about today. I'm talking about the history of the world. So my question is, if there has been persistent and consistent wars, genocides, like restrictions, death, ostracizing people, all of these things based off of the belief in Christ and what is Christ like, is that not an issue with the people that follow Christ and also the leniency that the religion gives for people to be able to weaponize it?
Well, I wouldn't disagree with you that there has been atrocities committed in the name of Christianity. I'm not doubting that. But and I'm not here to get in a theological debate, because obviously things can be misinterpreted or whatever. But I guess if we're talking more about today, I don't know if I see Christian weaponization with the Bible.
You don't? Okay, cool. There's
been atrocities committed with pretty much every religion, and
all religions are harmful, but we're not talking about all religions. We're talking about Christianity specifically. I would love to stick on Christianity, because attacking other religions or talking about other religions doesn't disprove the point that I have on the background. So I really want to say there. But the point that I want to get to is, you're saying that you don't see Christianity being weaponized today. Is that an accurate statement?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, perfect. Three things. Number one, being a Christian, do you believe in access to abortion for women?
No.
Okay. So women shouldn't have the right to bodily autonomy.
They should have the right to bodily autonomy.
Okay, but you don't believe that
when we're talking about abortion, we're talking about two bodies, aren't we?
No. But that's fine. I'm just trying to get a baseline on a couple of things. So you don't believe in access to abortion. Do you believe that, you know, in gay marriage, gay rights, the queer community to be able to do what they want to do as far as loving each other, marrying each other, having kids, things like that?
If the government permits it, then...
I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about you.
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay, so you don't believe in, agree with, or, you know, condone the actual ability for people within the queer community to love who they love, marry who they want to marry, raise children, Cool. I got that. All right. Last but not least, I have something that I want to share with you, and I really want to get your opinion on this thing. Give me a second, because I could have sworn that I had it already ready. But give me like 2 seconds. Guys, while I get this pulled up, I don't know why I don't have no idea why I can't find it, but it's fine. I'm going to just reload it. But while I do this, guys, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal. to the little 1 cent gift goals. If we can continue to knock those out, it'll boost the live as well. And last but not least, I know there's some thank yous that I'm going to have to get to, and I will get to those in just one moment. But if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Two quick ones that I want to do. W's in chat for Jared. Jared sent a $25 donation. Said, I want to talk to you about the excessive censorship coming from the right. They can say the N-word, call for people to be unalive, etc., but can't say that they're jerks without being flagged or harassment. Yeah, it's for the party of free speech. The people who claim to actually uphold free speech, they very much do not, right? What it is it's free speech for them. But then if anybody actually uses their quote unquote free speech, then they feel harm. Right. It's something that's super interesting. That's a dynamic where they claim to be the party of facts over feelings, while consistently and persistently leaning into feelings. W's in chat for Jared for the 25. W's in chat for Jared for the second $25 donation. And by the way, I was just on Instagram post in which someone was saying some horrible racist crap. I responded and got hit with a harassment after changing the words until I didn't get a flag. The word that I got flagged for was racist. Shaking my head. Listen, when I tell you the fact that the wildest shit, I've gotten videos taken down for saying that that MAGA is like Nazis or whatever. But yet I scroll on TikTok and I see like people posting videos just spamming the N-word like hard R, no issue. Crazy shit. W's in chat for David for the one. I appreciate you. Vets that actually support Trump are absolutely oath breakers. W's in the chat for Jacob for the $1 donation. Jacob, you're fine. You're fine. W's in chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Jacob, you're awesome. I will let all of them know that you appreciate them. And I promise you, we all appreciate you, Jacob. W's in chat for Jacob for the one. W's in chat for Darius for the one. Oh, that's not downloading. Oh, okay. We're going to have to skip this. W's in chat for Darius for the one. Oh, yep. Darius, I'm going to get to that for sure. W's in the chat for Darius. W's in chat for Mick for the one. Happy birthday, Mick. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful happy birthday. W's in the chat for Mick. Happy birthday. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Catfish. I was trying to get this video to upload and then pull it up, but it's fine. I don't know why it's not uploading. Actually, I have it on the background. So on the next slide, you'll see it. But the one thing that I wanted to point out is on January the 4th, I'm sorry, not January 4th, July the 4th, 2026, the 250-year anniversary of the United States of America. We saw white Christian nationalists right there, boom, marching in Washington, D.C., demanding reclamation, which speaks to the fact that these white men are saying that this is a white country and they want the country back and that everyone else is less than. So when you talk about the fact that you have not seen the actual weaponization of Christianity or people or blah, 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 I'm telling you for a fact that it is overwhelmingly being harmed. You affirmed yourself that you don't believe that women should have rights of bodily autonomy when it comes to having access to abortion, even though I know for a fact that you don't really know much about abortion when it comes to the Bible. I'm willing to bet that you don't know. But then also you don't believe that, gay people should love who they can love and marry and all this other stuff. And so, again, this is like prime examples, 3 specific examples of weaponization of Christianity to oppress and marginalize other people. Would you like to respond to that, or would you like for me to go into any one of those points?
Yeah, well, can't those two, like gay marriage, for example, that can be argued from a non-religious viewpoint from a Christian.
What non-religious viewpoint can you actually argue
if the
from?
Government, if marriage is just a social contract from a government or from the government where consenting adults can marry whoever they want, and traditionally it was between a male and a female, now it's extended.
Your tradition is rooted in patriarchy and also religion. Again, you're starting to lean back into the religious aspect of it. Like, you can try to hide behind the governmental aspect of it, but you're blurring the lines.
Well, marriage, the government offered certain benefits to people who were married to procreate.
That's not why they offer benefits.
To help society. But also, if you
that's not why they offer benefits. No, there was no. Give me one time that there was some type of incentive as far as marrying to quote unquote procreate that was issued by the government.
Well, I'm not saying you get benefits when you procreate, but marriage, the government offers certain tax breaks, certain incentives with home ownership, where if you sell a home after owning it for 2 years, if you're married, you can write off up to $500,000 on gains, etc.
Yeah, but that's not them saying that like if you get married, you get those things. That is an actual benefit of marriage when it comes to the United States of America, but that is not something that was levied in to incentivize people. One second. W's in the chat for Peach Raid. Welcome in, Peach Raid. Welcome in, Peach Raid. And W's in the chat for Peach. What up, Peach? Peach, I hope you saw my message yesterday. I sent you a DM. And so if you didn't get a chance to look at it, please take a look at the message that I sent you yesterday. Anyway, what you just named was a benefit of being married, not an incentive of being married.
Okay.
So you said that you can argue marriage outside of a religious gay marriage outside of a religious aspect, and I'm still waiting for the argument outside of a religious aspect.
If marriage is just between consenting adults and it's a contract that the government issues or gives, then what's stopping in the future marriages being 6 consenting adults or 8 consenting adults in one marriage? It's not then limited to just 2 people if it's just consenting adults.
What does that have to do as far as a legal argument? I'm still confused as far as your aspect of saying that gay marriage is wrong. You're saying gay marriage is wrong because of the future potentiality of polygamy?
Yeah, or any other sort of weird relationships that could stem from it.
Well, first and foremost, like there's no such thing as a quote unquote weird relationship. Just because you may not actually want to engage in some type of quote unquote relationship doesn't mean that it's weird. Like, I think that's the weird part, that you're casting dispersions on other people when it has nothing to do with you. But again, the premise as far as people practicing polygamy, I mean, sure, people practice polygamy now. Like, it's a thing now. I mean, saying that they can't be like officially recognizing the premise of the government, that's still not an argument against gay marriage. You're not saying that, oh, if you allow gay marriage, then one day you're going to have to allow polygamy and people having multiple wives. I mean, and like you're specifically talking about the United States of America and what we do here. Like, if you go to Utah, there are like literally there's TV shows about this, like Sister Wives. Like, it's a whole thing. So this isn't something new, and just because you don't think it's, beneficial does not mean that it's something that is harming anyone. So again, I'm still waiting for that argument outside of religious aspects that say why we should not allow gay marriage.
Well, do you think it's important that the United States, we sustain or increase our population?
Sure.
Do you think 2 gay men can reproduce, or 2 lesbian women?
Yes.
Oh, so how do 2 gay men reproduce with each other?
Surrogates. IVF.
You think
I mean, like, literally people have babies that way all the time.
You think all those
like, now you're just going into question time, but you're still not sustaining an argument of why gay marriage is wrong outside of religion, because you can't say procreation, because we have the ability to procreate outside of intercourse. So that's a silly concept.
Yeah, but not everybody has the means to do that. It costs money to get a surrogate.
I don't care. That's not what we're arguing. You literally just argued that you're saying that you have a reason outside of religion why gay marriage is wrong, but then you went to procreation. And when you say procreation, that's false, because we have ways to procreate outside of intercourse, and we actually use that today. Like, so everything that the two examples that you've tried to give so far are literal examples of things that we already do today.
If there's 100 gay couples and you're saying that they can all get surrogates, that's false.
I'm not saying they can all get surrogates. I'm saying that there's ways to procreate. And then also, like, again, you even said that is it important to maintain or increase our birth rate? We're not doing that right now. So that's a confusing point as far as you trying to point to something that could be an issue in the future, which is already an issue now. And that's not because of access to gay marriage.
Wouldn't it help if gays and lesbians could procreate
gay
naturally?
People, not quote unquote gays. That's weird for you to say. And you said naturally. What's natural? What does that mean?
Yeah, penis and vagina.
Oh, not everyone can actually procreate with penis and vagina. What about people who are unable to actually have children, like heterosexual couples that are unable to have children? Is it wrong for them to be married then? If you're saying that, like, the people can't, you keep like, this is the shit, right? And I'm going back to what I said, because we're doing question time and I don't want to keep doing question time. I want you to give me your actual tangible argument about why, outside of religion, gay marriage is wrong.
Well, it would just be like, because it gives me the ick.
Oh, okay. So again, it's your fifis. It's literally your fifis, and it's you weaponizing religion. See, that's the point that I've been trying to make. You don't have anything outside of religion when it comes to why you think these things are wrong.
So then let me ask, if gay marriage is okay because it's two consenting adults who don't harm anybody, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so then if two twin brothers above the age of 18 want to have a consenting sexual relationship,
they already do. They literally already do. People already do that.
Legalize that.
People already do. People literally already do. I don't care. I literally don't care. Like, see, this is the difference between you and I. I don't care what other people do as long as they're not actively harming other people. Right.
So the
interesting thing that they literally already do that. Like, this is I don't care. I don't think about two brothers fucking each other. That's not something that registers in my mind on a daily basis. It seems like it's something to register in your mind, but it's not something to register in my mind. The thing that I think you need to do is take a seat back and say, why am I thinking about two brothers fucking themselves? You don't think that's an issue with you?
No.
Okay, so everyone else is the weirdo for you, but you're just the normal everyday Joe walking around thinking about two brothers fucking themselves.
No, but with what you just said, as long as it's two adults who are consenting and not harming anybody, then you have no problem with it. So then
I say I don't care. I don't, and that's the truth.
So you don't care about incest?
I don't care about what other people are doing as long as they're not harming other people. There's nothing that you're going to be able to say that's going to be like, oh no, I disagree. I don't care. I don't care what other people do as long as they're not harming people. I don't care. There's nothing that you're going to be able to name.
Hey, so then you would be against the government denying marriage between two brothers.
I've never thought about two brothers getting married. I've never given before you brought this up, this has never been conceptualized in my mind, because I don't think about two brothers getting married and fucking themselves. I'm going to finish my sentence, Catfish. I'm going to finish my sentence, Catfish. You understand that literally the links that you have to try to go to now to justify your absolute bigotry, in order to try to even make what you're saying sound like it's normal, and make what you say and what you're saying sound like it's actually something that lives in reality, you have to start looking for more and more and more extreme things, hoping that I back off of my view. I'm telling you this because now you keep trying to ask the same question over and over and over and over and over. Let me be clear, because this is my last time that I'm going to repeat this. I don't care what consenting adults do as long as they are not hurting other people. I don't care. I mind my black ass business. Finishing. I mind my black ass business. and I take care of what's happening in my vicinity. And as long as other people aren't hurting other people, do whatever you want, whatever makes you happy. I don't give a shit. If you want to dress up and be a fish, if you want to climb the, Rocky Mountains butt ass naked, like I don't care. I literally don't care as long as it's not harming other people.
Okay, so then you're for extending marriage rights to those individuals, right?
Again, I don't care. You keep trying to. There's nothing that you're going to say.
Why do you care?
Listen,
gay
catfish. There's nothing that you're going to say that's going to change my position because I am consistent and I am also honest. There's no gotcha here. You can try to keep. I've already said I don't care. I don't think about it. I don't care. I don't care about the actual quote unquote sanctity of marriage. I think that's like a stupid thing.
So then why do you care if gay people have the rights to it or not?
What was the point of this conversation?
Yeah, to discuss gay marriage.
No, it wasn't. The point of this conversation was to talk about how Christians weaponize their religion to disenfranchise and harm other people. And as you are denying that Christians weaponize their religion, and I said, okay, give me anything outside of Christianity that would actually give any type of argument for why gay marriage is wrong. You went down things that did not prove it, connected to Christianity. I'm still speaking catfish, still connected to it. And then you just lean into it's icky to me. And now you've tried to continue to perpetuate as much as you can towards anything that would somehow shift the Overton window towards you to saying, well, maybe we shouldn't because these extreme things could be a thing. You're doing a really bad job at proving that Christians don't weaponize Christianity because you don't have anything outside of your belief in the Bible that says this thing is wrong. It's just your feelings, and you're making up extreme examples to try to justify your feelings. If you had something valid, guess what? You wouldn't have to make shit up.
I'm not making anything up.
You're literally making shit up. You're literally making shit up. Who has been advocating for extending marriage rights for incest?
No, you're advocating.
Answer the question.
I have no idea.
No one. So you're making shit up. No one said that. There's been no legislation that's put on the table. That was never the point of the conversation. So you're literally making shit up.
I'm just wondering if
I don't understand why you're wondering about things that I would think instead of actually debating the point on the background. You're still again, this entire time you've been trying to do question time instead of actually debating, and there's nothing that you're going to say. I've said this over and over and over. Is it a tracking issue? Is this a tracking issue?
You're just not answering the question.
I've answered the question over and over.
You said you don't care what consenting adults do.
I don't care what consenting adults do as long as they're not harming people. There's nothing that you're going to be able to say. There's nothing that you're going to be able to say. Catfish. There's nothing you're going to be able to say that I'm going to say, no, I don't want that, as long as it's within the parameters of consenting adults that are not harming other people. There's no example that you're going to be able to give. Just think about it. And as long as your question lives inside of the framework of, are they consenting adults and are they harming people? My answer is yes. If your question moves outside of consenting adults, or it moves outside of harming people, then my answer is no.
All right, perfect. So this host here is in favor for incestual marriage and would not oppose it.
I don't give a fuck. You think crazy. You think you making that statement actually moved anything? It didn't move shit. Now, back to the actual debate that you are doing really bad at. You're doing really bad at this. We
all know you support incest now, so
I don't give a fuck. You can try to paint me to whatever you want to paint me. Like, you're just being stupid because you don't have anything real. Now, would you like to actually substantiate the claim that you can actually tell me why a gay marriage is wrong outside of your religious belief? Or do you want to concede that and say the only thing that you have is your religious belief and your feelings?
Offer anything beneficial to society.
It absolutely does. Children that are actually raised in same-parent sex households are overall happier and have more progress than children that are raised inside of heterosexual marriages. There's a study completed on this.
What does more progress mean?
Well, you would find out if you actually let me finish my sentence, Bubba. There was actually a study done on this showing that the overall happiness and adaptability of children who come from same-sex parents is higher than those who come from heterosexual parents. Also, the testing scores tend to trend higher, meaning that they trend in a more positive way than heterosexual couples. So yes, there's actually one massive tangible benefit. One massive tangible benefit is that kids seem to do better with same-sex parents than they do with heterosexual parents.
Because their test scores are better?
You said there's no benefit. I literally told you kids do better. And I said more than their test scores. I don't think you're listening. Again, I think this is just a tracking issue.
Yeah, I don't know how gay marriages are beneficial just because
I literally just told you. I said more than the test scores. Hey, do you not think that the actual future of our society, children having a strong foundation from early age to not only be able to learn, adapt, and grow and be happy, you don't think that's tangibly beneficial to our society as a whole?
I think children who are raised with their biological mother and father is the appropriate way.
I don't care what you think. Can you prove it?
It's just natural.
You saying that it's just natural doesn't prove anything. Again, I don't care about your feelings. I want to make sure that I'm clear with any and every person that's coming up here to debate me. Leave your feelings at the fucking door, because I don't care about your feelings. I don't. I only care about what you can prove. I only care about what you can prove. So if you can't prove it, then fuck it. Now, can you prove what you said? That
children benefit with their biological mother and father?
Can you prove that it's more beneficial to have children with their quote unquote biological mother and biological father versus any other type of setup, whether that be same-sex parents, whether that be adopted parents, whether that be extended parents like grandparents? Can you prove that it's more beneficial for them to be with their biological parents than any other situation?
I don't have a study showing that.
Okay, then Hitchens razor.
But I bet there is one
Hitchens
out there.
razor. Do you know what Hitchens razor is?
No.
Hitchens razor is said anything introduced without information or data.
Without evidence.
Exactly. So we're dismissing the fuck out of that. I don't care about your claims or your feelings if you don't have proof.
Can you give me your study?
Sure. Give me a second here. So there's a couple of different a couple of different studies that you can reference, but they're all in the same realm. You can go to PubMed. The title is Growing Up with Gay Parents, What's the Big Deal? The PMC is 4771005. There was a study that was done by Cornell University. The title is What Does the Scholarly Research Say About the Well-Being of Children with Gay or Lesbian Parents? And then also there was another study by the American College of Pediatrics. And the title of that is Same-Sex Parenting, a Scientific Analysis. There's multiple studies that have been completed about the happiness, health, and well-being of children that come from same-sex marriages.
Well, if those studies are true, then we should rip all children out of heterosexual relationships and throw them into gay households.
Now you're just being a disingenuous piece of shit, and I don't like disingenuous people more than like stupid people. I don't like disingenuous
Would you be
people.
in
So
favor
stop
of that
being
if it
disingenuous,
benefits
catfish.
children?
Catfish, stop being disingenuous. I can literally deal with stupid. I cannot deal with disingenuous. So if you're going to be disingenuous, you can leave, but don't be disingenuous. Now, catfish, there's multiple studies and sources that talk about the benefits of having children. And you know what's more beneficial than, no matter if the parents are heterosexual or in a gay marriage, you know what's more beneficial than even a 2-parent household?
Love.
I'm sorry?
Love.
No, you fucking donut, not love. People that have financial stability. Studies show the biggest factor of children and their ability to actually achieve success and stability is through financial capital. And so people love to tout the idea of like the nuclear family, 2 parents and home and all this other stuff. The bigger factor is having the income to provide for children. And so one parent that has the income that meets the level of a 2-parent household tends to have kids that are as successful or happier than 2-parent households. It's not about just having 2 people or the love and all this other shit that, you know, it's literally about the financial ability to be able to live.
Yeah, that's probably why that study you mentioned about gay parents is skewed, because usually
I don't want to hear you actually make an assessment. No, I don't give a fuck about your assessment on a study that you didn't read over. So unless you actually decide to go consume the study and look through it and then come back, I don't want to hear you make a guess on some shit that you haven't even read.
Do you know what income level these gay parents were at who were studied?
No. Do you?
Well, it makes sense that.
Do you?
No.
Okay, so shut the fuck up. If you haven't even looked at the study, why would I listen to your critique about a study that you haven't even engaged with? Like, where does that make sense? Catfish.
Can I answer your question?
Why would that make sense for me to listen to you talk about a study that you haven't even looked at?
Well, we can think about how gay parents get children. It's either through adoption or surrogacy.
Okay, what does that have to do with the study that you haven't looked at?
Or IVF, which are...
What does that have to do with the study that you haven't looked at?
Yeah, which are 3 different methods that cost a lot of money.
What does that have to do with the study that you haven't looked at? We're not talking about how people in gay marriages or gay couple have the ability to, have children. We're talking about the study that talks about the results of those children. I'm so confused as far as what you think you're trying to say.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that if gay parents have to acquire children through adoption, IVF, or surrogacies, which all cost a lot of money, it would make sense that those parents are probably in a higher income level, meaning that they're able to send their kids to better schools, get them more resources, which would make sense why their test scores and happiness levels are higher.
Yeah, you're just literally making a correlation causation fallacy that unless you can actually somehow substantiate that, there's nothing to believe that is true. But I will say, gay parents, unintentional gay parents for being rich and being able to take care of your kids. Unintentional to all the gay parents who are out here making sure that you blow a bag on your kids so they get the best fucking W's to you. Again, I don't understand what argument you think you're trying to make. Hey, question for you, Catfish. So you and I now have been talking for, let's see here, 38 minutes. Catfish, I have a question for you. I want to bring us back to like the original point of the topic and really dig into the point. Hey, can you remind the people, like there's about 2,000 people total watching at this moment. Catfish, can you remind the people, are you a Christian?
Yes. Perfect.
Hey, Catfish, how are we to judge Christians?
Who? Like unbelievers?
No, other people. How are we supposed to judge Christians?
Righteously.
By what?
Wait, are you talking about how Christians are supposed to judge other people, or how unbelievers are supposed to judge
How Christians are supposed, how people who actually are judging Christians, how anyone else is supposed to judge them?
You can
It's
judge
literally,
Christians
it's
however you
literally
want.
in the chat. If you don't know it, you can just like peek over at the chat. You're a bad Christian.
You're asking me how
By their fruits, by their fruits. We judge Christians by their fruits, right?
Oh, well, if you're a Christian, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we judge Christians by their fruits. What you've been on the live now for 40, you've been on the live for 40 minutes, right? And the point of being a Christian is to follow Christ, and we're supposed to be Christ-like, right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think your fruits have said for this last 40 minutes to the 2,000 people that are watching you right now?
I've been patient, kind, self-controlled. I haven't been jealous. So I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong that I did.
Okay, so you saying that people engaging in gay sex marriage is icky to you, that's kind.
I think it's sinful, yeah.
No, I don't care about you thinking it's sinful. I said, is that kind for you to say people engaging in same-sex marriage is icky? Is that kind?
Yeah.
How's that kind?
It's just a personal preference.
No, I'm not talking about your personal preference. I'm saying, how is it what you disparaging other people for their sexuality? How is that kind?
I don't think it's unkind or kind. It's just a preference. It's
literally not. It's not. Okay. So what does it mean to be kind?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you're just a bad Christian. Like at this point, I have nothing else to say except you're just a bad Christian. You're not a follower of Christ, and you absolutely prove the prompt on the background.
Because I think gay marriage is gross.
No, it's because at the very least, again, either you're stupid or you're disingenuous. And I think that I figured out which one. I think you're just disingenuous. I think you may be stupid too, but you're definitely disingenuous, and you're a bad Christian. Hey, where in the Bible does it say gay same-sex marriage is wrong?
Well, it explicitly says marriage is between a male and a female.
Where in the Bible does it say that same-sex marriage is wrong?
Romans.
Romans what?
Wait, actually, no. Let me find it. It's first. One second. I'm trying to think.
You're literally just a bad Christian.
Here we go. 1 Corinthians chapter 6.
Chapter 6 what?
Verses 9 through 10.
9 through 10? All right, let's see here. First Corinthians 6, 9 through 10. Or do you not, I'm sorry, or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither the sexual, immoral, nor adulterers, non-adulterers. I'm sorry. One second. Idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor nor the greedy, nor the drunkard, nor the revelers, nor the swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you, but you were washed, you were sanctified, you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ by the Spirit of our God. Okay, so you're saying that this actually says here that gay marriage is wrong.
Well, homosexuality is wrong.
Nor men who practice homosexuality. I said, show me where gay marriage, it says in the Bible that gay marriage is wrong.
Well, in the Bible, it says that when it's between a man and a woman.
Okay, but I said, show me the verse. I literally said, show me the verse in the Bible where it says gay sex is wrong. I'm sorry, gay marriage is wrong.
It doesn't say that. It does not say explicitly a man cannot marry a man.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, now let's talk about this portion right here, because Edith jumped ahead of where I was about to go, but I want to talk about this. What does this say right here?
Men who practice homosexuality.
Okay, so women who are lesbian, that's not wrong.
Well, what's homosexuality?
So again, so being lesbian is not wrong.
Well, that's still homosexual.
Is being lesbian wrong by the Bible? Because read this one more time. It's highlighted in blue. What does it say?
Nor men who practice homosexuality.
Okay, so what does it say about women?
It doesn't say women.
Okay, so being lesbian isn't wrong by the Bible, right?
Well, is it homosexual?
Does it say women who practice homosexuality, or does it say people, or does it say men? Which one?
Wait, let me see something.
It's literally on the screen. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I just want to know what the Bible says.
I'm trying to find the Greek word.
No, trust me, don't worry. We're going to go to the actual changing of the Bible, but I need you to lock the fuck in right here, right now. What does this say in front of us from the King James Version? What does this say from the King James Version that's in front of us right now?
That's not the King James.
This is literally the King James Version.
The ESV.
This is not. This is the King James Version. I made sure to change it. Oh, okay. Sorry. I changed it, but then I moved the I moved the thing. Sorry. You're right. Do you not know the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexual immorality, the ideologers, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality. Again, what does that say right there?
Nor men who practice homosexuality.
So what does it say about women right there?
It doesn't.
Okay, perfect. So the Bible is not talking about women.
I think that
I don't care about what you think. I want to say what the Bible says. Hey, what does the Bible say about changing the word of God?
It can't be added nor taken away.
Do not add nor take away from the word. It literally says, do not add nor take away from the word. You sitting here saying, I think, is that adding or taking away from what the actual text says that's in front of us? Okay, so you're committing a sin, right?
I guess.
Okay, so like, don't sin. Stop sinning. I've already deemed you to be a bad Christian. Stop that. Now, the question I have for you, which is an even more important question, right? We're talking about that. That's the King James Version. Do you know what year in the United States of America the rights that were purchased for being able to print the Bible in the U.S. under the King James Version?
I have no idea.
1964. Prior to 1964, did the Bible mention homosexuality?
Maybe.
Nope. Even in Leviticus, that's where I thought you was going to go. That's where you guys normally go, but that's fine. Even in Leviticus, do you know where it talks about men shall not lie with other men? Hey, do you know what it was prior to 1964 before the change in the Bible?
I think it was boy.
Why would they change it from pedophilia to homosexuality?
I have no idea.
Oh, that's because literally the Bible was changed to weaponize against people. You literally, the Bible was changed to be weaponized against people. It's literally proving the point. Your Bible The one that you were practicing in today was intentionally changed to be weaponized to harm people. So you sitting up here saying that gay marriage is wrong, it doesn't even say that in your Bible. And where it does start to talk about homosexuality is literally a sin based off of what the Bible says, because you're not supposed to add nor take away from the word of God. And someone made a decision to add and take away from the word of God. And you write too many thoughts and justify pedophilia. So Catfish, I'm going to give you a moment to think. I want you to really noodle on this one for a second, because I got to thank a couple of people, and then I'm going to come right back to you. The Bible is clearly between a man and a woman. Sure. I want you to think just for a few moments. I'm going to thank a couple of people, and then I'm going to give you the floor. This is the question I have for you, Catfish. I want you to really lock in, and I want you to noodle on this one. Why is it that there has been why has there been a persistent and intentional weaponization of the Bible? Take a moment, think about that. I'm going to thank a couple of people. I just muted you. I'm going to thank a couple of people, and then I'll come right back. Yeah, okay. Well, then just sit on it. Catch a bubble. Well, just let me finish real quick. No, I literally said I'm going to thank a couple of people so I don't get far behind. So catch a bubble and take a chill pill. And I promise you, you should probably think about it again, because everything else that you said has been like absolutely useless. I would really like for you to like somehow make a good argument, a good thought, or I don't know what I'm expecting out of you at this moment, but I like you immediately responding is just going to be more shit. So no, thank you. Hold tight. I'm going to thank a couple of people, and then I'll give you the floor. So let's start over on Twitch. Let's see here. Holy shit. Twitch. What the hell is happening? W's in the chat for Lana for the 500 bits over on Twitch. Says Santana, you know you're spoiled. You don't have to tell us again. I am spoiled. W's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bit. Yeah, no, guys, make sure you guys follow Ari for Education on Twitch, on YouTube. Make sure you guys are following Ari for Education on TikTok. Follow her everywhere. W's in the chat for GBE official for resubscribing with their Twitch Amazon Prime subscription. We got a hype train that was going. W's in the chat for Escape for the 100 cheer bits. W's in the chat for Patty for the 100 cheer bits. W's in the chat for Atlanta for the 1,000 cheer bits. I didn't even see that. You said play the song again. Lana, I'm going to play that song again just for you. Make sure you remind me though. We had another hype train. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pin, who sent out 5 Twitch subscriptions. W's in the chat for Cool Cat, who had sent 100 cheer bits. W's in the chat for Atlanta, who sent out 5 Twitch subscriptions. Holy shit. We hit a third hype train. And W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bit. Try me, Manders. W's in the chat for Atlanta for the 1,000 cheer bits to say more song instead of talking to this stinky guy. I got you, Lana. I got you. I promise you I'm going to play the song. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 100 cheer bits. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 7 cheer bits. W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bit. Yeah, no, we'll take him to hell every single time. W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bit. Accountability. Yeah. Exactly. W's in the chat for let's see here, Manders for the 1 cheer bit. Yeah, absolutely. We absolutely have to grow together, and that's one of the things that's necessary. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Atlanta for the 500 cheer bits. Calling my mom Icky is actually rude AF. Yeah, like, and he's just weird. Fuck this guy. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 1 cheer bit. He's all in his feelings. That's the thing that's been bothering me this entire time. He hasn't provided any type of factual information. The only thing that we've been doing is dealing with his feelings. I don't know what's going on with people today, but I recommend a therapist, not our live. Guys, I recommend that they go see a therapist and they stop crying on our live. I don't know what's happening today, but I'm not here for it. And W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheered bit. W's in the chat for Courtney's. Yes. W's in the chat for Heated Cow for the 46 cheered bits. I know it's late, but since you're against incest, ask him about. Oh, that's a good one. I'll bring that up. And W's in the chat, last but not least, for Manders for the 1 cheered bit. Yes, W's in the chat for Twitch. Let's see, over on YouTube. W's in the chat for Miss Bellicella for the, I can't see how much that is. Because, okay, for the $2 super chat, say free Manders. We did. We only muted her for a moment. W's in the chat for Sanity for the $1.99 super chat. If you're coming up to debate, absolutely. W's in the chat for Minnesota Vet for the $20 super chat to say MAGA Christians use the Bible to justify their actions. Have the patience of Job.
Bro, just hurry up.
Have the patience of Job. You're supposed to be Christ-like. Have the patience of Job. Holy smokes. You are not doing a good job. Have the patience of Job. As I was saying, W's in the chat for Minnesota for the $20 super chat say MAGA Christians use the Bible to justify their actions and speech. True Christians use their Bible to guide their actions and moderate their speech. Facts. W's in the chat for Minnesota Vet for the second $20 super chat to say wise words from my mother. God did not put us here to use to be. God did not put us here to be good. God put us here to be good to other people. Facts. W's in the chat for Miss Bellicella, who sent out 5 YouTube subscriptions. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Activista for the $2 super chat. Yes, he definitely stinks. And then W's in the chat for JP for the $2 super chat to say, like it's honestly at this point, I think it's just projecting, JP. I think it's all projection. W's in the chat for Old Foot Sakes for the $4.99 super chat to say, he said, I don't have much, but this guy. Yes, first and foremost, thank you for that super chat. You're fucking awesome. And also, this guy sucks. This guy sucks donkey dick. Just a couple over on the pay links, and then, oh, he ran. He ran. I guess he didn't have the patience of Job. I think he ran because he didn't have the patience of Job. Holy smokes. Well, that wasn't very Christ-like. That wasn't very Christ-like at all. I'm going to catch up to these and then we'll get back to the debate. There's a couple of people in the request and there's someone over on YouTube. Joe, I see you over on YouTube. I'm coming to you next. You've had a lot to say, like a lot to say in the private chat. So Joe, I hope you're ready to actually get, like, you guys should see, Joe has been over here debating me the entire time in the private chat from what I've been saying, and I haven't replied to him at all. Joe, we're coming to you next. Hold tight. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do this. Boom, muted you, and I'm putting you on the screen, Joe, just so you know that you're next. All right? There you go, Joe. There you go. But I got you muted. I'm going to get through these thank yous, and then I'm coming to you, Joe. W's in the chat for Angie for the $2 donation saying, my daughter and her wife just adopted a baby. W's in the chat for you, Angie, and your daughter. W's in the chat for Laura for the $2 donation. Yeah, I don't understand why they're so obsessed with like gay marriage. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. W's in the chat for Rebecca for the $5 donation saying, I'm going to read this out. Coming from a family of white supremacist Nazis, my dad has a swastika in his house. Thank you for helping me become a better person. $5 isn't much, but I'll be sending more your way when I have it. Listen every day. You're amazing. Rebecca, thank you. Like the $5 this way, it's so generous. It's super kind. I appreciate the hell out of you. But you being someone who is actively trying to be better and fight against like what your family stands for, that's so important. That means the world to me. Rebecca, thank you just for the kind words, and thank you for being a part of our community. Guys, 1 million W's in the chat for Rebecca. 1 million W's in the chat for Rebecca. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Rocky for the $2 donation. Yeah, Europeans did used to force people to like marry their family. It's fucking weird. W's in the chat for James for the $5 donation. James, I'm happy to hear that. And I'm also happy to hear that you're here and you're learning. Like that means a lot to me. And we're going to continue to learn together. W's in chat for James. W's in chat for Danielle for the $5 donation. I'm going to read this out for sure. Two men and two women can procreate the natural way, as a cisgender man and a trans man, a trans woman and cisgender woman, plus non-binary people as well. They don't understand shit, Danielle. Like literally, they just don't understand shit. That's what it boils down to. Dubs in chat for Eureka for the $7 donation said, don't tell him King James was likely queer. Yo, the one thing that I have not gotten a chance to tell the Christians about, that yes, King James was definitely queer, and also Jesus had a gay experience. Period. Also, Kay just put this in the chat, and I'm gonna read this out from Kay. And if you guys are doing it, stop it. I was clear. If you question people's sexuality or say they're closeted, etc., you're gone. Fucking stop, guys. You know better than that. Jesus did, Edith. Yes. Jesus had gay sex in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It's literally in the Bible. Jesus had gay sex. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Oh, damn, Jared. I wish I would have saw this earlier. I'm going to hold on to that one because I know they'll be back. W's in the chat for Jaden for the $1 donation. Yeah, they always think they have a gotcha, but yet they're defending pedophilia. Like, what the fuck are we doing? W's in chat for Jaden. And last but not least, guys, W's in chat for John for the $20 donation. John said, hey, Dr. Santana, to get a PhD, you need to contribute something new to the field. I think you qualify in that. I don't think so. But let me ask you this. Was the Bible used to justify chattel slavery, then sold to the victims to be solutions to uplift their suffering? Could that book be more evil? Yes, it can, because once you learn the additional shit that it did, it's even more. W's in chat for Manders for the $1 donation. I see you're throwing tomatoes from Twitch, but I don't understand why. I don't know what I did. Anyway, W's in chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you are over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Joe just said, dude, what the fuck? Hey, Joe, it's your time to shine, buddy. It's your time to shine. Joe, I'm going to unmute you, but before I do, I need you to do me a favor, bub. See, what's been happening over on YouTube is people are deciding to be super weird. And I don't care about people being super weird, but I do care about people putting their face on the screen if they're going to be super weird. So the prerequisite for me taking you off mute, Joe, is you have to turn on your camera and put your face on the screen. You don't have to keep it on forever, but just during the introduction, I need your camera on. That's the only way that we're going to be able to take you off mute and start this debate, Joe. That's literally the only way to be able to start this debate. I see you like raging out in the comment section. I don't care. I don't care. Joe, you going to turn your camera on? Joe? You said bye? Nope. Okay, then leave, coward. That was easy. You just cried in the comment section the whole time, but you're unwilling to actually listen. This is how you root these fucking cowards out. This is how you root these fucking cowards out. Big Marcel 24. You're on the screen. Same deal. I see you in the comment section. I see you. You said you're an idiot, Santana. Jesus never had gay sex. Jesus absolutely had gay sex. Turn on your camera. We can talk about it. No one wants to get doxxed. That's not how you get doxxed, you donut. So, Big Marcel, this is your chance. You're on the screen. Camera's on. You don't have to keep your camera on the entire time. But in order to start the debate, you have to turn your camera on. You're still typing other shit that's irrelevant. Are you turning your camera on? Yes or no? Big Marcel. Okay. If you're not going to turn your camera on, then you can leave. There you go. I'm not playing with you dweebs. Like I'm literally not playing with you dweebs. And the thing that I will say over and over and over, if you're unwilling to turn your camera on just for the introduction, then that means that either you're here to do the weird shit, or you know that you want to say some of the most hateful, harmful, fucked up shit, and you want to hide to be able to do it. No one cares, you cowards. No one cares. That being said, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost a lot, push us out to the FYP. Can we knock out the Let 'em Cooks, please? That's the daily gift goal. Please, please, please. Can we knock out the Let 'em Cooks? Please, please, please. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you would like to join the debate, guess what? You can. Just click that link that's in the pinned message. As a matter of fact, I will drop that link in the comment section for you again. You don't have to leave where you are. You just have to click that link and you can come up and debate. Now, again, I will say this because for some reason, people over on YouTube have made the active, intentional decision to just be weirdos. And so since people are just being weirdos, you guys have ruined it all for yourself. So you have to be willing to turn your camera on for the introduction. You don't have to keep it on, but you have to turn it on for the introduction. And then we can get into the debate. Joe is back. Joe, you're back on the screen. Turn your camera on. Let's do the introduction. You can turn it back off. Joe's for some reason typing. Joe, I don't care about what you're typing in the chat. Turn your camera on. Joe is such a coward. Joe is such a snowflake coward. That's interesting. Okay. All right, Joe. Well, you know, if you're going to be a coward, if you're going to cry, then you're not going to be able to come up here. Boom. Now, we do have someone who's made the decision to come up. We got Jesse. Jesse has his camera on. Let's bring Jesse up. Look, I don't even have to turn his mic off. Jesse's here. Boom. W's in the chat for Jesse. All right, Jesse, you can stay on camera if you want to. You don't have to, but thank you for at least coming in with the camera on. Just to verify, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I'm not. Can you hear me? Because I don't know how good my mic is.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I just had a question about the that white people embrace white supremacy. What is that about?
Yeah, do you disagree with the premise?
Well, what's the premise? I mean, I disagree that white people embrace white supremacy. Yeah, I guess I disagree with, as just a general statement. Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay. Give me a second. God dang it. Where did that go? There we go. All right. Would you like to tell me why you disagree with it? Or do you want me to start by telling you why I say that?
I'll start by why I disagree with it. Sure. Okay. I mean, I think that basically racism is a tool, and it's been used, even the development of race theory and everything. If you look at that, that's born out of a system that was, a millennia or two older. Mm-hmm. And it's a tool that's used, right, to manipulate people. And so it's used to make a caste system, right, where there's the ruling elite and then they form castes beneath them so that they can punch down, right? And then they get us to punch down. And so I think it's weird because it's complicated. I watch your lives all the time. Mm-hmm. There's so many things I want to say about it.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think that it's more of a...
Wait.
Yeah,
you can't have the smoke on the live because you're over on TikTok
I'm smoking
as well.
A cigarette. I'll put it out.
So yeah, I had to turn your camera off just for a few moments. Joe, stop coming back into the request because you're unwilling to actually engage. I don't care about your cope. Cope as hard as you want to cope. I don't care. Jess, you can actually it's your call. You can stay off camera. I can put you back on camera. It doesn't matter. I just removed you just for a second because of that. But we just can't have that on the screen.
All right. Yeah, that's cool. I just, again, it's kind of a complicated thing. I've thought about these things a lot. So, but basically this is the conversation. So I think it's outlined in the Declaration of Independence, right? So if you look at the Declaration of Independence, it talks about it right in there. There's a specific line that talks about prudence, and it says specifically like prudence, like most people will exercise prudence, right? So like if you think about a family, like I was in the military. So I think about a family like in Iraq, living somewhere where they don't have any resources. Somebody comes along, offers them to join the military. They're going to do that, even though they're engaging in some other heinous bullshit. Well, it's the same thing with racism, but this is a structure that's been built over years. So we, like, as a white person, and like I struggle with, you know, white guilt and all these other things. Like this is something that I deal with, whatever. But it's like the institutions of racism are meant, and I don't want to say this like to come off as some weird thing, but it's meant to keep everybody down. Right? Like they use that as a tool to pay us less too, and to take more profit. And then they blame that on the just whoever, you know, on the brown people, right? Basically, I don't want to sound racist. I don't want to say something bad, but like, that's why I think that it's not necessarily that white people embrace white supremacy or embrace all these other things. It's just the nature of man to fall into a habit of prudence, right? When you're presented with the situation of particular difficulty, you're going to take an easy way out. And if the things aren't so bad that they're not directly impacting your life, a lot of people will take that path. And so that's what I'm wondering is like, when you say white people embrace white supremacy, or like before you had a thing saying like, oh, white privilege equals cowardice. Like I can see that point of view from a way, right? Because you look at it and you go, how could you let this happen? But I can see it from another way of like, if you got to feed your kids and you're like picking between, do I object to my employer doing this and risk my job, or do I shut up and keep my job and then feed my kids? Like people are going to exercise prudence just as a matter of practice. And so that.
Oh, you cut out for a second, Jesse. Are you still there? Jesse, it sounds like you lost connection. Are you there? Joe, you keep coming back. Give me 1 second, Jesse. Joe, you keep coming back. And for some reason, you think that I'm not exactly sure what you think you're doing at this moment, but you're wasting your time unless you're going to turn your camera on. I don't care about whatever you're trying to type in the chat. I don't care about your feelings, Joe. Go cry in your diary. If you want to debate, you know the rules. I don't care about you trying to come and type so you can cry something. I don't care about that, Jess. I mean, Joe, like, holy shit, be an adult. Go cry somewhere else. Either come up, turn your camera on, or go cry. I don't care. All right, Jesse, let's talk about this for a second. You said a lot, right? And I think the big thing that I really want to start at is the premise that you said, like, oh, you know, it's used to actually disenfranchise everyone and da-da-da-da-da. That's true. That's literally true. The reason for race and racism was to justify chattel slavery, right? And it goes hand in hand with capitalism, right? Which is upheld by the patriarchy. It's all interconnected.
Well,
you disagree?
Sort of, yeah.
What do you disagree with?
Capitalism. Well, I think the capitalism, socialism, communism discussion gets into another element of it, which I like to get into. I think that there's other social aspects of there, but I definitely agree that capitalism as a method of governance, I'll say that, right? It has to do with capitalism as a method of governance, right? Like, I think I don't want to get too deep into it to distract from the other discussion, but just like there's aspects of capitalism that I have different opinions on that, which we could get into. But,
well, let me make sure that you have an understanding of what I'm saying. Feudalism precedes all of it, right? The patriarchy precedes race and capitalism. And race and capitalism are literally hand in hand, and were used as tools to perpetuate the patriarchy, right? And so understanding how those things are actually interconnected and how they depend on each other is literally the premise of what I'm talking about. So you may like agree or disagree, but if you talk about the way that colonizers came to the Americas, right? Prior to them, indigenous people lived in a communal society that was led by matriarchy, right? They wanted to spread the premise of capitalism and patriarchy. And they did that through religious beliefs, and they connected all of it together. And so why you may say like, oh, it's not, it's literally all connected. The sense of having communal living and the sense of having a matriarchy are literally antithetical to what the patriarchy is in capitalism. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, for sure. Like, and my thoughts, like the patriarchy, I think a lot of that started, like, this is why I think about it. Like when we talk about Western culture and we're like, hey, this is Western culture. Like, what does that mean? I thought about that. And quick Google search, a little bit looking, okay, well, we're talking about Western Rome, right? Like civilizations came up out of Western Rome. And like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Joseph Campbell, but like, he's a philosopher. He's somebody my dad listened to, but like he went around, researched a bunch of religions. I don't know, just some weird side stuff. But like, one of the things he talked about was when they were doing like the Council of Nicaea and like writing up the Bible and doing all that stuff and like editing it back in like 300 BC, when they were first putting it together, that's when they took out a lot of those like divine feminine references, and they made the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and then the Holy Spirit, right? Like a gender neutral. They didn't add in like a divine feminine figure, you know what I mean, to represent all that. And that's when they started implementing a lot of those patriarchal things. So I recognize that. But I just think that that's separate from capitalism for the sole purpose that I think that capitalism itself is more of like, we try to match our systems to match reality, right? So capitalism is a statement of property ownership. So it's just a recognition of like, if you have property ownership, then you're going to be able to capitalize on that property. And that's essentially what capitalism is. So either you have a system where you have property ownership in which capitalism exists to some extent, or you don't. And that's just my view on capitalism.
Yeah, but like the whole premise as well, though, is like prior to that. And I mean, that's not a necessity of life. That's not a function of life. That's not something that is required. Ownership and then hoarding of resources.
It's an outcome of ownership.
Well, like, again, the reason why I love speaking about indigenous people is because of the way that they made the decision to live prior to the actual implementation of capitalism by the colonizers, right? It was literally an instance of ensuring that everyone had what they needed, and then ensuring that they, work together to provide for each other. But then even more so when you talk about the people who came to Turtle Island and started the colonization, like they tried to integrate indigenous people into like the patriarchy and capitalism and all this other stuff. It's so much to the point where before they started trying to steal land and all this other stuff, they tried to buy it from them. And they told them, like, no, thank you. We don't want your money because, like, what good does any of this do?
Well, they didn't have a concept of ownership the same way that we do. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's tied to the concept of property. Like,
right. But what I'm saying
my mom was on a reservation. You know what I mean? And like,
right. But what I'm saying, the concept of ownership
is different. They don't have it. It's the same way.
But what I'm saying, the concept of ownership is something that is driven by capitalism, which is driven by the patriarchy. Right. That's the point that I'm making. Right. Right. So I guess that, like, this is a bigger, deeper level conversation. But the point that I'm trying to get to is, like, when we talk about these things, they all work together. They're all hand in hand. That's like the big point that I'm trying to drive home. Right. But to get back to the original point, Joe, you can keep trying. I'm literally just letting you come in here and you start. As soon as I see you're typing, I kick you out. You're such a fucking weirdo. Joe, you're such a fucking weirdo. Anyway. The point that I want to get to is, like, when talking about like race and racism and why I say white people embrace white supremacy, it sounds like you've listened to me for a while and you know a lot of things. The big premise behind this is the people who aren't actively fighting it, right? That's something that I live by, right? Either we are actively fighting to be anti racist, anti-sexist, anti-whatever, or we're adding to it, because standing neutral is being passive, especially for people that benefit from the privilege of these systems. So if you're a white person that benefit from whiteness, and you're not fighting white supremacy, you're not fighting these disenfranchisements of people. Like the one thing that I've noticed is that where the one thing that I've noticed is that with the actual people that have talked about like what happened on July the 4th, there hasn't been a situation of people just coming out and completely like, oh, this is unacceptable, da 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 da. It's more so been like, oh, did you see what happened? And we don't have white people who are actively being counter to that, right? We don't have enough white people, the people who have the privilege that they gain from whiteness and white supremacy, leading the charge to dismantle whiteness and white supremacy, actively pushing back on these hate groups. And that's the bigger point.
Well, and this is an interesting thing, and that's kind of why I bring this up, right? Because it's one of the interesting things that I would like to believe. Okay, so maybe I'm living in a little bit of my own lie here, but it's one of the things that I would like to believe, which is I think that that's what's happening right now is that we're transitioning from minority support to majority support for a lot of these things. And like my examples of that are like, if you look back, so like the history of like abolition and free rights and some of these things goes all the way back to like, I actually just was listening, like New York Times. I don't know if I'm not trying to plug anything, but The Daily, there's a podcast called The Daily. Anyways, they just did like a 250 anniversary thing on Saturday. They're talking about like the Jamestown versus Plymouth Rock, right? And like, how did we get this legacy of Plymouth Rock, right? And like, there's a whole thing there about the Tale of Two Ships. And like, so when even going back then, there was a discussion about people being more pro chattel slavery versus the Plymouth Rock group, which had abolitionists in it. Yes, they had slave owners. It's true. But there was also some people there that were arguing for the, you know, the more progressive concept of all men actually being all men, right? So like the concept existed all the way back then. And and I have this concept of truth that I think that truth grows, right? Like as we learn and communicate. And so if you look at like the things that they did when they founded America, essentially at the Declaration of Independence, they established these philosophies. Like they pointed out the obvious thing that's obvious to us now, that, you know, the country is only ruled by its people. Cool. So if the king is racist, the people don't have to be racist. The people can overrise and overthrow the king, or whatever type of other bigotry, right? Which is essentially, you know, some of the people fled for whatever religious reasons or whatever. But the point being is that that's grown over time. And now, you know, yes, it's taken us hundreds of years to get to this point. And I agree, a lot of things could have been different, but now we're seeing a trend where we're getting like over 60% of the population is more secular. Over 60% of the population is, you know, believing in science, not a creationist, like all these other things. And I think that that's a part of what's happening right now, is that this is a part of a transition where we're moving away from, or at least that's my hope, we're moving away from some of these things and coming more into a time of reason. And that this stuff with Trump is like a last grab back, right? And that's why they had to use all these underhanded tactics and just go with this insane candidate back in 2016 that nobody thought would ever win. And then they bought all this, well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but it factually happened, right? They bought all the data from Cambridge Analytica. They did all this other shady stuff, right? That happened. And so I'm hoping that we're moving away from that.
We're not.
And that's why I think that there are people that are moving in that direction.
This is the thing, Jesse. We're not moving away from it. And like, I don't think Trump is indicative of like where we've come. I think Donald Trump is indicative of where we've been and
just look at how dumb all these MAGA people are, bro. It's crazy.
I'm sorry?
I said, just look at how dumb all these MAGA people are, though. Like, there's no intelligent people fighting for this now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's an ableist term. We definitely don't want to use that here.
I'm sorry. What did I say?
DUNP.
I apologize if I said.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like speaking to who we are as a country, right? I mean, we as a country lean into anti-intellectualism, right? We lean into the hubris behind American exceptionalism. We lean into the premise that might makes right, and capitalism is the way to go, and we have the military and da 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 da, and all of this speaks to the fact that it's something that has continued to fester from the inception of our country, right? That's why I always like talking about, the fact that the colonizers came here and they killed so many indigenous people that cooled the temperature of the earth. We're on stolen land, like it was built by kidnapped Black people from Africa, right? And it's been a continual perpetuation to disenfranchise anyone who is not white, right? And so digging into
again. It also disenfranchises the white people. This just not as much, right?
Oh,
the system is designed to create an elite class.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's not true.
It's designed to create an elite class, and they're the ones that are really, because like one of the things that I would point out is
stop
like,
for a second. Stop for a second, Jesse.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not saying that that's not true, but what I am saying is you're not disenfranchised because you're white. You may be disenfranchised and you are white, i.e., you're poor. Or i.e., you don't, you're in jail or whatever, but that's not because you're white. The country has made a persistent and consistent effort to ensure that anyone who is not white deal with these issues. And now if you're white and you deal with those issues, you got caught up in it. But if you're not white, there's been a consistent structure put in place to ensure that you have to go through these additional barriers. That's what white privilege is. White privilege is moving through society without the additional barriers that other non-white people face due to race. Right?
Right.
So that's what I'm referring to. But yes, Lyndon, one of my favorite quotes to bring up is from LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson. Yeah. Talking about the having poor white people look down on anyone who is not white. Like, yes, that's absolutely a thing. But the bigger issue is, and not just with just this simile of whiteness, right? But men and every other societal structure that we currently have, the only way that we're going to be able to achieve class solidarity and liberation is through the people who have the benefit and the privilege actively fighting to dismantle these systems. Until you're willing to give up your privilege and fight for everyone to have equity and equality, then you're a part of the problem. No matter if you sit back and say, you know what, I'm not doing this. Yeah, that's fine, but you're not trying to fix it. You're not trying to fight it. And so if you're not trying to fix it or fight it, then you're allowing it. And that's the point.
Well, and I can, like I said, I can kind of see that, right? I can kind of understand that feeling, but, and I agree that everybody needs to work to fix the problem, right? Or should work to fix the problem. But like I said, and I'm not saying that the poor person is necessarily the one, I know what you're saying. I'm not just saying that, if you're broke, it's because you're oppressed or something. What I'm trying to say is just that this is one thing that I've thought about. In my head, it was a mental exercise that I thought about. When the Nazis and all these things, like Hitler and what was that dude's name? And it was Himmler or whatever. And they wrote out all that bullshit that they wrote out. And they came up with all this revisionist history, because those dudes had a whole revisionist history, right? They had pyramids and white mummies and bullshit that didn't exist, right? Did they believe that? No. That motherfucker, excuse my language, the individual that was writing those lies, right, developing those things, doesn't believe that. They know that that's misinformation, right? And so what I'm saying is that I think in order to have class solidarity, one of the things that needs to happen is a recognition that
if they are able to perpetuate it to the point of other people believing it.
Well, because it's a matter of figuring out the cause, right? Because part of the causes of racism and the reason why these structures are kept in place is because there are people in power, right, that use them to maintain power. And so recognizing that that's the structure helps to form class solidarity, right? Because it removes the division between the races, right? When we acknowledge that, again, I agree, white privilege, need to work against it, need to do all these other things. I would say that's also a complex issue. Like there's a little bit of nuance there because you can't go around like white knighting every situation and being like, oh, I'm going to be the savior of everything.
What's white
that
knighting?
leads to hubris. And I don't know, like
What's
coming in and being like, oh, I'm the white guy. I'm going to save the day. Right. I'm the white savior. I'm going to come in with the solution. I'm going to provide the answer, right, without getting input and try to fix the problem. What's that?
Who would you be saving the day from?
Like whatever the situation is, right? Like developing solutions on a government level without getting feedback from a community. You know what I mean? Like gentrification can be a form of white knighting. People come in and they're like, oh, we're going to rebuild this neighborhood. We're going to do all this stuff. Now the value of the neighborhood went up, but they've gentrified it and they pushed people out. So that, like, I don't want to stand up and say what the solution is without proper feedback, right?
Right.
Like I want to talk, I try to talk to.
Like I agree with you in that sense, but I think the point that you're missing is the thing that's not quote unquote white knighting, which needs to be a focus, is addressing white people. It should be like your responsibility as a white man to directly speak to white men and address this within your community and to actively pull other white men towards where you're trying to be. And so when talking about, white knighting or whatever, like there's a huge difference between speaking for and versus speaking over when it comes to marginalized communities. And it's never your responsibility to speak over a marginalized community, but it's always your responsibility to speak up for a marginalized community. And that definitely takes feedback from said marginalized community. That takes elevating the voices of those people from those marginalized community. That takes actually learning and doing the work on your own about the marginalized community. Like all of those things are massive steps, but it is literally your responsibility to seek out and actively talk to white men about this. Like that's not white knighting. That's the responsibility of white men.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do. I talk to people about it, when I can, within reason, right? Like, and that's if you ever need somebody to talk to some. I mean, I guess you don't know my views, right? But like, I do try to talk to people about it, right? Because I think it's important to understand. I just think that it's a nuanced and complicated thing, right? And I found myself when I say that, I found myself in situations where I thought I should step up and say something. Mm-hmm. And then the response that I got wasn't what I expected.
Can you know what I'm saying? Like, of
that? Maybe something's going on. Somebody says something. I step in and they tell me, I don't need your help. No. And it's like, okay, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I inject myself into a situation to try to help out with the situation. And then I'm told that, no help is needed. Okay, no problem. I'm going to step out of it.
Did you get consent prior to?
I mean, again, I that was getting consent, right? Injecting and getting consent in that sort of situation. Like I'm a pretty level-headed guy. It's more of like situations that I've approached in the middle of a conversation. We're having a conversation about something, and then I put my opinion in there. Like if two people are having a conversation about race,
Jesse,
and then I'm like, hey, can I throw my 2 cents in? Yeah.
You can't get consent while actively interjecting yourself. You have to get consent prior to interjecting yourself. I'll share this example. This was me learning. Like this was the first time that I
what would be consent to have a conversation with somebody, right? Because you can't speak to somebody and ask for consent. That technically is engaging in a conversation. Like we can get pyrrhic and split words and get down to like, oh well, like what is the definition? I wasn't being a dick about it if that's what you're asking. Like I do try to approach situations pretty reasonably, right? So to put it in other terms, that's what I'm saying, right? Like I try to conduct myself.
In the situation
like
that you were just
rational
referring
human being.
to, I'm assuming it was like a non-white person engaging with a white person.
Correct. Yeah.
Was there was the non-white person actually actively engaging or going back and forth?
Yeah, like they were having a conversation between each other.
Was it
like, and I'm trying to think of a specific situation, but like
hey,
I
Jesse,
can't think of one off the top of my head. I just remember it happening.
Was it a situation where they were escalating to the point of violence?
No.
Okay, so they were just like, for lack of better words, debating.
Right. Yeah. Just like having conversations and discussions. You know what I mean? And like, so this is not a violence, situation.
In that type of situation, in order to gain consent, like interjecting yourself and say, "Oh, can I speak on it?" No. What you want to do is, I mean, if they allow you to share in the space with that conversation, sure, sit back, listen, learn. And then like defer to the person who is actually engaging and speaking up for their community. If there's ever a case where there's like, oh, there seems to be a threat of violence, or they're like, oh, add your opinion, then that's, a possibility. But like the biggest thing is not knowing someone. So building that bridge and that connection prior to even having to get to the point of consent is super important. Right.
Well, no, it's like more brevity to the situation where like the vibe is more like there's a situation. I see the situation. I'm like, hey, what's up? They're like, nah, don't get involved. Afterwards, we're talking about it. They're like, dude, don't get involved. Like, that's a thing. I'll deal with that. And it's like, cool. And like, that's how I respect that individual's boundaries, an individual that I know that's how they want me to conduct myself. You see what I'm saying? When I'm in their presence or whatever. So like, that's cool. It's somebody that I know, they want to be able to, they don't want me to jump up in those types of situations, So that's all I'm saying is that I've gotten different feedback from different individuals in individual situations. That's why I bring it up. And again, I'm just clarifying what I meant when I'm saying like white knighting. That's how it's presented to me of like, oh, you don't just want to jump up and like, whatever, like, let people ask for help basically. Sometimes, right? But like, again, obviously, like there's other situations where like, I don't want to get too distracted from the conversation, which is because I'm just trying to understand what your point of view is on the white supremacy. Because like, I'm actually trying to like actively get the feedback right now, like honestly, right? Like that's what I'm trying to do. And so what I'm hearing from you is that what I need to do is just make sure that I'm focusing on the conversation and bringing it up when it comes up with other people, I guess other white people, right? In the context of this conversation. Right. And bring up the racism and stuff. But like, again, I just wanted to bring up, like, I don't think that every single time, like, I just feel like it's a broad statement to say white people embrace racism or, that every single instance of like the thing, it's just so hard, man. Like, cause I've experienced white privilege before and I have like white guilt over it or whatever. Right. Like I remember getting pulled over when I was like 15 years old and I got pulled over. It was me and this other dude and he happened to be of color. He was a black dude, the whole situation, whatever. It was probably my fault. I don't want to get into exactly what happened. There was drugs involved. I was the one that had them. But the point is that we got pulled over. Initially, they thought I was Hispanic and that he was black. And so there was like 6 cop cars there. And then like when they finally sat me in the cop car, they're like, oh, you're like a 16-year-old white kid. And then they just like let me go. It was so unusual. And they arrested the other, like it was a very confusing situation. So like I've experienced those things before. And like I don't know what to do about that. So like I get that. But it's like I had 2 of my friends deported right in front of me when I was 16. It was a shock to me. I didn't even know their immigration status or anything. You know what I mean? They were like really good friends of mine. I went to high school with them and stuff. And like, we just like went out on a Saturday morning for a hike, so to speak. And like, So I don't know what to make of all that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know what to do with all that. And, life is a struggle. And so that's what I'm getting back to is it's just that I don't feel like every instance of somebody, like it's difficult to carry that. right? And I know that that's not like as hard as anybody else's struggle, but I'm just wondering, like, are you saying that like I'm a coward because like at every instance I'm not jumping up and doing this, or like what is it that you would expect for me to be like a reasonable attempt?
You done?
Yeah, sorry for the ramble, but that's what I'm really wondering. You know what I mean? What would be reasonable for you, man? I respect your point of view.
You talk too much. I'm just being frank. This entire time I've been trying to actually have a dialogue with you, and I've been trying to actually give you the information that you're looking for. But you've spoken more than you've listened, right? And even I sat here and I purposefully didn't interrupt. I just wanted to see how long you would speak until you actually gave me the microphone back. And if you want to actually, deal with these things that we're talking about, then it starts with actually listening, specifically listening to the people that you're saying that you want to advocate for, that you want to, learn from, and all this other stuff. Like, you have to stop talking so much. I mean, like, that's the first thing, right? The next thing is like you dumping quote unquote white guilt on Black people. You saying like, as a Black person, and I'm just being frank. One, I don't care about your white guilt. Two, that's not my burden to carry, because like I have other things that I have to deal with. Now, if you want to talk to me about the patriarchy, and if you want to talk to me about the things that men are doing to actively be harmful towards women and how we need to fix this and things that you've had there, I'm all for it, because we're both men. We both identify as men, and we both have to work together to actively dismantle the patriarchy. But when it comes to like you being a white man and, like the issues as a white man, right? Something that I was trying to say, like, before we even went, like, where you are right now, I was trying to finish the point as far as like when you are interjecting and then getting consent and all this other stuff, right? One analogy that I wanted to give is not an analogy, it's a story. The point that I learned, like how important consent is, and just because we may perceive something to be one way does not mean that it's actually that way. It was one time I was in the gym, right? And I'm 6'3" and a half, and at this time I may have been but like 265, like really working out every day, having living my best life. And I am lifting, and I finish a lift, and I see this woman, and she's about maybe 5 foot, like 95 pounds, right? Tiny. And she's finishing her workout, and she's trying to take her weight off and then re-rack it. And she's grabbing like these 25s, and they're super heavy for her, right? And she's trying to take the 25s off the bar and then place it on the rack. And in my mind, I'm thinking, you know what? Let me help her. I'm just going to grab these weights, like 25s. That's nothing to me. I'm going to grab those 25s, and I'm just going to put them back up. And I'm trying to get the 25s from her, and she starts to pull away. And I have my headphones in, and I can't hear it. I'm like, what? And I was like, hey, I'm going to help you. Don't worry about it. I'll put it up. And she's like pulling away, shaking her head. And so I take my headphones out, and she was like, no, I want to do it. I can do it. I want to do it. And I was like, damn. I thought that I was actually doing something nice and helping her put up these 25-pound weights that she looked like she was struggling with. And I was just trying to be courteous. But what I was doing was actually stripping her of her independence and her ability to actually do something that she wanted to accomplish, right? And so the thing that I learned in that moment was that trying to actually interject ourselves when it's not needed is more harmful than standing back and allowing the people who are dealing with the thing to deal with the thing. If there's a person within the marginalized community that needs your help, and if you want to be an accomplice, then it's our responsibility to be available, to use our privilege to protect them, but more than anything, elevate their voices. And then we have to lean on those people within marginalized communities to tell us when they need us, not to assume that, you know, they need us, but to wait until they say, hey, we need you. Or if it comes to a point of like them being harmed, then we have to use our privilege to protect us. One thing that I used to do all the time, I have so many friends that's a part of the trans community and I love them so much. And people are actively attacking them, right? And so when people would come in and just like bash them and attack them, I would just like flip my shit. Like literally I would crash out. And then I had a member of my community that's a member of the trans community once say, hey, you have to remember, even when you give us your privilege when we're with you, when you leave, your privilege leaves with you. So you being so bold and brazen and speaking loud, it may be good in the moment, but it puts us in jeopardy when you're not here. So you have to keep in mind, just because you're actually defending or standing up for marginalized communities in the moment, you have to be mindful of what your quote unquote advocacy does to those people that's a part of that community when you're not there. So it's a balance, and you have to have an understanding that with this balance, it always starts with deferring to the people within the marginalized community. The floor is yours. You kind of froze on me. Oh, you froze. Jesse, I think he was moving around and his internet froze, guys. Sorry. Let's give him a second. While we do that, Debbie's in the chat for Debbie's in chat for Aiden. Aiden sent a $10 donation saying, love the work you do, Santana. Love the education you spread, along with getting people back into books like myself. That's not me. I do want to go on record just for a moment and to tell you guys, because a lot of people have been saying this, that's not me. I am not responsible for quote unquote getting people back into books. I'm not responsible for like getting people excited about reading or anything. That is, where's my camera? Is this my camera? Look at me. That is not me. Ari for Education. Ari for Education. Follow her, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Ari, the number 4, Education. She is literally, I listened to this nerd talk about books so much that I was like, all right, I guess I need to pick up a book. And then Ari has helped shape the direction that I've been going in with, you know, like rediscovering reading and everything that I've been engaging in. And Ari is the person that everyone should be thanking. If you enjoy me talking about any of these books that I actually have been talking about, you guys should be going to Ari and saying thank you to Ari, not to me. It's literally not me, it's Ari. Also, she has a Discord. She has a reading Discord. She has a book club. All you have to do is be 21 years of age or older and no Nazis. That no Nazis part is super important. 21 years of age or older and no Nazis. But like I'm like super happy to see how people have like really leaned into the like it's been wild seeing how many people have gravitated to like the different things that I'm reading. But Ari for Education, it's in the Discord. Go to her link in the her link tree. It's in the Discord. You just got to be 21 years of age or older and no Nazis. Also, if you're someone that enjoys her book club, or you know you got a couple extra dollars or whatever, hit Ari's pay links, because Ari uses her own money to do monthly giveaways of the book that they're reading. Right? She literally comes out of her pocket to provide someone in the Discord either a physical copy, an audio copy, whatever copy that works for them best for them to read with. And she's coming out of her pocket. So if you guys enjoy book club, if you guys enjoy learning and all this other stuff, join her Discord, but then also send her a couple of dollars to her pay links and help support the Discord. I mean, help support the book club. But W's in the chat, thank you so much for that 10. You said, I've been listening to 1619 Project, and we'll be listening listen to Before We Were Trans afterwards. It seems important for someone looking to be a trans woman. Thanks. Exactly. I'm telling you, there's so much shit that I've realized that I don't know. And that's like, shout out to Peach. Peach said, admitting that you don't know gives you the opportunity to learn. And it makes me excited to know that I don't know a lot of shit and I can learn. So W's in the chat for that dono. W's in the chat for Sanity for the $1.99 donation. Yeah, awareness, absolutely awareness. Oh, hey, get it to one of the mods, Sanity, and let me know for sure. W's in the chat for Lisa for the Mark 145152. I'll look that up for sure. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you like to support the live, do all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Mods, I am dropping, I had to create a new link. I don't know if you guys saw what was happening, but Joe was being a complete fucking weirdo, right? A complete fucking weirdo. A complete fucking weirdo as far as he kept requesting up while we're trying to have that debate. So I just changed the link in the middle of the debate. And so now I have repinned the new link. So mods, that's the new link for people to join. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you would like to join and debate, you can actually click the link and it'll get you over here. Now, FYI, like I told Joe, if you're coming up here to debate, you do not have to keep your camera on the entire time. That's not necessary. But in order to get up here and start the debate, you have to have your camera on for the introduction. You have to have your camera on for the introduction. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Miss Alicia, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Okay. Drop you down. Debbie's in chat for Marie for the $1 donation. How the fuck did you read that in 24 hours, Marie? Ain't no fucking way. Stop it. That's crazy. And you're working on 1619 Project. So I just finished this morning. Women have better sex under socialism. And that book was so fascinating. It was so very fascinating. I left that book with a lot of questions, and I've literally been reaching out to people saying like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about this? And it's been super interesting getting like feedback from people because more than just answer, I feel like 1619 Project and then the Rediscovery of America provided me so much information. But then Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism, while providing me so much information, it literally got me questioning things. And that's the shift. The Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism has me like, well, how do we do this? Or how can we do this? Or it's so interesting. So interesting. Debbie's in chat for Tess for the $10 donations and loving that Ari is now live streaming on YouTube as well. About damn time. Thanks for introducing me to the community, to them. Go nerds. Yeah, Debbie's in the chat for Shiggity. For shiggity. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Guys, we over on TikTok, we've been working on that Let Them Cook for a long time. Can we knock the Let Them Cook out, please? That's been sitting there for a while. We only need 20 more. Can we please knock out the Let Them Cooks? Also, can we get the likes up to 400,000 likes? Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background? Mafia Babe, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
I'm sorry, Santana. I didn't know I requested up. You have a great day, hon.
You as well. Thank you. Oh, guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. Please hit that follow button. We got 72 new followers on the stream so far. So please hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you guys know when we go live. We go live all the time. Also, I see a couple of gray badges on TikTok. Send your daily heart me. Please. Send your daily heart me. Over on YouTube, guys, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people watching the live. As we wait to see if anyone, and I'll reiterate, the United States has become a global joke. We're the laughing stock of the world. And we're the laughing stock of the world for a lot of different things. Number one, capitalism. For some reason, we think that capitalism is like something that works and it doesn't. Socialism is clearly better. And that's something that we should all be embracing, striving, and marching towards. Number two, Democrats and Republicans, the establishment, they are shaking in their boots when it comes to democratic socialists. Period. They are terrified of democratic socialists because people on the left and right are actually gravitating to democratic socialists. It's super interesting. Number three, white people. And we didn't get to finish this actual point with the last debate, but it's the reality. White people, you guys embrace white supremacy. And there's so much to that, we have to talk about it. Number four, global military. The United States military needs to reduce its global presence and cut the United States military budget. Like we got to unpack this military industrial complex that continues to perpetuate harm on a worldwide sense, and it continues to actually ensure that we're marching towards destruction. And so we need to reduce the United States military. And last but not least, Christians. You guys have been literally proving the point that Christians weaponize Christianity. You guys have absolutely proven how Christians weaponize Christianity. So if you disagree with any of those things on the background, get in the box. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Terry. Are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background? Hi, Terry. Are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background? Nope, Terry. Danny, I'm sending you a request. I see you still here watching, right? I saw you in the request earlier. You seem to be a little perturbed about what I said. Come talk to me about it, Bobo. Come talk to me about it, Danny. You seemed a little perturbed. You're not going to do it?
How's it going, man?
Hey, Danny, how are you?
I'm good. I was in Parker's stream yesterday. I did like the Fragile thing.
No doubt.
I'm a huge Christmas story fan, so shout out to that.
Yeah. I saw you in the request earlier, and I saw like your face in the comment section just now. Is there something on the background that you disagree with? Actually, give me a second here. Let me fix my mic. Yeah, I'm just going to mute you for a moment. Give me a second, guys. All right. We should be good now. We should be good. All right, sent your request to come off mute. All right. So the question I have is, what do you disagree with?
So I think we agree on a certain amount of stuff. I'm a libertarian, first and foremost. I used to be a Trump supporter back in like 2016. I've kind of grew away from it. Like I said, I'm a libertarian now. I'm more aligned with like Ron Paul's policies and such. And what do you mean? No, you're not. Okay. Anyways,
don't worry about the chat. Lock in.
I know. But I'm more aligned with Ron Paul's policies, and I'm more of like a Massey supporter and such. So, sorry, were you saying something?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what you disagree with.
So I'm more against, the socialism aspect of it. How I've grown up is, I see socialism as a free handout, and in my worldview and my point of view, yes, I just don't see socialism as fair, it's just something I disagree with. So. Okay. All right.
Do you agree with capitalism? I mean, do you think capitalism is optimal?
Sorry, you cut out a little bit. What'd you say?
Do you see capitalism as being optimal?
By optimal, what do you mean? Just like the best,
Yeah, I mean, do you think capitalism is working for the whole of America, and that's how we should actually move forward?
I see capitalism as, I guess the way I see it is, that's a good question, but I'm sorry, I just don't know how to articulate it, I guess,
Well, so the reason why I like to always start with that premise, I mean, so the actual point, even though it's shortened, there's many layers to it. There's layers in the sense of capitalism. There's layers in the sense of governments that participate in like social safety nets, and people think that's socialist governments, but they're not. There's another layer of like what the form of socialism is and how it runs parallel to communism. And then there's a layer of like the point that I'm trying to get across, which is there's one or two things that are going to happen. Either we're going to start shifting left, or there's going to be revolution. And with revolution, that comes with heads in baskets, people painting the wall, and teeth to curb. Teeth to curb. So I'm trying to help people understand that, like, either you guys, you ever seen State Property?
State Property?
Yeah.
Can you expand on that?
It's a movie. It's a movie. If you get a moment, check it out.
Sorry, I thought it was something else. No, I have not.
Okay, if you get a moment, go watch State Property. But there's this great line where Benny Siegel says, either get down or lay down, right? And when I talk about like how socialism and communism is better, right? It's literally one of the situations where I'm trying to let people know, like, hey, either get down or lay down. All right. So first and foremost, let's dig into capitalism. Do you think that capitalism is working for Americans? Like, what are your thoughts on how society runs today?
Like for society in whole, not like the social justice aspect of it. Are you talking about that?
No, just the premise that capitalism actually how it works for everyday Americans.
I think it works fine, in every sort of, I guess, capitalistic society or whatever, there's always going to be problems, but that's how the free market works, and I just see capitalism as a way, where free markets make free people, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, that's super far from the truth. All right.
And to the chat, I know I say a lot. It's one of my things.
Chat, stop. Also, please don't like engage with me. Don't worry about the chat.
I know.
They tend to bully. They bully me. Like the chat will literally bully me. Stay up here with me. If capitalism works, why is it that you believe that we live in the? Can we agree that we live in the wealthiest country on earth?
Like,
yes, I said
now.
bully. Yes, you guys bully me. Yes.
Right now, I'd say no. 'Cause I agree with the fact that the U.S. is a joke right now. So
who's the wealthiest country on earth?
Are you talking about like right now? I guess.
Yeah.
We are. So.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So we live in the wealthiest country on earth. We also have the largest GDP, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're the wealthiest country on earth and we have the largest GDP, why is it that we have massive wealth discrepancies between the top and the bottom?
Are you talking about like the
ultra wealthy versus people within poverty?
Sorry, repeat that again. Sorry, I just talked.
The ultra wealthy versus people who are at or below the poverty line.
I just see that as, again, the free market in action.
Okay. I agree. Right? Capitalism was not created for people to actually be able to progress. Capitalism is literally something that relies on the exploitation of the labor force and hoarding of resources. Capitalism is actually working, but capitalism, while working, doesn't benefit everyday Americans. Capitalism as working does not benefit the proletariat, right? It only, it's a self-consuming entity. And it continues to actually grow and consume and demand, right? Mm-hmm. And so since there is always a need to grow and consume and demand, then it's always going to rely on taking from other people, right? That's why within a capitalistic society, you have to have hierarchies and you have to have separation between the haves and have-nots. The greatest example that I love to give is Elon Musk. And I always talk about like we live in a country that created the first ever trillionaire, but at the same time, we have unhoused vets walking around the streets with shoes off.
And that sucks. And I will say that is, it's not fair, especially to folks who serve the country. So I will say that.
Yeah. But like, again, the point that I was getting ready to go to is how did Elon Musk become a trillionaire?
The free market.
No, I mean, like specifically, there was something that specifically happened that was that triggered his ability to actually become a trillionaire.
Was it something with the stocks or something with Tesla? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, he did that with some like funny business, the way that he rolled like companies under SpaceX and all of that. But the point that I'm trying to get to is it was the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill, right? The passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill gave additional tax cuts and incentives that increase and increase in not projectile, shot him. I'm just gonna say shot him into the point of being we know about apartheid, yes, but that elevated him into being a trillionaire, right? And that comes from like all of the tax cuts and incentives that he received from the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, while he became a trillionaire, what happened to everyday Americans due to the One Big Beautiful Bill?
What happened?
Propel. That's what it is. Propel. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Repeat that question again. I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen to you while I also work. What was the trade-off for Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire? What was the inverse that happened to everyday Americans? I'm not sure.
17 million Americans lost access to their health care. Right? That was the trade-off. With these tax cuts and tax incentives, there had to be cuts to social safety nets and things that are currently in place to benefit the whole of Americans. And so in order to give the ultra wealthy the ability to accumulate more wealth, we had to take away from the people who are already the have-nots, right? So 17 million people immediately lost access to healthcare. People who still have healthcare across the country, premiums went up across the board. Everyone's healthcare premiums went up, right? And then outside of that, people who are in rural areas are being affected even more, because not only did 17 million people lose access to healthcare, but now by the end of 2026, 466 rural hospitals are on track to shut down. With those 466 rural hospitals, they actually service 6.6 million Americans that live in rural areas, and they employ 275,000 people, right? So in order for Elon to continue to win capitalism, because let's not kid around, Elon Musk is the winner within capitalism. This guy, true capitalism, you're a fucking donut. Come up here and debate me. You're saying zero logic. I just muted you. Fuck you in my comment section. Get up here. I've literally muted you. Stop thumb thugging and get up here.
I'll mute.
Yeah, give me a second, Danny. True capitalism. What have I said that has zero logic?
Well, you said it was a bill that made Elon Musk a billionaire or trillionaire, while other entrepreneurs also had access.
That's not what I said.
Tax cuts and
that's not what I said. Why are you still talking when I'm telling you that's not what I said? Why would you keep going if I'm stopping you and saying that's not what I said?
Okay, correct me.
Yes, I said the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill helped propel Elon Musk to becoming a trillionaire. That didn't make him a trillionaire. That gave him the adequate means to become a trillionaire. And if you take a look at prior to the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill, Elon Musk was still on track to become a trillionaire, but it was supposed to be years away. But then after the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill and the incentives and tax cuts that he got, along with being able to roll multiple companies under the rollout of the IPO of SpaceX, that helped him become the first ever trillionaire. So that's not what I said. Anyway, continue.
I don't agree with the government subsidizing entrepreneurs, but tax I didn't say anything about people agreeing or disagreeing. So that still doesn't explain to what you were saying. You said I had zero logic. So I'm trying to understand where the zero logic came from. Because other entrepreneurs also got subsidies from the government, much more than Elon, and they didn't become trillionaires. So yeah, the main reason for him to become was because he's a good manager. No, he actually employed lots of people and creates lots of products that clients buy in the markets. The only reason why he has success is because people buy his products.
He literally doesn't. You're just saying shit now. He literally doesn't. One, I never said that it was only Elon Musk. I said the example that I like to use is Elon Musk. The point that I've made over and over and over is that no matter if you're someone that's a Republican or a Democrat, the One Big Beautiful Bill benefited millionaires and billionaires across the board. That is not exclusive, and that's not just Elon. Bill Gates got the same type of tax cuts that Elon Musk got. So I'm not saying that it's only Elon Musk. Now, when you said that Elon Musk is a quote unquote a good manager, he's not a good manager. He is absolutely, I will never take this one thing away from Elon Musk because he's not a genius. He's not a fucking genius. But Elon Musk is quite literally the best businessman in the history of the world. He absolutely is a business genius. But as far as just being a genius, people think that he's just this ultra intelligent person. He's not. But the ability for him to properly time acquisitions, to properly manipulate situations to ensure that he continues to enrich himself, there's no one on par with the way that Elon Musk has been able to capitalize in business aspects. How did Elon Musk first get his wealth?
Well, first from his father, then because he created PayPal.
Where did his father get his wealth from?
I don't know, probably something in South Africa related to...
Oh, what happened in South Africa?
Yeah, okay. I know your historical reasons behind what you're saying. But
yeah, but what did L. Ron do in South Africa?
Probably exploited people.
The household. What do you know what it is? Come on now. Now you're beating around the bush. I feel like you do.
I don't actually know.
Oh, okay.
No,
yeah, he was a part of apartheid South Africa, and he made his wealth with emerald mines.
Okay.
Yeah. So Elon Musk was given not only the benefit of being a white South African during apartheid, but the benefits of like becoming wealthy due to emerald mine. Now, once he came to the U.S., in which, you know, he started his first business while not being here legally, I digress. How did he start his first business?
You mean his father?
What do you mean his father?
You're asking about his father or himself?
No, I'm talking about Elon now. How did Elon start his first business?
With that, probably with part of that money and because of the education he received.
Yep, L. Ron gave him the startup money for his first business, and then he sold his first business to buy into PayPal, and then PayPal Mafia ended up cashing out, and then that's when he bought Tesla, and he's continued to acquire companies since that point, right? I want to make sure I go on record and say, I'm sorry?
In that time when Elon Musk built PayPal and with his father,
build it.
Okay, he helped building it.
Help is kind of generous, but I'm not going to take that away from you. Go ahead.
There were lots of other businessmen and entrepreneurs which had even more money from their parents, and that didn't make them trillionaires.
Okay.
So
what does that have to do with anything?
Because it's not the reason because he had his parents' help that he became a trillionaire. It's because
would he be a trillionaire without L. Ron's help?
No, but
okay.
It's not.
So what you're saying is a moot
one
point.
factor reason for justifying him being a trillionaire.
No, I never said that was the one reason. Like you keep pretending as if I've said this is the one thing that made him a trillionaire. If there's one thing that made him a trillionaire. If there's one thing, that made him a trillionaire, it's capitalism. But I've never said that. Like I've told you that these factors that led to him becoming a trillionaire, and the point that I've been trying to get across is the exploitation that's required for someone to become a trillionaire, and how other people are exploited. So I need you to hear me when I say this. I've never said that there's one specific. I've never said there's one specific thing that made Elon Musk a trillionaire, unless you want to talk about capitalism. But again, the one thing that I give him credit for is being an absolute business genius. Like if you want to say that, sure. But it's also on the backs of exploitation through capitalism.
Sure, I can agree because of his history. But like you can have someone that started from zero, build wealth, and then got a son, helped his son become like a billionaire, and you don't actually
wait. Who started from zero and then built wealth? Are you talking about L. Ron?
Well, like the CEO of NVIDIA, for example.
No. Were you talking about L. Ron? You said because they gave his son.
I'm saying in abstract, like you can have someone that came from zero, then had some millions or billions, and then helped his son become a trillionaire in the future. Like you don't.
Okay, but why are you talking about hypothetical situations when we have a real world tangible thing that we can talk about right now?
Because we also have real world situations where billionaires became billionaires starting from zero, and they didn't have exploitation money from slavery.
Exploitation is not just money, and there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. In order to amass that type of wealth, there has to be exploitation at some point, whether it's exploitation of people, exploitation of resources, exploitation of something that allows you to be able to acquire that amount of wealth. There's no way that you can become a billionaire without some form of exploitation. That's just not possible.
I disagree. You can have free trade, and when you're trading with
give me one ethical billionaire, then one person that became a billionaire without any form of exploitation.
The CEO of NVIDIA.
Got it. The CEO of NVIDIA. So you think that there was no exploitation when it came to them becoming as wealthy as they are?
Like, if you're going to go back to all the history of America and where his capital came from, and that capital came from this, and that came from that, and that came from slavery in the beginning. Like, everything can be linked to slavery because of the history of the world. Like, no one's
going back to like slavery and all this other. I'm talking about his direct, like, what are you saying? In order for him to become an actual billionaire, there was never any exploitation that he had to engage in?
Sorry, I couldn't speak. I think no. I think from his part, no, because he agreed voluntarily with other people to exchange capital for workforce. And he also gave lots of shares to his workers. Many of them became millionaires. Sure. So I think he's a super ethical person.
Okay, and I'm gonna run through a couple of things with you really quick. True capitalism. In order to make NVIDIA chips, there is a complex mix of dozens of minerals and metals sourced from around the world. There's silicon, there's gallium, there's trace dropping minerals, there's copper, there's gold, there's silver, there's aluminum, there's cobalt, there's tungsten, there's I don't know how to say this, but question for you. In order to gain access to these rare earth minerals, in order to produce these NVIDIA chips that actually enriched NVIDIA and the CEO, were people exploited to mine these resources, literally enslaved to mine these resources, and died to mine these resources, where getting these resources and selling them were disproportionate to the amount of wealth that the NVIDIA CEO could actually acquire versus the people that were literally getting the resources for him?
I can agree with some of the resources you mentioned, and I think all of them come from slavery. They come from companies in poor countries where you have no competition for workers, and therefore the paying of their wages is very low. But probably in some countries there's exploitation and right. Slavery. Yeah, I agree.
The point that I'm making though with this is that again, you can say that like, oh, the CEO of NVIDIA is a good person. He did right by his employees, or he did this or that. I'm not saying that like he hasn't actively tried to help people or anything like that. But I'm saying in order to acquire that obscene amount of wealth, there is exploitation somewhere. And it's just understanding who is being exploited in order for them to win capitalism. Capitalism requires the exploitation of the labor force and of resources.
No, I blame that exploitation on the governments of the countries who exploit them, because the governments are the ones oppressing the people and allowing for it to happen. Like, you could have still billionaires, probably not so soon, or trillionaires so soon in the future, and have non-slavery in those countries.
Yeah, now you're talking about the future and potentiality and all that, which I hear you. I can't argue with the future because I don't know the future, but what I can argue with is what we're dealing with today. So understanding that your example with the NVIDIA CEO doesn't hold water because there was exploitation when it comes to the materials for the chip. Can you name me one ethical billionaire, meaning someone who became a billionaire without any form of exploitation in any way, shape, or form?
I probably you will always get some type of material that exploits people, but what I mean is,
why would I get that?
I don't think that's part of capitalism. That's
why would I get that?
Governments. Okay. What I mean is, I think that
no. Why will I always get that?
That have a monopoly on violence.
Hey, true capitalism. Can you hear me? It sounds like you're just talking as if you don't hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing. Sorry.
Why will I always be able to point to there being some type of exploitation? Why?
Oh, because there's governments oppressing their people all around the world, and entrepreneurs take advantage of that.
No, but it's because capitalism requires exploitation. It literally requires exploitation.
If it would require, then all companies everywhere in capitalism would be exploiting. Like, and that's not true.
They literally are.
I don't see those governments that exploit their
It's
people
not about
as
the governments. It's not about the governments.
Because they're
It's
the
not.
ones with the monopoly on
It's not.
force in their people.
It's literally not about the governments. It's not about the
Okay.
governments. It's about the actual capitalistic society that allows exploitation, that requires exploitation. If
Like, don't you
governments,
think
if governmental societies, I mean, if governments didn't allow the exploitation, then you wouldn't be able to have capitalism. You cannot have capitalism without exploitation.
You have, for example, food coming from Europe where there's no slavery, and you eat it in America, and that's a good that is coming from non-exploitation and free trade and capitalism. And
Give me a specific example. You're talking generically. Like, give me a specific example.
You get cow from Europe to America. You eat organic cow from Europe.
What cow? What are you talking about? Organic cow? Be specific. You're speaking in general. Like, I don't do well with like general stuff. I need to specifically be able to look at it.
That don't involve slavery that you still get from free trade and capitalism, and people profit
Be
from it without
specific.
slavery.
Be specific. Tell me. Okay, I'm talking about this farm. Yeah, you're saying cows. That's not specific. You're saying cows from this actual farm and blah 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 blah. Be specific.
Well, I have a friend, if you want, that sells olive oil, and he sends it to America to sell. So
cool story. I got a friend that makes Iron Man suits, and he sells them to Russia.
Yeah, sure. And
exactly,
if it doesn't involve
what's the difference? What's the difference between you and you? What's the difference between your story with your friend with olive oil versus my story with my friend with the Iron Man suits?
Because probably your Iron Man suits can come from China.
Yeah, well, your friend's olive oil comes from Tokyo.
No, it comes from his olives because he produces it.
Well, no, my friend's Iron Man suits comes from him because he's Tony Stark.
Okay, I'll just not talk.
You do not understand what I'm saying? Like you giving me something anecdotal that we can't prove, that's not tangible. It's the same thing. I'm literally doing the same thing that you're doing right now. I know that you think for some reason that your actual your anecdotal experience and the story that we're just supposed to trust you can hold up in the debate, but it doesn't, because there's nothing that differentiates you talking about your friend that makes olive oil versus me and my friend that makes Iron Man suits.
I said there's many products you can probably look into very easily that
then name it.
Slavery and
then name it. If there's many products, then be specific and name one.
I just named you one.
No, you didn't. You said
I know by myself that
you
produces
said cows.
without slavery.
You literally said cows. I'm saying name the farm.
Quinta da Terra.
What is it called? Oh, not him running. Not him running when he was pressed. And if anyone is wondering who my friend actually is that makes those Iron Man suits, I'm Iron Man. W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation. Holy smokes. Being a speed reader is absolutely something, but I'm telling you, like, Marie, that 1619 project is going to be something else. W's in the chat for Marie. Thank you so much for the $1 donation. W's in the chat for Rebel. Thank you so much for the 2 Rebel sent rainbows and stars. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Susan for the $5 donation. Susan, the book is called The Rediscovery of America. Excuse me. Let me make sure I get the full title for you. 1 second here. The book is called, The Rediscovery of America, Native People and the Unmasking of U.S. History. W's in chat for Susan. Thank you for the 5. That's what it's called. No, all good, Susan. You are more than good. W's in the chat for Brookie for the $5 donation. Brookie sent a $5 donation and said, "You're genuinely such a good person." I'm okay. I don't know about good. I'm okay. But I appreciate you so much, Brookie. W's in the chat for Brookie. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. W's in the chat as well for I'm blessed for the $7.77 YouTube super chat to say, "Hey Santana, my donation for the donut fund while you eat these foods." I know that's right. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Dragon for the $1.99 super chat. Yeah, no, listen, I have the clip and we will be playing that later, Dragon. We will be playing that. W's in the chat for Dragon. Over on Twitch, you guys have been snapping like Thanos snapping over on Twitch. Let me catch up here. W's in the chat for Gratified for the 30 I think 30 cheer bits. W's in the chat for Mander for the 1 cheer bits. Oh, I already said that. Throwing tomatoes. Stop it. W's in the chat for 1 mighty pen for the 1 cheer bits. I didn't do anything in RE Live. You guys are making stuff up. W's in the chat for Atlanta for the 500 cheer bits who sent tomatoes. You guys suck. W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bits. I love you guys way more. You guys know that. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 9 cheer bits. You didn't wait. Hold on. Accidentally slept. Oh, no, it's all good. Cool Cat. We're here. We're here. W's in the chat for 1 mighty pen for the 1 cheer bit. Yeah, they're so fragile this morning. I don't know why. W's in the chat for Atlanta for the 1 gifted sub. W's in the chat for 1 mighty pin for 2 gifted subs. And guys, it looks like we're on the hype train. We're on the hype train. W's in the chat for Twitch, guys. Fucking W's in the chat for Twitch. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. W's in the chat again for Susan for the 1. Susan, you're more than welcome. You're awesome. Thank you. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 500,000 likes. Also, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. And we're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please turn on notifications. Hit that follow button. Let's get to 200,000 followers together. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. All right, Danny. So you and I were in the midst of talking about capitalism, and then, you know, that happened and he ran. It's something you want to add, pick up on? What do we want to do?
One thing I will say is exploitation. It's terrible, like 100% terrible. And again, capitalism isn't perfect, but again, what I see is free markets make free people. Again, why I support the individual, why I support capitalism. Again,
wait, like how does free markets make free people?
What? Say it again. Sorry.
How do free markets make free people? How do you quantify that?
Because it maximizes personal freedom.
How? Because I would actually I doth protest that capitalism doesn't make free people. It makes slave out of everyone that's not part of the bourgeoisie.
You said it makes slaves out of people?
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious on that. I guess that opinion.
Most of Americans, I think it's like between 60-70% of Americans are unable to sustain a $500 emergency. The actual amount of people, Donald Trump likes to tout the fact that there are more people working today than ever before. And also he likes to tout the fact that people are making more money today than ever before. Right. And while touting all of those things, literally, people are it's the greatest wealth gap that we've ever seen in the history of our country. The poverty level continues to increase, and people have less. That was in chat for Vintage Panda. Thank you so much for the jellyfish. People have less disposable income than other points. People are literally making more money today than their parents ever did. and are unable to live even close to what their parents were able to do. So the fact that we live in this capitalistic society has forced us to live from paycheck to paycheck, to continue to be able to live to work instead of work to live, right? Mm-hmm. And so we're in this place where people can't step away and stop to worry about self-health. They can't worry about other people. They can't worry about enjoying life. They have to keep clocking in order to keep making money, in order to be able to survive.
You said something earlier about, I think, correct me if I'm wrong here. You said something about back in, the early days when people's parents, could afford a house and, have affordable living or something like that. Now people are living paycheck to paycheck. What I would blame for that is the folks in charge,
Who specifically?
Both sides. Left and you're shaking your head no. Why?
There's an actual person. There's a line of demarcation within America that we can directly point to.
And which is?
The devil.
Like the actual devil?
Yeah, I would actually claim that he is the actual devil.
Who?
You don't know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan. I don't really like
Ronald Wilson Reagan.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of him either. So.
That's fine. Ronald Wilson Reagan. Hey, how many letters does Ronald have in it?
How many letters?
Mm-hmm.
6.
How many letters does Wilson have in it?
That's funny. Okay, that's all 6.
And how many does Reagan have in it?
6.
What's the mark of the beast?
I know what you're getting at.
What's the mark of the beast?
Oh, I know. It's 666.
Oh, yeah. Ronald Reagan's the devil. But the inflection point is Ronald Reagan with trickle-down economics. Prior to trickle-down economics, there was the federal minimum wage and the cost of living ran parallel, right? Meaning as the cost of living increased for everyday Americans, the federal minimum wage increased. So prior to the implementation of trickle-down economics, you could see like a man who had a wife and 2.5 kids and a white picket fence and a golden retriever and a 2-level house and had like the latest stove and all this other shit, right? And he was a milkman. And not only him being a milkman and having all this stuff on, a milkman pay, he also had a fucking like a whole family across town that he used to slide off to. And so he used to like have 2 families being a milkman. That's what happened prior to trickle-down economics. But then after the implementation of trickle-down economics and the premise that the ultra wealthy, giving them tax cuts, incentives, and letting them to disperse the wealth, and then they would, allow that to benefit other people, right? The federal minimum wage has only increased once, while the cost of living has continued to skyrocket. So the inflection point within United States history was the acceptance of Reaganomics. And then there's been a multitude of things afterwards that has propelled us into the place and situation that we're in now. But it was the inflection point of Reaganomics.
Gotcha. Again, there's a lot of stuff that I don't support about Reagan. So,
yeah, Reagan put booger sugar into the black community.
Well, yeah, and he basically started the war on drugs, which has caused a lot of deaths and such.
After putting booger sugar in the black community, like literally, not even joking. Ronald Reagan solicited the FBI to drop off dope into the black communities.
Well,
did you know that?
I don't. I'm not surprised because, again, I'm not a huge fan of the government, And
also, did you know prior to Ronald Reagan that most higher institutions were either free or very low cost?
Say that again. Sorry.
Did you know prior to Ronald Reagan that most institutions were either free or low cost? Higher education was free or low cost?
No, I did not.
Yep. But then
someone said someone said it all started with Nixon, which I would agree with.
No, that's not true.
I'm
you're talking about specifically the war on drugs. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But do you know why Reagan made the shift away from like higher education being free or low cost?
No. Why?
Niggas, black people, racism, literally racism. Black people start to attain higher education and degrees at a high clip, which started to generate a closing in like generational wealth gaps. And they were able to do so due to access to free higher education. And so in order to stop black people from being able to attain higher education, they started putting pricing on higher education to price black people out. And, white people caught strays on the back end.
Interesting.
Yeah. But that's the inflection point. Like Reagan did a lot. Have you ever seen the Reagan map?
No, I've not. Is that another movie or something?
No, I mean like the actual electoral college map from Ronald Reagan.
Oh, like in '84 when like Mondale only had he only won Minnesota or something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to show it anyway because I love showing this. Just in case anyone hasn't seen this, this is when the inflection point happened. This is what happened to our country when the shit got real. Let's see here.
Oh, Mondale also won DC too, but DC's small. I didn't see it on the maps.
For anyone who's never seen the Reagan map, this is the Reagan map. Ronald Reagan fucking cleaned up. Ronald Reagan cleaned up. It's fucking wild. Fucking wild. Ronald Reagan had people so hooked that fucking black people had Ronald Reagan hanging up in their house right beside white Jesus. Fucking mind blowing. There was pictures of Ronald Reagan right beside white Jesus. Insane. Anyway, so like I say all that to say like the premise that like capitalism actually creates somehow free people. It doesn't. Capitalism continues to enslave people more and more.
Gotcha. Okay. I think on the capitalism portion of it, I think we're still a ways away on it. But again, I've watched your stuff for a while.
You know what comes at the end of at the end of the collapse of capitalism?
What?
Violent revolution.
Well, yeah, like anarchism.
No,
revolution. Just
okay. People end up like King George.
Well, he survived 250 years without a king. So, but
no, I said they end up like King George. What happened to King George?
Oh yeah, well, the America rose up against the British.
No, not King. Wait, is it King Henry? Am I tripping? Did I mean King Henry? Hold on.
You said King George, and that was
I know. I'm
tripping.
I'm tripping. It's King Henry. It's King Henry.
Someone said King Louis.
Is it King Louis? Yes. Holy fuck. I'm still tripping. King Louis. Yes, the French king. Holy shit. And W's in chat for GH. I'm tripping. Yep. King Louis. His head ended up in a basket. Eat the rich.
Wait, were you saying that towards me?
Yeah, eat the rich.
Oh. I don't necessarily disagree with that. So,
yeah, the point that I'm trying to get across is that people who continue to uphold and perpetuate capitalism, and back to like, again, you should go watch State Property whenever you get a moment, but it's either get down or lay down. And if you are someone that's going to stand in the way of revolution, then they're gonna paint the wall. Noah, you said I'm bogus. How am I bogus, Noah? Said Santana bogus AF.
I guess one thing I also saw from the top, it says global power and then it's cut off. What does it say about U.S. military?
We need to cut the United States military budget. We need to cut the amount of global presence we have around the world. We need to reduce all of that.
Oh, I 1,000,000% agree with that. I'm anti-war. So that's something we agree on. So, and then, okay. Well, I guess
he didn't say, he said bourgeoisie. Sorry. I thought he said bogus. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's something I agree with. Again, we should be focusing on the needs of our people before we focus on anything else.
And we can't do that with capitalism, though.
I think we can.
Because no, we can't, because like the reason what backs the US dollar?
What backs the US dollar?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it's not coming in my head right now. I should know this.
Trust me, bro.
Someone said debt or gold.
No, trust me, bro.
What do you mean, trust me, bro?
It's just trust. Literally, it's trust. We used to be on the gold standard. We got taken off of the gold standard, and
well, I agree with the gold standard. I think the gold standard, we should go back to it.
Yeah, I hear you, but we're not on it anymore. And like GH, to be more specific, GH said confidence, but yes, it's a trust me, bro. It's the trust in the United States of America will pay their debts, and then also we have the United States military to back up our actual debts and needs, right? It's literally a trust me, bro. And so since World War II, Noah says since World War I, and since I got the mic and Noah's in the comment section, I'm going to say I'm right and Noah's wrong. But ever since World War II, the United States of America, after switching to really engaging in the military industrial complex, has continued to be in perpetual war state that has used war in one shape or the other to support the capitalistic needs of the country. And so you can say, oh, it's easy to actually cut the military budget and do all these things, but not, and we don't need to worry about capitalism. No, like our country is literally propped up based off of like the military industrial complex.
Well, yeah, and that's I hate the military industrial complex as much as you probably. So,
but then why don't you hate capitalism? Because again, these things they're like intertwined. They're linked. They're linked. You should, if you hate the military industrial complex, you should feel the same about capitalism.
Well, I cannot like the military industrial complex and think that, the war in Iraq, the war in Iran, stuff going on right now in the Middle East is terrible and we should pull out immediately and still support capitalism.
How?
By focusing, again, on the needs of the people at home.
Right. But what I'm saying is that like those things need each other. It's not like, oh, we're making the decision to do both of them when we don't have to. I'm telling you, those things need each other. They literally need each other.
I would disagree that doesn't.
Okay. Tell me how capitalism continues to thrive within the United States of America without the military industrial complex if we're not backed by anything outside of trust me, bro, with our military. And you can say you agree with the gold standard, but we're not on the gold standard.
Well, yeah, we should go back to the gold standard.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying we're not. So if we're not on the gold standard, how does capitalism continue to thrive when the U.S. military is the driving force behind the confidence in our currency?
It can't until we go back onto the gold standard.
Have you been to Fort Knox?
Fort Knox?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the military base? Fort Knox?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's military there, but Fort Knox isn't like the military base. That's not specifically what it's for.
It's the Army installation in Kentucky, right?
Yeah, it's where they house the gold.
Well, yeah, and
I want gold. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I think, if I'm not mistaken, In 1933, I thought FDR made it a federal crime for Americans to own gold.
Maybe, I don't know.
The penalty was a $10,000 fine or 10 years in prison.
Well, it's a bunch of rappers that's gonna be going to jail. Wait till they find out that people got grills. It's gonna be a lot of YNs going to jail.
It was Executive Order 6102 again, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they put a legal limit on the amount of gold that you can hold. Yeah.
Yeah, which again,
but that's not the question. The question is, have you been to Fort Knox?
I have not. No.
Okay. And the reason why, as a matter of fact, give me a second.
Do you have gold right now? Are you putting on your tinfoil hat?
I think the goal is gone out of Fort Knox. I think that's why we can't go back to the gold standard, because it's not there anymore.
And I don't disagree with you on that either.
You know?
Because again, I don't trust the government as probably as much as you do right now. So, and again, it doesn't help that our national debt is, pardon my French, is through the shitter right now. You know, so if I wish my opinion, I wish our government cared more about, you know, balancing the national debt than adding more to it. And I think we can agree on that as well.
Yeah. So the big thing that I'm trying to get across is like, I mean, you can say that, we can continue to perpetuate, or we can continue to uplift capitalism while dismantling the military industrial complex. But those things are so intertwined that there's no way that you can.
Again, I think we're still a ways apart on it, where I disagree with that.
I mean, I hear you. I'll leave you with this. I'll leave you with this thought. What's the average lifespan of most nations?
I think for ours, isn't it like 85 or something?
No, most nations' average lifespan is 250 years.
Oh, I thought like you're talking about like the average lifespan of like a person.
No, nations.
Okay. And you said 250 years.
Yep. And we just celebrated our 250, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The United States of America has followed the steps of the last 5 superpowers that have literally had the centralized currency of the world and collapse. We're literally doing bar for bar, band for band, everything that they did prior to them collapsing. Right. So this ass had is saying, why am I fear mongering? I want to hear how my fear mongering.
Can I finish real quick before that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll put him on the back burner. Go ahead and finish then.
No, I just want to say, I think you're getting to the point that, you know, we're due for like a revolution in the near future, since we're coming up on 250 years
and a collapse. Yeah.
So again, I think I disagree with the fact that we're coming up on a collapse. What I do see is a revolution that Ron Paul said in 2012 with the Ron Paul revolution. Something that I still
don't nobody fuck with Ron Paul except you and a couple other random people. Like if you think Ron Paul is going to be the way it is, he's not.
We're going to have to disagree on that because there's a lot of folks out there that, you know, that believe in this that you may or may not be seeing.
Did you see the new Cato poll that just came
about socialism being like in Gen Z being like 53? I heard you bring it up on Parker's stream. What I would say to that is not a lot of Gen Zers may not know about socialism and what it brings.
But millennials overwhelmingly embrace socialism as well.
And again, I think a lot of people don't know the definition of socialism. They just see it as redistributing wealth, which again, I disagree with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people don't have a true understanding or overall, understanding of socialism or capitalism or anything like that. But the point being is that people are ready for a revolution in the sense that capitalism is not the actual way forward or anything that's overall beneficial. And the poll that was actually done for millennials says that they're up to about 62% favorability. So, yeah.
And then again, I'd also say that probably most folks don't know the true definition of socialism right there. But what I'll say and what I'll end with is I still believe in this country, even though we have a government right now that'd rather go to war in different states and bomb Black and brown communities, which is terrible. And again, I think you and I can agree with that. But I believe in this country, and I think we'll go another 250 years. I think you disagree with me on that, but I hope we do.
Yeah, I mean, like it would be cool. I was reading. I just finished. Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism, right? And towards the end of the book, there was this really amazing perspective that was placed on civilizations, right? And so at the end of the book, she talked about how Rome lasted for like 1,000 years, right? The Empire of Rome lasted 1,000 years. And she was like, think about the perspective of the people. I can't remember what specific dates that she said, but think about the perspective of the people who had been born and lived in Rome and were like 20 years old. And then one day, the end of Rome happened and the collapse came, and it immediately shifted from everything that they had known all their life in a moment's notice, like an actual civilization and a nation that had lasted for 1,000 years, and all in one day collapsed, and it was just all gone. And then she also talked about like her living through like the bringing down of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the USSR, and how there were certain people who literally deleted themselves. There was people that were taking their lives prior to like days before the USSR collapsed, and then how people made it to the other side of that or whatever. But the point wasn't to say like these civilizations were good or bad. The point that she was making is that things can change in an instant. And oftentimes it's something that's unnoticeable, right? It's something that a lot of people don't see coming, and it just happens, and then we're there. She also talked about the difference between it's the burning out of a star, right? And it's better for people if it's just like a white dwarf where it just kind of dwindles out, and it's a least amount of people harm as possible, versus like just an exploding star where there's so much collateral damage, and then people have to try to pick up and figure things out after things have been destroyed. But the point that I'm trying to make is, even if you sit here, you sit here and think that, well, we've been around for 250, we'll be around for another 250. The point that I'm trying to drive home is that's the hubris of men, and that's also the hubris of American exceptionalism. Our country is on not only shaky ground, but our country has history against it, because every historical perspective that you can look at, no country survives, and no country just continues to go the way that it's gone. And capitalism has been tried throughout different points of history, and they've always ended in revolution. But Ari wanted to say something to you really quick before you go. Ari, floor is yours.
Yeah, to that point. And so you're trying to dip. So I'm gonna hit you with a throat punch. How much do you like rape?
How much do I what? Like
rape, like a lot or a little bit?
I don't like it at all, and I think it's absolutely disgusting. So
no, you don't. You like capitalism.
Okay, but comparing capitalism with rape,
it's not comparing. It's a tool.
I don't support rape in the slightest.
You do when you like capitalism. Mm-hmm. Because capitalism is just the privatization of resources and industries, right? And so when I privatize and I hoard resources, that brings a coercive factor that can levy over people's heads to put them into situations they don't want to be in, like rape.
Okay, again, we're gonna have to disagree on that, and I'm just gonna say once again that rape is terrible, and you
saying that means nothing.
Okay. Well, Santana, I appreciate the conversation. I do like listening to this. So,
did that make you uncomfy?
Yeah.
Well, it made me uncomfy saying that I support rape, which is absolutely not true. So,
but it is true.
I don't think. Again, I don't.
I mean,
think
it's
so.
not personal. Like Ari, did you come up here to say that because of him personally?
Yeah, no, it's all capitalist. So if you
it's not personal. Don't take it personal. She's just telling you the truth.
Yeah,
like, and instead of being uncomfy, maybe engage with it. Like, I promise you, this is not personal.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, the book Santana just mentioned talks about it. It breaks it down. It even talks about how the institution of marriage under capitalism is essentially privatized sex work. You just got a private sex worker in your home. Hold the women hostage.
Mm-hmm. Well, say the thing about sex work again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the institution of marriage under capitalism is just privatized sex work.
Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalism drives the market on sex. Women are forced into exchanging sex when there's a lack of women to have the ability to sustain and have their own. They're made reliant on their counterpart. Capitalism makes a slave out of the man, and then the woman becomes the slave of a slave, and then they enter the commitment of marriage. As an exchange, the man gets exclusive access to sex while the woman gets to survive in capitalism, but the men aren't exclusive to the women because they have the ability to, fuck other people. Did I get that right, Ari?
Yeah, actually, a really good example that she gives in the book is like a stay-at-home mom, right? Where she has to rely on her husband because of, lack of access to childcare is a thing. And libertarianism does not help with that at all. So like you're the shittiest form of a capitalist. But literally lack of access to childcare. So she's a stay-at-home mother. And then she literally talks about trying to do something like exist. She has to go fuck her husband for the money. That's a sex worker to me if it doesn't sound like one.
Literally. And then how grateful her friend seemed when she told her, like, I'll pay for the dinner. And then the friend got to keep the money instead of having to expend it herself. Oh, that was so heartbreaking, Ari. I was like, damn.
Yeah, that's what capitalism does, especially when we're talking about things like the gender wage gap existing. Yeah. You can't legislate your way out of that, but you don't like legislation on that either because you want these free markets. So you don't even care about the legislation because you're libertarian. So it would allow for these things to continue to persist. So like, I'm just saying what it is. It's nothing personal. I'm just a straightforward person. Santana likes to gently walk people towards these things. I like to just throw you at the wall and be like, here you go. This is what you're actually doing. And, when you're saying all these things that you're saying, like you just support rape and sexual violence of women and patriarchy.
Again,
someone said Santana and Ari aren't making sense. That's because you guys don't understand. Like we're not making sense to you. Like I was literally, if you're saying we don't make sense, but I was able to speak directly to Ari, and Ari understood exactly what I was saying without any issues. And there's certain people that understood exactly what I was saying without any issues because, like, I'm not the smartest man in the world. I'm definitely not the sharpest spoon in the drawer. But if you actually educate yourself on these things, then it make more sense versus just sitting outside and then trying to understand. It's literally like trying to do calculus when you don't even know basic math.
I want to highlight something the chat said real quick though. And Santana, I know you can feel like this. This is no different than like a white person like saying I'm not racist as they're doing the racism, right? And more concerned about the title of racist than how to not be a racist. All you're concerned about is me saying like you're okay with rape, and then instead of like actually figuring out how to like not be okay with rape, you're just like more concerned about the fact that I said you're okay with rape, and then you're just trying to no I'm not, but instead of actually listening, engaging, and like deconstructing why you're okay with rape, because you are, regardless of what you say, like you haven't debunked shit. You're just saying no. I don't care for nuh-uhs. I'm here. I'm a lady of intellectual violence. So if you can figure out a way to address chaos. You are. He is. So if you could figure out a way to address the gender wage gap under your worldview, that'd be fucking fantastic. And I'll retract my statement. But until then, yeah, you're okay with rape, dude.
And for people in the comments saying, what's the name of the book? I'm not telling you. I'm gatekeeping. No, it's Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
No, I was just going to say, again, I disagree with it. I appreciate the conversation, Santana. And I do.
That's all you said,
You did kind of say nuh-uh, Danny.
You
did kind of just say uh-uh.
It's fun. Nuh-uh. Okay. But again, I appreciate the conversation, Santana. I do appreciate just listening to these.
What about Ari? You're not going to say thank you to Ari?
He didn't learn shit. He said, I don't want to learn shit. I don't want to learn shit about rape.
Okay. Well, it was good talking with you too, Ari. Again, we're going to have to disagree on it.
You can't agree to disagree because you didn't provide anything. You're just running and you're okay with rape.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that's a libertarian for you. Book club, Saturday. We're reading on disability rights. Thank you for having me up, Santana.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, guys, anyone wondering where to find that link? This is Ari. Make sure you follow Ari, but the link is in her link tree. So if you guys want to take just a moment, click on Ari's profile. Hit that follow button, but get into the link. Click the link tree. And you get access to the Discord. And for people who keep saying, hey, Santana, what are you reading? What are you reading? Ari has been like spearheading the books that I've been reading. And apparently she published like the first reading list that I had in the Discord. So it's there if you're in and want to learn or want to read those books.
And your second reading list is there now too.
You put the second one? They wanted the second one?
Well, a lot of them are asking about the book about indigenous people. So I just added those books.
Okay.
So yeah, I added those books too. The only ones I didn't add are like your debate books because I was like, those are boring. So
no, make them read that boring ass law book. Fuck that. No, fuck that. You guys got to read the boring book too. No, fuck that. You guys go read that boring book.
No, I appreciate y'all. But yeah, check out book club. We have a good time. It's a space to unpack our reading trauma together and read books and find a love of reading together. And before I drop, Twitch, start throwing tomatoes at Santana again. Bye.
They can't hit me. They can't hit me. Try it. Run as fast as you can. You can't hit me. I'm the gingerbread man. Someone said, Santana, is that Cheez-Its that you're eating? No, it's actually not Cheez-Its. It's actually not Cheez-Its. Thank you for the cake. Excuse me. I wanted to share this with you guys the other day, and so I'm going to do it now. Give me a second. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I want to share this with you guys. Ooh, I want to share this too. Ooh. I want to share this too. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Where's the picture? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Where you at? Come on. Fuck. Oh, you know what? Just do this. What am I doing? I don't have to do all that. Okay, hold on. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Boom. Download. Okay, let me put this over here. For the people throwing the tomatoes, you think your boos move me? I've seen what it makes to make you cheer. Your boos do not affect me. Or however Rick Sanchez said it. Okay, this is what I'm eating. Hold on. This is what I got. They're actually really good. They're protein cheese crackers, and they're actually really good. So I get all my protein stuff from Costco. So. And they're like way better than like I tell you what, like these protein snacks have really like leveled up. It's been super interesting. But that's what I'm eating. So these aren't just like normal Cheez-Its. Anyway, Debbie's in the chat for Rachel for the $2 donation. No, you can't see the Iron Man suit. Where's my super suit? Debbie's in the chat for Kristen for the $1 donation. Oh yeah, Ice killed another person. Yep. You're absolutely right, Kristen. ICE shot another person. In case you guys didn't see that, it's state sanctioned murder. Like, that's what ICE does. W's in the chat for Kate for the $5 donation. Thank you for all that you do. Proud to support you. First time gifter, but silent watcher every live. Thank you, Kate. Fucking W's in the chat for Kate, guys. A million W's in the chat for Kate. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. I like that. Puts such a huge smile on my face. Fucking W's in the chat for Kate. Massive W's in the chat for Kate. W's in the chat as well for Dragon Lover. What up, bro? Yeah, I don't understand why they're caping for capitalism. This shit's weird. That's just so weird. W's in the chat for Alex for the $5 donation. Alex, thank you. I mean, I'm honored to hear you say that, but like, I'm just happy that I can have an opportunity to speak up for our community. Like, thank you for the call. I say this all the time, and I truly mean this. There's no me without you guys. Like, you guys literally give me my voice. You give me my platform, and you guys allow me to come on here every day and do this. All right. And without you, without your love, support, your generosity, your backing, without us building community, there's no way in fuck that I could do any of this. I'm just going to hold it. W's in the chat to Miss Bellicella for the $5 super chat. Say Eisenhower started the war on drugs with Mary Jane Furs, which was primarily grown in the South for paper companies to maintain profits and control. Facts. W's in the chat for Mr. Flinch for the $5 super chat. Say, I know it's insane. Wait, what did you say? I know this is how insane capitalism has gotten us. Backroom managers over $10 trillion in assets, and CEO Larry Fink pushes for a woke ESG complex in 2017. Yeah, that's true. W's in the chat. Let's see. Twitch. What are we twitching over here? Twitch. Okay, we're all caught up, guys. W's in chat for all the donos. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Tap the screen. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Also, guys, make sure you hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. And we're trying to get to 200,000 followers. So please hit that follow button. Turn on notification. I don't know if this person's going to load. I don't think this person's going to load. You guys are saying David will request that. What is David saying? Santana's a bigot. Come tell me about it, David. Come tell me about it, you old fish-eyed fool. Are they not really? Let's see if this person will come. Hello. Y'all, be easy on Lib Destroyer. Be easy on Lib Destroyer. He's good. He's okay. Be easy on Lib Destroyer. He's not being mean when he's saying what he's saying. It's okay. We're good. This person isn't going to load. What's happening? What's happening? Your time is up. My time is now. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I accidentally joined. I'm sorry.
Your time is up. My time is now. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with? I think he was in the shower. I think he was in the shower, guys. I think he was in the shower. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, awesome. Robert, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Robert, would you like to tell me how today, July 9th, 2026, that you still support Donald Timothy Trump? Or did you want to actually tell me which point on the background you disagree with the most, where we can start?
I was just gonna say, like, I've kind of always supported like the conservative party just because like that's my family just kind of backs that side. And so I kind of go off word of mouth more so. And more anecdotal experiences, I guess you could say. I don't do a lot of research online, so it's kind of a lot of this new to me. Like a lot of the things I'm hearing online. I'm just starting to get into it online.
1 second. 1 second. Hey, Erica, don't say that like that. That's absolutely ableist, guys. Please make sure that we're checking our ableism in the comment section. Let's be better, guys. Please don't do that. And like, he just started speaking, so like, sure, we can attack people for, you know, being assholes or whatever, but let's not go into bilateral harm when it comes to other marginalized communities with insults, and let's at least give him a chance to speak, because he hasn't really said anything. So keep it together in the comment section, please. Sorry, go ahead, Robert.
I appreciate that, Santana. But maybe you could possibly educate me, maybe more, show me, like, because I mean, I see a lot of like good that he's done. Maybe I know there's definitely some stuff that I have questions about. I need to probably research more on. I've heard accusations I don't know about, like there's apparently sexual assault stuff or whatever. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like looking into that stuff because it's kind of upsetting to listen to.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. I can absolutely teach you, but you're gonna have to hit those pay links first. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Black people labor is not free. Chat. Black people's labor is not free. Hell, I need to get a sticker that says that Black people labor is not free. So if you guys appreciate, you know, what's happening, you can hit those pay links. I'm sorry.
Do people pay? Don't people pay you?
To educate them? Yeah, if you want me to specifically educate you, absolutely. I'm here to debate, but if you want me to educate you, I will. But you got to hit those pay links: Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. So if you're just saying like, oh, educate you, I don't mind, but you got to pay for that. If you want to debate, we can debate. But like education,
I mean, like I totally would, but I don't make nearly as much as you. I don't have the funds to.
No, it's all good, man,
friend. Just pour out money, so I guess I'll just drop. No worries.
Yeah,
man.
Like I was just about to say, if you're just trying to learn, you can hang out in the comments with us and learn. Like,
it's okay, man. Don't even worry about it. If you just want to be disrespectful,
if you say so. I mean, I think it's disrespectful for you to come up here and expect a Black man to do labor for free to teach you. You just said that you're like uneducated. You don't look stuff up. Like, and you just literally, you wanted me to teach you for free. Sir, this is the debate live. I'm looking to debate people. And again, I don't mind actually teaching you, but I'm not doing that for free. Also, I thought I was very respectful. So if you thought that was disrespectful, holy cow, hold your horses, because I can actually get into some gangster shit. I don't think that's what it was. Hi, are you? Oh. Dub is in the chat for Dieva. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. I am not reading that out. I've already told you guys I will not be. You guys can stop sending those in messages. I'm not reading out what that says. I will not do it. He said he brings race into everything. Yeah, I do, Robert. I literally do. That's because I'm a Black man. I'm a Black man. I'm a blackity black man. Dubs in chat for Wesley for the $2 donation. I've never watched Bleach. I need to though. Dubs in chat for Lydia for the $1 donation. He's a troll. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Hey, thank you for the fruit. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Just come back to debate.
Why do you bring race into everything?
Because race is the foundation of all of this.
No, it's not. I notice every single time you're losing or you realize you're fucking up in a speech, you always bring your race into everything. Why do you always bring your race into everything?
Because race is the foundation of everything.
You're stupid as fuck because everybody deserves to get paid for what they
crashing out and crying does not actually prove what you're saying.
This isn't a crash show. This is me talking to you. You realize you're a narcissist.
I don't care what you think about me. Robert, I don't care what you think about me.
You literally should be tested.
Robert, if you want to say it, Robert, okay.
I watch you on a daily basis and I notice.
Good for you. I'm so glad that you watch me. Thank you for being the fan. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for the engagement. Robert, if you want to talk, then you can't crash. That's not how this works. So if you want to actually engage, then you have to hushies bub. And guess what? I don't care about you yapping in the comment section. How about that? Take that one. Take that. I don't care about what you're saying in the comment section. I literally allowed you to come back up here and to engage in a debate, but you made a decision to cry. And you even gave me a question that I started to engage with, but yet you couldn't keep yourself together. You're fragile. You're literally fragile. You're a snowflake. You should seek therapy. Therapy is good for all of us. I encourage therapy for everyone. I literally encourage therapy for everyone. So there's that. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I disagree with the you say capitalism doesn't compare to socialism.
Yeah. You disagree with that?
I guess I would just have to define term. What do you mean by socialism?
The truest form of socialism, which runs in parallel to communism. So much more than just these workers owning the means of production, but the truer sense.
Like the abolition of markets, the abolition of classes, and that. Okay. All right. So I would have actually a very big problem with that. Mainly because I think not only is the society untenable, but even getting to the point where you can even try to create this society leads to really bad authoritarianism and control by the state. And that's, not good if you want to have civil liberties, if you believe in the freedom of the people, and if you're a liberal.
Yeah, I mean, we're literally advocating for the absence of the state, not the control of the state. I hear what you're saying. A lot of people have been propagandized, and I think that understanding that there's been weaponization of capitalism and communism throughout the history of our society, and then even more so the perpetuation of the Red Scare has shifted people ideology and understanding, or really truly knowing what true what true communism looks like. But I think that one thing that we could actually do is learn from the failures of other people who have engaged in somewhat levels of socialism and communism, and take those things that have been beneficial and that have worked, because there are absolutely things that have worked, and institute those more so than following down the path that leads to an authoritarian, right? I'm not saying that there haven't been authoritarians who have not weaponized the premises of capitalism. I'm sorry, God damn it, I keep saying that. Communism and socialism, but I'm saying that's not the thing that I'm advocating for. I'm advocating for the more truer meaning of all of it.
Sure, I imagine you wouldn't say any state we've seen in history has been fully communist or socialist under your definition. I just guess I would ask, what are some of the benefits you would see from these communist societies that you would like implemented?
Class solidarity, the power distributed between the proletariat, people being able to live in society without, being in a place where they have to engage in things in order to just survive. Right. The most enticing thing about the premise of communism and socialism to me is the floor. Right. It's the ability to ensure that everyone has access to God damn it, why am I spacing on the word? Basically like everything they need. I don't know why my mind just blanked on the word, but yeah, like have like all their human needs met. People have access to food, water, shelter, like all of those basic things that people require in order to just live.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you on that. I think the problem is though, so when you're going to get some type of ownership between the workers and the proletariat, depending on if I were to like push further into that, I imagine it would result in the expropriating of like land and ownership from these rich elites. While I do agree with you, I think like housing, food, water, shelter, these things should be human rights. I think this is also permissible under a capitalist structure with heavy regulation. I think capitalism is really good at innovation, growth. All socialist countries believe that. I mean, that's why Lenin had his new economic plan. That's why China has opened up its markets, because they recognize how good capitalism is at growing the economy and getting that country very wealthy. But I think the redistribution is truly the problem, and people see like the inequalities that people on the ground in America suffer with, and they're like, oh, we need a whole new system. I think things like Norway. I mean, the Nordic model always gets thrown out, but the Nordic model is probably the society I would aim for, rather than the expropriating of land from the rich elites. Yeah, how would we get there without consolidating power into the top government? Because you're going to have. I'll just ask you that.
We get there one of two ways. Either we pull everyone left and we embrace those governmental systems like you just spoke of that highlight social safety nets and create these actual things that people need, and then continue to pull further left until we can hit true socialism, and then pull further left until we hit true communism, or violent revolution. Like those are the only two ways. But the point that I'm really really digging into as well, because you were talking about how this can happen within capitalism. How do you regulate capitalism where it does not always end in revolution?
That is a kind. Can you just expand on what you mean by that question? Why do you think capitalism necessitates revolution?
Because capitalism relies on exploitation of resources, whether it's people, ideas, finite materials, things like that. There's always a level of exploitation, and there's always a hierarchical need to have people disenfranchised. And so while instituting things like the Nordic model would be beneficial to slow the effects of capitalism, it won't stop the effects of capitalism. It'll just be a slower march towards the end conclusion of capitalism, right? And that's why, like, when I talk about pulling people towards these, social safety nets in the governmental system, I don't stop and just say, let's leave it there, because I understand that's just putting a Band-Aid on the bleeding. It's still going to keep bleeding. It may slow it down, but it'll continue. And so we need to continue to move further left. So when you do things like UBI, right? UBI sounds good in a vacuum. For anyone that doesn't know what UBI is, that's Universal Basic Income. And rolling out UBI seems like a great idea, where everyone is guaranteed some form of income, so they have the ability to live. If you don't do that in complete parallel with multiple regulations at the same time, then you're going to see like price gouging, exploitation. You'll see companies like looking to subsidize and get offsets as far as like any additional pay to entice people and and it slowly becomes a system that continues to like get worse and worse and worse, right? So the point that I'm making is you can try to regulate capitalism, but there's no regulation, there's no amount of regulation that you can put in that'll stop the end conclusion of capitalism, which is revolution, because at the end, someone has to win capitalism.
Okay. I don't know if I fully buy the conclusion, but I will agree with you when you say that capitalism, it's baked into the system where they're going to try to find the cheapest amount of labor, where they can get the cheapest resources, typically. But it's not always something that you can't account for with legislation. I mean, things like sanctions, where you're not going to let people with companies that are exploiting, like let's say in the Congo, even though that hasn't manifest, there are genuine legislation that you can put on limiting these companies where it makes it unprofitable to go ahead and go into these countries. And corporations and firms, they don't always just go to the place where they can exploit the most. They tend to actually favor countries where it's most stable to put up a business. Because if your business can just be overthrown or taken with the government, they're not going to see that as a long-term profitable solution. So I don't know if it's so cut and dry where they're just going to exploit everyone to the bone and then there's going to be revolution instead. I just know if I don't know if I would agree with that conclusion.
Sure.
That, like,
let me let's talk real world. Walmart. Walmart is the biggest public employer in the United States of America, right?
Yeah.
Does Walmart have exploitation in the United States and in China?
I'd be hesitant. I'm just not familiar. I don't know. I don't think wage labor is exploitation. I'm sure some managerial people.
Wait, you don't think wage labor is exploitation? So having people work for pennies on the dollar, and then turning around and taking the products that it costs pennies on the dollar to make hundreds of dollars, that's not exploitation?
No, I wouldn't say it's exploitation.
Really? Why not?
Yeah, because I believe Walmart has set up the infrastructure. I'm going to say all like the corny capitalist talking points, but it set up the infrastructure. It set up, it made the risk to go ahead to even start the company. It expanded. It gives them the tools to go ahead.
If Walmart wouldn't have done it, could anyone else have done it?
Anyone else could have done it, yeah.
Okay. How much is it of a risk if it's something that can pay off for any company that engaged in that same type of workflow?
Well, the risk would be succeeding or not succeeding. If anyone can succeed, everyone would just be a business owner, right? The problem is that some people don't succeed in that fact, and they lose all their money and they're in debt, and they wasted a bunch of time. It's usually just a lot more stable.
The succession point comes at the end point of selling the product, not actually, exploiting people in order to create it. Like, there's very little risk to get other countries to manufacture, cheap products. Versus trying to sell those products, because if there is a instance where Americans aren't engaging in the purchase of those products, that's where the risk comes in.
Yeah, the failing of your business, the losing of all your time, all of your energy, all your resources.
Right. So the supply chain that Walmart engages with, there's very little risk within their supply chain, but the large amount of risk comes to like the end game as far as selling their product. Like take, for example, Target, right? Target had a surefire supply chain and was even, going from creation to, walking out the store with people purchasing the products. But then they actually shifted towards the ideology of Donald Trump and, quote unquote, dismantling DEI. And so since they made that shift, they took massive hits at the end of their supply chain, which was selling. People started boycotting, stopped buying. You can see places like Target. You can see places like McDonald's. You can see places like Starbucks, where people in the United States of America took an open-ended approach to phase them out. And so it wasn't that something shifted within their supply chain or they had any type of like weakness in their supply chain or risk. It's literally the endpoint where the people purchasing the products made a conscious decision not to purchase the product. So like, I hear what you're saying, but like these businesses know that they have profitability with these supply chains because there's very low risk and very low costs in order to initiate and start the process through the supply chain.
I was just generally talking in the abstract of how someone starts a business. Someone usually starts a business.
Right, but I was talking specifically about Walmart because I wanted to engage with Walmart. That's why I said, does Walmart exploit in the U.S. and in China? But then you said you don't think like wage exploitation is true exploitation because of the cost.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just don't think someone getting paid a wage is inherently immoral.
Oh, I didn't say anything about it being immoral. I'm just saying it's exploitative. If you can,
exploitation's immoral, wouldn't you
say? Sure, but I mean, I don't care about like morals. I care about the tangible reality of exploitation and the fact that if you can actually pay someone, 10 cents a day, and then take the fruits of their labor and then make hundreds or thousands of dollars while paying them 10 cents a day. Like there's not equal distribution of the wealth. There's absolutely exploitation. That person that they're paying 10 cents a day may be able to live off 10 cents a day, right? I mean, like literally their standard of living might be conducive to 10 cents a day. And so they may not feel like they're being exploited because they're at the back end of the actual production and they don't see the front end where the markup cost occurs. And so they may not feel like that, they're being exploited because they have what they need. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, if you can, pay someone 10 cents and then make, $1,000 off paying them 10 cents, then that's absolutely exploitation.
Okay. So just on a very basic principle, do you think like someone creating or helping create a product and then the boss taking the surplus value of their labor, you think that's something that we should be able to, that is wrong with the system and that we should fix within the system?
Can you give me a specific example so I can contextualize it?
Like, let's say like you hire like one of your friends to like mow your neighbor's lawn. Your neighbor pays you $100. You pay your friend $75. Technically, they did $100 of labor and work, but you take $25 and your friend only gets $75. Do you think that's like wrong?
No, I mean, because in that case, like even though the person is engaging in the work, they're also getting proportional compensation for the success of the work. My friend and I would have to coordinate in some instance, right? I would have to set up, line up, and negotiate and put together like, okay, these are the lawns you're going to cut, these are the times, da 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 da. Mm-hmm. And so what would be exploitation, though, is if I took the 75 and gave my friend the 25, then it would absolutely be exploitation.
Oh, okay. So it would just be based on proportionality. And I think I can absolutely agree with that. There is a system that we have in place, and these are going to be the market systems to determine what the value of your wage or of what your labor is. If your labor is like the most valuable, the cost of the wage is going to go up because more people are going to need it. There's a scarcity of that resources. When your labor is more available, it's not as like specialized. It's going to be more abundant. Just the property scarcity is going to be like lower. You disagree with that? On what basis?
Who do you think is more who do you think is more valuable to like Tesla or SpaceX, Elon Musk, or the people that actually innovate the software and the functionality to allow like the electric cars to work or the spaceships to land? Like, who's more valuable?
I'm going to imagine I'm going to say like the engineers in that instance rather than Elon Musk.
Right, but who benefits more?
Elon Musk.
Yeah. So while I understand that there's some proportional sense of like, market value and, being whatever you're worth or whatever, there's limitations that are inherently put in place within capitalism that allows people or that keeps people from being able to earn their value. One thing that I enjoy about like NIL and like with college football is prior to NIL, these college institutions were making billions of dollars off of like these players' likeness, right? I mean, like the University of Southern California made billions of dollars off Reggie Bush. Texas Tech made billions of dollars off of Johnny Manziel, right? And these players, couldn't profit at all because they were college athletes. There was a rule that was put in place by the NCAA that you could give a college player a bagel and there was no issues. But if you gave a college player a bagel with cream cheese, then that was a violation because those were looked at as like benefits, right? And so these players who were literally generating billions of dollars for this institute were literally like not able to eat at times, had issues with like housing and all this other stuff. And then NIL shifted the pendulum somewhat where they can actually make money off of their name, image, and likeness. And so now you've seen like my quarterback for the Carolina Panthers, Bryce Young, was the first ever college millionaire, right? So like that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about when there's creating more equity, even though there's still like a bigger contribution. The free market doesn't allow like people to truly capitalize on their labors. It more so exploits them and gives the wealth to people who have less impact.
Yeah. So before I talk about the whole NIL point, I do want to say with Elon Musk, Elon Musk is going to be a little different because he's an owner. I'm not exactly sure what his ownership stake is or like how he divides up profits, but he's not someone that is like getting paid like a wage labor. Like he owns all of the companies there, so it's not going to be like his labor specifically is going to be more impactful. He basically gets
but that's like that's
I was just talking about
scheme. Like Elon Musk.
Yeah, I was just talking about like the engineers are going to be paid more.
Yeah, Elon Musk doesn't want to be just paid out in a salary because if he does, then taxes and like it cuts into the profit gains, and so him rolling it into like stocks and like bonuses and all this other shit is more beneficial to his overall wealth versus like just being paid directly, but the proportional amount of wealth to salary, that's what I'm talking about.
Sure. So my main problem here is I don't know in this instance generally, maybe you could say like I think the main problem that you're shooting for is that you see someone with so much wealth and you're like that is really bad in comparison to how other Americans on the ground are living. And so in that view, I would kind of just take the perspective, like it shouldn't be punishing Elon Musk for taxes, but it should be, we should be taxing him to fund our federal revenue, like for how much money we're able to spend on these social programs. Because if there's nothing in immoral practice being done there, I don't know why we should like be dishing out a punishment in result. I think we should be heavily taxing him because he has the most money. He has the largest quality of living. He can basically do whatever he wants, like $1 billion and a fucking $1 trillion. You're not going to notice the difference that much. So yeah.
Oh yeah. See, that's the thing. I agree with that. And I mean, I'm not pushing back on the premise, but I am saying that even if we have an actual progressive tax on the ultra wealthy and corporations, that's why I brought up like universal basic income. I think there's a way to actually somehow utilize that to slow the process of capitalism. But the point being is that even with instituting those things, they're still going to be fraught with the necessity for exploitation to keep moving. And at some point, we're still going to hit that end point of capitalism. So I'm not against like taxing. I mean, the most prosperous time in the history of the United States of America was after, the Great Depression, where like corporate tax and the tax on the ultra wealthy was at its highest level, and it was able to build this strong middle class. But then again, the exploitation came back in with Reaganomics. Things flipped on its head, and now we are where we are. Right. I mean, like Social Security started off as a great idea. People were paying into it. And then the government exploited the additional pot of money that was sitting there and started taking from people and, robbing Peter to pay Paul. And so like people were putting into Social Security today are paying for people that's taking out of Social Security today instead of actually saving for their future. So like those things tend to occur within capitalistic society because they're necessary.
Well, I like I said, I don't know how we get to the conclusion that it's necessary. Like, wouldn't under a capitalist society, so are if we're just going by like the theory of like how capitalism evolves and manifests, we would say like monopolies would also be necessary. And while monopolies do try to form in our society, we have antitrust laws that have been put up since like the 19th century. And you know, if we see a problem with that, we're able to actually like legislate upon that. I don't know if it's just like totally necessary in that.
What
instance.
happens with those antitrust laws?
I'm not sure. Are you gonna? I actually wouldn't know what you're.
So going back to Elon, do you know why Elon Musk overwhelmingly supported Donald Trump?
It could be a mix between like ego and maybe that Trump's going to help his business.
Self-preservation.
With government contracts.
Self-preservation for sure. Elon Musk became the richest man on earth under Donald Trump's first administration. Under his second administration, he became the first ever trillionaire, right? But even outside of that, if you take a look at the actual investigations that were going on into Elon Musk under the Biden-Harris administration, there were multiple investigations into business and business dealings, right? And if Elon Musk would not have helped propel Donald Trump to public office, then he would have ended up, paying the piper. And he openly admitted himself that, if Trump didn't win, they're going to jail. Well, what happened as soon as Donald Trump got into office, the investigations that were occurring to every one of his business for improper practice in business dealings, they were all just shut down, right? And so the point that I'm getting to is the way that capitalism bypasses those actual means of regulation and, watchdog groups or antitrust laws and everything like that is by literally getting people to engage in greed, which is a necessity of capitalism. And then they continue to be able to perpetuate those harmful things. That's why you see things like, the approval of the merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers or whatever, or you see like Donald Trump telling Intel, like, hey, if you give us a portion of the company, then you can do X, Y, or Z. Like all of these things are intertwined and part of capitalism, which you can say that, we can just regulate out. But the people who look to win capitalism continue to exploit what capitalism is rooted in, which is greed and exploitation.
So I feel like it's just it's always going to be like it's a really hard scenario to parse, especially when you have someone like Donald Trump in office. He represents like a uniquely bad manifestation of like all the capitalist or the anti-capitalist ideas, because this is someone who will just go past like our laws that we have in place. They will just allow Elon Musk to make his like $10th trillion as long as you give Donald Trump a handshake, a high five, and call him like the go. But like I said, capitalism in this instance, I don't think is the problem. The problem here is that we just
one second. I'll say this. Like Elon Musk is absolutely the people that end up. The person that ends up at the end game of this. But with Donald Trump, or like the end game, but like Elon Musk and other ultra wealthy people, they've been able to engage in this because of capitalism. Yes, Donald Trump may be uniquely positioned to speed run capitalism and to like really hypercharge what's already been happening. But Donald Trump and Elon Musk aren't the proprietors of this. Donald Trump isn't the proprietor of the greed that exists within capitalism. I mean, like literally, you talk about like the conquistadors that actually came to Turtle Island. Well, the two reasons that they wanted to come here was for one, to look for gold and treasure, and then for two, to actually spread religion, right? Christianity. And they used capitalism and religion to spread the ideology that they had, right? I mean, the indigenous people that mostly engaged in communal living, who had no interest in capitalism, they tried to purchase their land from them, and they told them, we don't value money, we don't value capitalism because we value the land, we value being able to live and sustain off the land. And then even once like the different colonizers started to force indigenous people into their way of living, the indigenous people had a tradition, right? The actual wealthy families or whatever, like the tribal leaders, they engaged in a tradition where when they would have like visitors or people come to visit their nations, their tribes, they would give away vast portions of their property or things that they've acquired. They like would just freely give it away. And the governmental systems that started to roll in, specifically I think this was around, I think the US had already been formed. It was either right before or right after, but anyway, they regulated it and they tried to force these nations to stop giving away their wealth and to engage in not only holding on to wealth, but the premise behind capitalism, to stop following the lineage that their tribe had dealt with, where the lineage goes with their mother, and start trying to put the father at the head of the patriarchal system. So the point being is that capitalism always forces itself on other people. And this has been the way that capitalism has worked since its inception. And it fights back against anything that is not trying to engage in its system.
I just wouldn't agree with that. I think capitalist nations have absolutely done the things you are talking about, but it hasn't just been unique to capitalism. It's been something that all societies engage in as a. Can
you tell me how that occurred in the communal societies that I was just referencing with indigenous people?
Well, actually, that probably is where my knowledge fades. I'm more referencing like the other communist societies, like the USSR or China. Like these societies where they're big enough to engage in power politics, they will, regardless of what system of governance they have or economic system.
Yeah, I think with those societies, like we start to see it falter when you have people who are actively reshaping what the premise of capitalism and communism is and what it was doing, and then to start to engage in aspects of capitalism to shift communism, right? And they start to engage, instead of like looking to uplift women within their societies, they look to exploit their resources as far as forcing them to grow the population. Right, that was a thing that happened in the USSR under Stalin. The way that women became not only an active part of the workforce, but their labor was exploited for producing additional workforce, and they were paid less. But like prior to that, that wasn't the case. So you see these shifts that may occur at different points in time, but that's not the premise. And that's why I said we can take what we've learned from these societies throughout the history of the world and actually make them into something that's beneficial for everyone, instead of just recreating what has already happened.
Mm-hmm. I do think at some level, though, there is always going to be incentives for someone to be greedy. Now, you can do things to limit the amount of greed that is possible or is permissible in your society, but at the end of the day, that's going. Sorry, by like new economic system. Is that what you're referring to? What would it be in your idea? Well, I think that's a little extreme. That's what I call disproportionate.
Well, that would be. So. How would you feel about this? How would you feel about this? We allow billionaires, right? Billionaires get to exist, but every single year we take a name of all the billionaires and we put their name in a basket, and then we shake the basket up, and then whoever name is pulled out of the basket, and then we redistribute their wealth every year. So people can become billionaires, they can acquire the same amount of wealth, but they know it every single year their wealth may be gone. What do you think about that?
Probably not good. Don't think I'd support that.
Yeah. I'm saying that's a way to redistribute unseemly wealth. I mean,
seems a way to also lose a bunch of your tax revenue as well, and also seems maybe deeply immoral to me. But
Yeah, I don't really care about other people's morals. I mean, morals are subjective. I mean, like, I think, again, being a billionaire is immoral. So.
Well, that's what I was asking you. I asked you in the beginning, do you think, like, what about being a billionaire is directly immoral to you?
In order to amass that amount of unseen wealth, you have to exploit.
Well, sorry for just like retreading the old conversation. I thought you said like having a wage labor doesn't necessarily mean that you're exploiting someone or it's something bad happened there.
No, there's multiple forms of exploitation. Whether it's ideas, whether it's wage, whether it's resources, whether it's environmental, there's multiple forms of exploitation that's required to acquire that insane amount of wealth.
Okay. And I mean, we probably can't go over the whole conversation again, but I actually do have to go. It's been a good chat.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. You feel free to come back if you want to finish this up in the future.
For sure, man. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Deb's in the chat for Rocky for the 2. What's the tomatoes about? I don't know. Twitch was just hating. That's it. Twitch being some haters. Deb's in the chat for Stacy for the 2. You can't find Ari's Ari. It's go to her page. She's here on TikTok at Ari 4, and this is number 4 education at Ari 4 education. She definitely has her Discord link and her pay links there, so you should be able to find both of those. Deb's in the chat for Stacy for the 2. W's in the chat for Jay for the 2. Bro, it's like, I got homework I need you to do. What? You won't do it? You're racist. That's exactly what he fucking said. He was so mad. Whatever. And W's in the chat for Darius for the 1. Oh, no, fuck that, Darius. You should have spoke up on that one. No. Especially in the barbershop. No, fuck that. You should have absolutely stepped up and, like, interjected. W's in the chat for Dean for the $2 donation. Literally, that's where I was going. I wanted to go to like the exploitation in and outside of the US and like that, but we just didn't get to that point. That was the issue. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 1 cheered bit. Oh, I didn't know that. They restock. I didn't know that's when they restocked. W's in chat for Amanda for the 1 cheer bit to say, Twitch is always disrespectful. W's in chat for Amanda for the 1 cheer bit. Another said, that made him feel so uncomfortable, Manders. Like he felt so uncomfortable. And yes, Robert is a fan. W's in the chat. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Manders over on Twitch. Down with capitalism for sure. For sure. Let's check YouTube. I think we're all cut up. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and a link to in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 600,000 likes. Also, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We got 118 new followers on this stream. We've been live for like 4.5 hours. We should have way more than 118 new followers. Guys, please, please, please hit that follow button. Turn on notification. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. Let's do it together. Let's do it together. Better yourself. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Better yourself. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Okay. Gonna go ahead and drop you down. Gonna drop you down. Gonna drop you down. Guys, Jesse came back over on YouTube. Do you guys want to finish that conversation with Jesse? Yes, KB, my hat is for Black and Bold coffee. Absolutely. Absolutely. I kind of feel like Shelly Belly. I kind of feel like Shelly Belly. I'm kind of on the board with Shelly Belly. Someone else just entered. Fraz Zenin just joined. Hold on a second. Let's check with Fraz Zenin. I think that's how you say it. Boop, 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 boop. All right, Fraz, you are now on the stream. You're over on YouTube. You're over on TikTok. Hey, you're here and you're welcome, and I'm ready to debate. But one requirement that we have, because people have been weirdos hiding in the like behind fake profile pictures and all this other stuff, right? Over on YouTube, they've been really weird. So the requirement for YouTube, in order to be able to get this debate started, all you got to do is turn on your camera for a second. We'll do the introduction. Once you put your face on the screen, turn on your camera, then we can actually get this thing started. You don't have to keep it on for the entire debate. But in order to actually start the debate, you got to turn your camera on. You got to know that you're not one of those weirdos. So, Fraz, I'll give you a moment. Go ahead and turn the camera on. He said, nah, bro, WTF? Oh, okay. Oh, if you're going to say no, then we just keep moving. I'll go ahead and whoop. Fraz said no. He said no. Oh, well. Yeah, for anyone requesting over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, FYI, you will be required to start with turning your camera on and putting your face on the screen. And then again, you can turn it off. You don't have to keep it on for the entire time, but you will start that way because you guys have been super weird and you like to hide behind the anonymity of being over on YouTube. And so we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Either you guys are going to actually, give a proper introduction, or you're not going to get a chance to get up here and be weird. I don't care. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Chad, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Okay, and drop you down. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? All right, I'm gonna take that as a no. Addison over on on TikTok said, "Get a job." I bet you won't come up here and tell me about it. I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't do it. Unfortunately, you're not going to get any more debates by implementing that rule. I don't care. Like, if they're unwilling to do that over on YouTube, then, tough titty said the kitty, but the milk's still good. Like, that's what happens when people do weirdo shit. Like, it has repercussions. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I just I wanted to get your thoughts and opinions on Trump's involvement in the World Cup.
Okay, but you don't disagree with anything on the background?
Nah.
Okay, that's what's up. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. You guys have never heard that one before? Like, my grandmother used to say that all the time. My grandmother and my great-grandmother had the best sayings. My great-grandmother, Simon, she used to always say, when I would say something like, oh, I wish, my great-grandmother would say, wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up faster. Yes, I am from the South. Wish in one hand, shit in the other, see which one fills up faster. There was another one. I want. People in hell want ice water, but they can't have it. Yep. Yep. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hello. Yeah, I disagree with the capitalism and socialism comparison.
Okay. Kind of been going back and forth with this one all day. Do you want to give me your take on it, or are you sure there's nothing else you want to debate? Like, there's nothing else.
Shoot, no, sorry.
Give me your take.
I guess I could just turn you away. One sentence summary.
Yeah, no, I don't want to turn you away. It's just like literally we've been going back and forth with that one like over and over and over.
Okay, if you've already discussed with an objectivist libertarian, then I guess I assume there's nothing new I could offer. But,
yeah, I did. I spoke with him. He was advocating for Rand Paul.
Rand Paul? Okay,
Ron Paul,
maybe I still have something new to offer.
Whatever the fuck his name is.
Real quick, to summarize my stance in a short sentence, it is that the private ownership of the means of production is essential for the achievement of any human value whatsoever.
What do you mean? That sounds interesting.
Right. So to start, I should explain the subjective theory of value, which is a concept in Austrian economics. It is essentially just that.
FYI, and I'm good with you explaining theory, but we're also going to deal with praxis. So, like, be prepared for that question too.
Right. So, the basis here is that when any transaction happens, any voluntary transaction happens, it's characterized by a double coincidence of wants, where both parties say that they value the thing that they are exchanging for more than the thing that they are exchanging with, right? So if I trade $5 for a hot dog, I value the hot dog more than $5 and vice versa for the hot dog vendor, right? Both essentially this trade necessitates the private ownership of the means of production and voluntary exchange, right? You cannot have any forced exchange, and you cannot have a public property right or a communal property right for this exchange to be valid.
Is that it?
Essentially, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially, this is to say that the existence of
put it into praxis.
Into praxis, right? I guess the first extrapolation from this would be that taxation is just a destruction of value. Next would be that the public ownership of the means of production would be antithetical to human value as such, and that it's at face value incorrect in theory. Socialism is at face value incorrect in theory.
I'm confused why you're talking about socialism. I'm talking about the Austrian economic principle of, you know, like, I got what you want, you got what I need, let's put it together. The principle of, like, I got $5, you want the $5, you got the hot dog, I want the hot dog. How does that exist in current US society? And spoiler alert, it's kind of fucked.
Yeah, the US has a lot of problems. I'm totally I would totally acknowledge that, right? Except in the context of the discussion, I mean, I disagree with the take that socialism is a superior societal organization than capitalism, right? So,
yeah, I think you're still missing.
I need to address that as such, right?
I think you're missing.
Not that America could be better.
I think you're missing the request. The request is to put that in praxis as far as like practical application, how that exists today in the United States of America.
Are you asking for like a policy suggestion?
No, I'm asking for what does that actually look like? How does that actually exist? Because that exists in society today in the United States of America, and it's fucked. It doesn't work.
Oh, right. Okay, sure. I would say insofar there are large systematic issues with America, there are deviations from the principles of voluntary association, right? You could say the military-industrial complex, the issue is the military, not the industry. With the issue, say, insulin prices, the issue is with intellectual property laws and regulation, not with the producers of insulin, right? if you're asking what individuals can do with themselves to bring about a better society, a better world, I think it would be to be industrious and to produce things specifically without exploiting political means or using the government to generate profit through, taxation or regulation.
That sounds cool. I would like to be sitting on the beach in the Bahamas doing this stream right now. Right. I would love to have a Mai Tai in my hand as I talk to, millions of people and we just like hang out and shoot the shit. But I'm not. The practicality of it is I'm in Washington State and I'm talking to you, and instead of a Mai Tai, I have a pot of greed that has coffee. So the point that I'm getting is the theory and the principle behind what you're saying is, yes, it's like, that's practical. I'm not going to hold you. That's practical. Even sitting here saying like, there should be a lack of involvement from government. There should be a lack of, additional premise behind greed, but that's not reality, right? That's not the world that we live in. And the point that I was saying is like, use that specifically here within the United States, right? Energy is something that we need here in the United States of America. And we have had a consistent exchange for the cost of energy. Well, due to the economic practices of the current administration, people are still consuming the same amount of energy, but are paying additional $200, $300, $400 a month. And this is something that is not even a luxury. This is a necessity. And so with the actual economic theory that you're talking about, it would be wonderful because we need the energy, they want the money, and we could just exchange it. But with the additional real world influences that are baked into capitalism, it necessitates a disproportionate exploitation, right? The fact that we still get the same amount of energy, but these companies are making way more money off the same amount of energy. Like it's literally like, I hear what you're saying in principle, but in practice, it's not practical.
Right. That is okay. I should add, you're correct in the analysis that there's a sort of power in asymmetry, right? As an individual consumer of energy, I have less influence over, the production of energy and the price of energy than, ExxonMobil does, right? However, this difference in influence, this difference in power is only voluntary in the sense that I am not being prevented, or at least in a free market, so to speak, I'm not being prevented from creating a business to compete with ExxonMobil or creating my own energy through, a diesel generator, XYZ, solar panels, things like that, right? Point being that the difference in power here has come about through voluntary means and through productive action of the corporation. They are the ones producing energy. I'm the one who produces, other things in order to pay for the energy, right? Important point being, I got a question. That, yeah, sorry. Question.
And let me preface this by saying, CIA, FBI, the deep state, George Soros, whoever's listening right now, I don't actually have this. I don't actually have this. Hey, what do you think would happen if I somehow came up with an alternative source of energy today that would compete with the industries?
Yes, right. You invented the car that can run on water, and then you have a heart attack mysteriously, right? Right. Correct. So again, where's the incentive lie when we have a history of not only, and like here in the United States, like we actually have documented history. Oh yeah, no, I mean, like them doing this. So I have like, how does that actually include itself in the free market? Right. Prescriptively, we can say that the assassination of somebody who has a free energy source is an action outside of the free market. In fact, it is a lot more analogous to a socialist action than it is a capitalist action, right? Assassinating somebody is not a voluntary exchange. It is instead, a denial of their property right of their body, right? It is saying, I take away your life, right? It's not your life, it's my life. I take it away, right? It is not an adherence to property rights, is my point. The assassination is not an adherence to capitalism and property rights.
I'm not talking.
Now, what comes about?
I'm not talking about the rules. I think right. You got me. I think you may be a little confused. I'm not talking about the rules. I'm telling you, they don't give a fuck about the rules in practicality. Like, that's the point that I'm trying to get across. I'm not saying that on paper in a framework you're not right. I'm telling you that that's not how things actually work in practicality.
Well, if I could step back to the contention just real quick, you're essentially agreeing that capitalism is correct and that socialism is incorrect. Just maybe capitalism won't realize itself perfectly like tomorrow.
I'm saying that the actual premise of capitalism is to continue to exploit and incentivize greed. And so capitalism absolutely works with the exploitation and incentivization of greed, but that doesn't benefit the majority of people. And so the shift towards socialism or communism is more beneficial for the whole of people versus the individuals that win capitalism.
So again, we need to be comparing the concepts as such, right? So it's like saying that maybe exploiting people, maybe having a government to exploit people will create less exploitation overall than private means of production, right? Where the rich can just break the rules if they want to, right? This sort of how would you explain this? Like a post hoc description, maybe, where it's like, if you just let the good people do the exploitation, there will be less overall than if you let just whoever aggregates power to do whatever they want, right?
That's not socialism, though.
If I remember correctly, are we? It's like the wolf socialism, where it's like co-ops. What's the definition of socialism we're operating off of?
You talking about?
I was thinking like democratic socialism, right? Like progressive taxation, things like that.
Oh no. Like, okay, so I differ from some of my commie friends, because they're ready to like start putting heads in baskets and making people face the wall. I don't mind pulling people along towards a sense of like democratic socialism, a sense of like social safety nets, but I don't want to stop there. I want to continue to pull people past that. But that's not like having the governmental system that uplifts like the social safety nets and all this other stuff. Like, that's not the end goal of what I'm advocating for, or where I think is necessary. Because even if you take a look at, like, again, those shift towards some type of Nordic model or things like universal basic income, that only slows the process. And it continues to actually devolve because it's still capitalism. See, look at Ari. Now, Ari wants to make all of them face the wall. I'm trying to help you guys. I'm literally trying to help you guys, because they want to line you all up. And I'm trying to tell you, like, all right, I mean, like, maybe you guys should start fucking with this a little bit, and then, like, let's keep moving. Because, I mean, and that's the reality, right? I mean, the end game of capitalism is revolution. There's never been a point in history where the societies that engage in, like, capitalism has not ended in some form of revolution. So.
Right. So okay. So I assume this is basing off of the Marxist theory of history, right? Where there's a natural progression, right? You go from feudalism to capitalism to socialism to communism, right?
I think is based off of the actual history of history.
Well, there's specifically, again, the actual history doesn't make predictions. You need to have a model of history, a philosophical framework of history.
You create forecasting off of history. Do you know how to forecast?
Yeah, of course. Of course, man. It's like you need to have a model of history in order to forecast, right? If you look only in the past, right, you don't see it into the future.
you can actually, if you see a correlation between trend lines that is persistent in every single aspect, and it fulfills certain requirements, you can map out how those things project into the future, right? So if I say, like, in the past, everyone who has owned a horse and carriage has ended up, falling off the horse and carriage and dying. Well, like today, no one's riding around in a horse and carriage, but we might have a car, and that's a correlation. So it looks different today, but you still know that that trend line has been true throughout history, and so you can project how the car correlates to the horse and carriage, right? And so that's what I'm more so referring to as the actual correlation throughout history that helps predict the trends. And like the trends that I absolutely live on when I talk about like the necessity for us to make this massive shift is the history of nations, 250-year civilizations, the actual history of like the superpowers that had the centralized currency of the world and what caused them to collapse, combined with the fact that like when you oppress people and you create such wealth disparities. Every civilization has seen revolution. Some of them, like I said, ultra violent. Some of them just kind of collapse and then people pick up from the rubbles, but there's still revolution at the end. So like the point that I'm getting to is, while like people may think that capitalism works and we can like doctor it up and make it feel better or regulate it or whatever the case may be, like there's no point in the history of the country. Like that's the hubris of American exceptionalism, thinking that within our 250 years that we've seen enough, or we know enough to be able to say like this is the thing that works and will continue to work, even though we've seen this actually fail throughout the history of the world.
Okay, so I can't really tell what theory of history you're attempting to like posit here.
History?
Right. Like you're describing these trend lines of like in general these things sort of happen after these other things.
Oh, do you want to know the specific through line? I mean, I didn't think you wanted me to go into detail. I mean, I could tell you what those things are, but like I'm just like I'm not sitting here. So the interest.
Okay, sorry.
The thing about me
is
that
I'm straying a little bit off the point of the specific comparison between socialism and capitalism as such.
Yeah, the issue that a lot of people have with me is like I don't really like I can talk about theory, but I'm not debating theory. Like I'm debating reality, and we have like real world examples that we can speak to. We have empirical data that we can reference. We have like historic trends and current trends that we can reference. And so like theory's cool. Like I fucks with theory, but like more than theory, like we're living through this and we can actually look at the tangible impacts. So I think a lot of people have a hard time with me with that, because a lot of people want to like pontificate, and I can get on my soapbox, but I prefer to talk about reality. That's why when I told you, like I'm here, I'll listen to your theory, but then I wanted to talk about like praxis.
Sure. Okay. When I heard praxis, I was more thinking political praxis of how do you bring about a better world, or like praxis of how do you act within.
I'm talking about how this has actually been applied and how it actually works today.
Okay. I see. Mm-hmm. Sure. I'm saying sure because somebody bullied me for saying right a lot.
All good.
So I have to ask, given the highly empirical method here, like how would you explain the sudden explosion in wealth since like the Industrial Revolution?
The military industrial complex combined with the over exploitation of the labor force. The key inflection point that I talk about within the United States is always going to be Reaganomics. All right, where the trend line prior to Reaganomics, the cost of living.
So the reason that we have like insulin and like gas and like everybody has like electricity is because of exploitation?
Yeah.
So we have like all this food and all these goods and services because of exploitation.
Yeah.
So where did it come from? Where did these come from?
God, I guess. I don't know. Like, I was in the middle of like explaining some stuff and you cut me off with more questions. And so now we're just kind of.
I'm sorry. It's that we start going into history, but I really want to focus on precisely the question of capitalism versus socialism.
You asked me, you had the question and like, I didn't even finish answering your question. Like, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Like, if you wanted to know, then like I was really trying to explain it to you, which it all ties
about the
together.
theory of history, right?
I didn't give you any theory of history. I told you where it happened. I was literally talking about the inflection point as far as where things shifted within the United States. But if you want to talk about exploitation of food and gases, yes, it's exploitation as far as hoarding the natural resources, the people that have to die, the environment that has to be negatively impacted and over polluted in order to gain these, gas and all this other shit. You can talk about food, but there's such a food discrepancy. The people that can actually create or has this abundant food exploits the people who are unable to actually obtain said abundant food. In the United States of America, we throw away more food on a daily basis than people consume. So like there's actual practical things that apply to all of this. And yes, it's exploitation. I kind of feel like you don't want to hear the real world. I think you want to just debate theory.
Well, the issue is that when I ask how does something come about, right? We don't really have.
Let me finish.
Okay. Okay. So
what did I say? What was my answer about how did we come about to being where we are?
Right. You said through exploiting natural resources. You said through exploiting labor, things like that.
Mm-mm.
You said through the exploitation of indigenous populations, right?
Mm-mm. Are you listening at all? I feel like you're making things up now, or either you're like confusing what I'm saying.
Well, possibly. Sorry, can you repeat it?
No.
Okay, well, I guess for my final statement, I would say that the wealth of the modern day has come about.
Sir, this is a Wendy's, not an airport. You do not have to make a statement before you leave. This is a Wendy's, not an airport. We do not need a departure speech. We don't. Guys, if you're going to come up here to debate, please at least listen to what I'm saying. Like it does no good if you can't like engage in the things that I'm actually talking about. And plus, I'm not interested in just like repeating myself multiple times. That like literally does nothing. Oh. Yep. W's in the chat for Sheila for the $2 donation. Hey, thank you, Sheila. I'm so happy to see that you're here. W's in the chat for Sheila, guys. W's in the chat for Bree for the $11 donation. Bree, consider watching some vegan debates. Animal IG industry disproportionately harms low-income communities and the #1 contributor to climate. Yeah, Bree, listen, thank you for the $11. I would definitely, I'm willing to, check out the vegan debates, but I'm not going to hold you. I had a ribeye for dinner last night.
Much love from me. Yo, hello?
You Trump supporter disagree with something on the background?
No, I just want to say much love from.
Appreciate you. Please, guys, respect the boundaries of the live. Please respect the boundaries of the live. We're only looking for some debates. I would definitely check out vegan debates, but I'm not a vegan. Shout out to all my vegans, but I'm not a vegan. So there's that. I don't know. would you say management made like these really, so she made one of my favorite dish, right? She takes like this potato. It's like a twice baked potato or whatever. She bakes the potato, she scoops it out and she makes like mashed potato, and then she remakes the potato, and she makes like this really amazing cream cheese sauce or whatever. And so she did that, and she made the steak, and then she chops up the steak and puts it on the potato and puts the cream sauce over the potato after it's been twice baked. And then she made like this amazing mixed salad. She chopped up like some cucumbers, some type of peppers, and like a bunch of different vegetables, and made this like oil vinaigrette based dressing to go over it. And then she also we like Wingstop, and Wingstop has like this Cajun corn or whatever. So she bought corn, and then she like made the corn as far as like on the stove. She I don't know, she cooked the corn, and then she had like the seasoning, and she mixed the seasoning on the corn or whatever. It was like fucking amazing. It was so good. It was so good. I made myself sick because I ate so fast. I made myself sick because I ate so fast. Shout out to management. He said, now that I'm hungry, yeah. Yeah, she is an amazing cook. Like not even gonna hold you. I used to pride myself on how well I could cook until I tasted her food, and now I get nervous about being in the kitchen. Like I legitimately, anytime like I have to cook for myself, I'm always like, it's not gonna be as good as hers. And then anytime we have to eat anywhere, and it's not her cooking, it's never as good as her cooking, ever. Like ever, never, nothing compares. W's in chat for Jared for the $25 donation. I received my first unaliving threat. It must be doing something right. LO said that it was ICE doesn't belong in voting locations. Some MAGA clown said, I hope you curb stomp you. Holy fuck. When I tell you, Jared, this is absolutely fucking insane. Like, it's absolutely insane. Like, that is some wild shit. These people are out of their minds. I'm sorry to hear that. Holy fuck. Sorry to hear that. W's in the chat as well for Jared for the additional 25. Say modern exploitation, not including obviously things like slavery. Our food mostly comes from farms that's picked by exploited immigrants, and your phone was snapped together by Chinese children in sweatshops. Like facts. Facts. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. If anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Someone says management needs to drop a cookbook or recipes or whatever. I don't know. Y'all talk to her about that. Ooh, baby, if you're listening, can you tell me again what you said you're going to do for dinner? That's super loud. Hi, Eric. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, Eric. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? And drop him down. I don't think he meant to request up. She said something. Gosh, what did she say? I don't know if she's listening right now. She said something about like a vodka pasta with the steak or something. I don't know. All I know is like that shit always slaps. So I have no idea. But she said something about like a vodka pasta or something. I don't know. You said you would take a plate. Yeah. Debbie's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bit. Down with capitalism. Yep. Debbie's in the chat for Manders for the other one cheer bit. I don't understand why everybody's been like, so adamant about Elon today. It's weird. It's weird to see like how much they cape for Elon. I don't know. W's in the chat. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get up to 60,000 likes. 600,000 likes. Also, guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. So, guys, please, please, please turn on notifications so you guys know when we go live. Yeah. All right. We don't have anyone in the request at the moment. And we do have Jesse, who is still over. All right, let's see what Jesse's talking about. Jesse.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. Do you want to finish up the debate from earlier?
Yeah, totally. I mean, my phone actually died like right at that last second, right when you were like, the floor is yours, and I was like, cool, and then it was shutting down. So I promise you I didn't run.
No, I didn't think you did. It like froze, and so I thought that you lost signal.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but basically, I think where we left off, we were talking about, actually I wasn't going to come back up because I kind of like took in a lot of what you said, and like I think we're on the same page, which is, I guess I just wanted to make sure that like, some people try. Like I just don't want it to go unrecognized that like some people do try, and like I know I've benefited from white privilege in my life, but that wasn't like a choice that I made. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't choose for that cop to let me go. That was their bias. That's the bias of the system and everything else. And I don't know how to deal with that all the time, right? I don't want to lay that on you or anything, but the point that I was trying to get at is like taking what you're saying is like moving forward. I just want to make sure that I'm taking that input back. And like, when I see things like that on the backboard where I'm like, it's cowardice and stuff, like I want to make sure that I'm not acting cowardly, right? And bias is by nature a blind spot. So I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me about it. You know what I mean? And it just helps to kind of like put me on the right track, right? So that I make sure that I'm confronting these things, I guess, when they come up. I think that's kind of where we were at, but I don't know.
Okay.
If I'm off topic, I don't know. There's been a lot of other things, and the whole capitalism stuff, like it has me on a whole nother tangent too. Like I have a couple things there, but we don't have to talk about that because I know that's been a whole nother thing. But
I'll just say like, I think the biggest thing that I can kind of point to is like the premise behind like the white privilege, right? And I mean, like, I know that you've said that you have like white guilt or whatever. And I do think that that's something that you can work on unpacking. The question I do have, though, is have you started working on unpacking that, working on like deconstructing and educating yourself and, trying to do those things that will put you in a position to not only understand your benefit, but to actually be able to, understand your privilege, but be able to utilize your privilege to help other minorities and all this other stuff. Because again, like I talk about this often about like as a man, how it's my responsibility to, use my privilege to benefit other marginalized communities.
I'd like to think that I have. Like, I mean, I think that's a part of the reason why I followed your stream. And like I said, I'd like to think myself as like friendly of most of the stuff you're doing here. So like I said, I just that's kind of what I think I'm doing right now, in part, is like confronting it. And like the problem is that I think about a lot of these things and it's really hard to talk about. And so I have to unpack it and kind of get a ration check on there. And like you bring up a lot of good points earlier, like there's a couple things to think about there, but I think that I have, like, I don't know. I mean, I just, what does that look like? Could I do more? Maybe. Like, I guess, I could probably do more, but I think I've worked on it a significant amount. Like, I think that's one of the reasons. Like, I used to do debates and things on Facebook years ago, and then I stopped doing that. Yeah. How do I work on it? A lot of it's like conversations with people and discussions. And then also like practices, definitely, like if I'm in an environment, like,
what have you read?
What's that?
What have you read?
What have I read? Like, I haven't read any specific self-help books per se, but
What have
I
you
mean,
read?
as far as like educational courses, like, I don't know what you mean.
What have you done to educate
I read a
yourself?
lot of
You
I
said
read a
that-
lot of fiction, so yeah.
Okay, but what have you read specifically to help prepare you for with like deconstructing to combat white supremacy and like racism? Like, what have you read?
Yeah, I mean, my approach to that is through awareness, and like that goes kind of like into the discussion I was talking about earlier. So like my concepts on that are around the structures of oppression, right? And the way that, like, I mean, this ties into the capitalist discussion of like billionaires and things, of like, how do the elites use these systems as tools against us, right? And like, you know, if you talk about right, and so the idea, like my approach to it is in deconstructing the system and spreading awareness around that, because really, as long as we are pointing the fingers at each other, we're kind of like not approaching that angle of it. What's that?
What have you read?
Like I read NPR every day. I don't know.
No,
I read a lot of different.
You're advocating for deconstructing these systems. What have you read?
Are you talking about like a book, like a specific book about deconstruction?
No, about these systems in order to be able to, you know, work to dismantle them.
I guess I've just been an avid consumer of history for a long time, and I engage in a lot of political debates in social settings. Like I said, I used to have like a debate forum.
What's race?
On Facebook and stuff. And yeah.
What's race?
What's what?
Race.
Well, there's two concepts of it, right? One would be like the scientific concept, which would be like you have different, which isn't really race, right? You're talking about different species and things like that, right? So you talk about like, anyways, that's a whole separate thing, right? Like Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, stuff like that. But there's also the construction of races and race theory, right? Which is something that was brought about after the discovery, the doctrine of discovery, right? Back in the 14th century. Which typically I think is a social construct used to separate people based on phenotypical characteristics.
Okay. Why was it created?
To create structures. Well, so if you think of, like I said, like an elite or ruling class that wants to pacify a people, they want to unify a people towards a common cause. So that's kind of what the discovery doctrine was they were using that as a way to unify a people towards a common cause, use their commonality of, you know, whiteness or Europeanness or whatever, Christian civilization or whatever, to then exploit other people, basically, like through an exploitative process to then further benefit their own status. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. What do you mean specifically?
So like Britain going down to, I can't remember what nation it was, but stealing like all Mansa Musa's gold, right? So you convince everybody, cool, you know, if they can convince everybody that because they're superior and that these people, they don't deserve to have this wealth and they're just going to lose it, then we can go rob the richest man in the world and take all their money, that sort of thing. And then that still ends up in the king's coffers. That doesn't end up all in just the coffers of the people. You know what I mean? So the elites are the ones that are benefiting the most from that system.
What's the patriarchy?
Patriarchy is a general term. There's like a more recent term, the patriarchy. But patriarchal systems are systems that are generally designed for like men to be in charge. I mean, just as a general term, I don't have a specific definition for that other than to say it's kind of a system, you know, generated around men, you know, men being in charge. It's generally a sexist system. And like I said, it has its roots going all the way back to, early Christianity when they, made a conscious choice to remove that. And then religion was instituted as a part of government, which then later, when Rome collapsed, you still had the remnants of the Roman Catholic Church, which kept those structures in place to a large part, as again another form of commonality between people, which again was used by the elite. It was another tool there that they were using to find commonality among people to bind them.
What's the gender binary, and why is it in place?
This is an interesting one. So gender binary, I mean, there might be a specific definition around this because I might not be privy to a specific discussion, but just exercising, like using what you're saying, like the gender binary, I think what you're describing is how people tend to fall into a binary concept of gender where you have men and women, and that, it's one way or the other, you're a man or a woman. And there are people that ascribe sex to that, right? Where they say that due to a specific sex, which some people say is a chromosomal pattern, but I don't know. I've heard some interesting things, like the guy that discovered XX and XY didn't actually intend for them ever to be used as sex in the original papers. He said that they shouldn't be used as a sex marker, but that's neither here nor there. But, and also 1 to 2% of the population not having standard XX or XY and maybe not even being aware of it. But so a gender binary is kind of a social construct that's based on the idea that biology is tied to your specific gender as it pertains to gonads mostly, because they're usually talking about whether you have testicles on the outside or ovaries on the inside, or some sort of thing like that. Because there's other theories, right, talking about genetics and things in other parts of the body. There's some new, more recent things that, I don't know, it's more abstract. There's things about the gonad placement and then 6 other elements used to determine gender. I don't know. There's just interesting new constructs and stuff around it. That's why I'm not sure what you're referring to as the gender binary.
Yeah. So I'll say this, right? Jesse, you know enough to be dangerous, right? You're not completely absent of the systems that you're talking about, but you're definitely not equipped to be saying that you're advocating for the dismantling of these systems when you don't properly know what they are, how they function, and how to actually dismantle those. Hey, what's dual power structures?
Dual power structures?
Yeah.
Can I get a context?
Via revolution.
Dual power structures via revolution.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't think of it off the top of my head. It'll probably come to me later.
Got it. So Jesse, what I would recommend is again, you're not absent of knowledge of certain things. You know some stuff, right? Which is definitely more than, a lot of people that come and say oh, I just want to, do the thing. But right. Sitting here saying that you're working to to dismantle any of these without having proper understanding, proper knowledge, or even the proper ability to communicate those things speaks to the amount of harm that you can cause. Right?
Oh, what am I wrong about?
A lot. A lot. Jared, I just saw what you said. Yeah, if you want to, Jared.
What do you mean?
1 second, I was talking to Jared.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could I ask you a question about capitalism?
Give me a second. All right, guys, we got Jared up here. Jared used his tag me in. Did you drop it in the tag me in section in the Discord?
I did.
Okay. So Jared is using his tag me in. With the tag me in, that's a benefit of being a super fan on TikTok, a subscriber over on Twitch or a member over on YouTube, where you can use your tag me in, where you get 5 minutes to come in and actually debate the op, as long as I don't have a mutual on the panel at the time. And so Jared requested to use this tag me in to talk to you, Jesse. So I'm going to give the floor to Jared. You guys got 5 minutes. Jared, it's on you.
Hi, Jesse. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? I mean, yeah.
I'm well. Can I ask you a question? How long have you been in this deconstruction process?
I mean, it started when I was a kid.
Okay.
I
get that. I mean,
do you want to know?
Seriously, like focusing on it and researching and sitting with yourself and coming to a deeper understanding.
Yeah, basically, I mean, if you can imagine like a kid, you know, getting into trouble, X, Y, and Z, and then having a crisis of conscience where it's like, well, if I'm going to go, you know, and I'm not trying to like hype myself up because I was just a dumb kid, right? But like in my mind, if I'm going to be an outlaw or whatever, right, then I'm going to live outside the law, it's these rules, or I'm going to join.
Hey,
like I ended up joining the military to work from the inside. So that's what I did.
Please don't use DMB. That's the second time I've said that. That's an ableist term.
Oh, what did I say?
DUMB. Please don't say that.
Oh, did I say it about myself?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no, that's the second time. No, we want to stay away from the ableist.
I apologize.
So I want to ask you another question. So both this morning when you're on and this afternoon, Santana has mentioned that while deconstruction and what you're doing in of itself is necessary, you know enough knowledge to be dangerous, and that you should not be putting the labor on Santana. It's not his responsibility to help you through this. But you continue to talk. Do you understand what he is saying?
Yeah, I think I understand what he's saying. I mean, sorry, I had a glitch there. I don't know if I timed out for a second.
Okay.
I'm trying to listen and understand. So,
but you know, listening, and I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm not trying to be, well, maybe a little harsh and stern, but you know, listening actually requires you to listen, correct?
Yeah.
Because I haven't really noticed a lot of listening. You seem to be talking to listening to respond rather than actually taking in what's being said to you.
Huh.
This isn't to discredit any work that you were doing, and I'm saying this because I've been in this place. You know, I've grew up I'm still live in Central Illinois, without a whole lot of exposure to what really is going on in the world and what reality is really like. And I've had to sit and actually listen, not share my knowledge or respond back with my knowledge. Yes, this is what I'm learning, or this is what I know. It's like, you have to actually listen to what they are saying. Knowledge is vital, but if we don't apply it in the correct way or converse in the correct way, we are doing more harm than good. We are contributing to the issue and making it even worse. It is not Santana's job to hold your hand and converse with you along this road and this education. It is your job to sit and focus and learn about yourself and understand yourself and understand how you have participated in white supremacy, how you have hurt, the marginalized. If you ever want to sit and talk or message, you can follow me. Yes, when I'm not in Santana's live, I'm just a nerd playing Minecraft, but I'm willing to sit and talk and provide resources and help. So if you ever just want to message me, you can, but I would recommend this not be the space that you work through those things.
I just want to let you know that that's been 5 minutes. So Jesse, I'll give you an opportunity to say anything else to Jared. Let Jared wrap it up, and then we're going to go ahead and keep it moving.
Okay, yeah, I hear you on that. And I do try to listen, and I guess I'll be better about that. Like, I'm going to take that as constructive feedback.
I hope it didn't conveniently freeze again.
Yep. He froze. Jared, I don't know if he... Further. Oh, there he is.
But yeah, that's all. I just...
You froze up.
So I do.
No one.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry if it froze up for a minute. So yeah, I'll take that as constructive criticism, and I'll work on it. I don't know, there's not a lot. I can't counter that point, right? If you're saying I should listen more, I'll do more to do that. And my goal is to be beneficial, so I won't take up too much more of your time. But yeah, I get what you're saying, and I'll work on that. And that's one of the things that I think about is like how to approach this issue in a way that's most beneficial. And it is. Knowledge is a dangerous thing. I'll agree with that. So that's all I'll say.
It's not. Okay, Jared. Anything else from you?
No, I was gonna say it's not a dangerous thing. It's what you do with it and how you use it. But like I said, follow me if you want to. Message me, but I'm gonna reiterate again that especially if you are not going to pay for Santana's labor, this is not.
I don't know.
Coming up and debating is not the space for deconstruction. Deconstruction needs to be happening while you're sitting and listening and learning.
All right. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate you.
I guess.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, so Jesse, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to let you go. You got a lot of work to do. I don't know. It kind of seems like you want a cookie, and I don't have any cookies right now. It kind of feels like you want to get credit for like the work you're trying to do or have done. Are you frozen? It's frozen. There we go. Can you hear me?
Shit. Yeah. Excuse my language. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to let you go. It kind of seems like you're in a position where you want a cookie, you want to get credit for the work that you feel like you're doing. But the actual like premise that we really need to deal with is that this is not something that we should be seeking reward for. Like, it's our responsibility to ensure that we are looking to benefit others. And even more so, like jumping into any type of work without like readying yourself prior to the work is harmful. You saying that, you would debate people on these things and you're trying to dismantle the systems and you don't have a full understanding of it, like that screams hubris. And then, like you said, you got like white guilt and all this. I'm not saying, whether you should or should not, but I am saying that unpacking that with a Black person is not where you should be doing it unless you're paying said Black person, a therapist or whatever. But I think that you have good intentions, but the intentions, like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So and keep that in mind. Anyway, I'm going to let you go ahead and go. I appreciate you coming up. Looks like you might have froze. Oh, you didn't freeze. Got it. I thought you were frozen again.
Yeah, no, I didn't freeze. No, I was just going to say my main point that I wanted to bring up at the beginning was just that there's a third person in the room, right? Racism isn't about just white people and Black people. There's a third person, and racism is one of the tools they use. It's only one of the tools that they use. And that I would say that third category of people is, like I said, like a quote unquote ruling elite class, if you want to put it that way. So that's all I wanted to raise to the forefront.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up.
Have a good day.
Someone in the comment section, and I muted you. Come up here, Bub. Where is it? Yo Kitty. Yo Kitty said, y'all being rude when he just learning and shish.
Hey, I hope you know I'm a little ass kid, you know? Hey, my fault. I really
You're a
love
little ass kid. What's a little ass kid? Are you under 18?
Man. Yeah, okay. Brother.
So I'm going to drop you down. You should listen. All right. If you're a little ass kid, then like listen, because it's not about being rude and it's not about coddling people. It's about getting to the point of what we should be dealing with. Anywho, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. W's in the chat for Rebel for the $1 donation. I don't know. That it's how they hold their camera, Rebel. It's so weird. W's in the chat for J Hops. J Hops, I didn't even see this $5 donation, but I beat you to the question. And the answer is nothing. Debbie's in the chat for Sophie for the $5 donation. Sophie, thank you so much for the $5 donation. And I appreciate that sincerely. I'm just like, you being here, it means the world to me. So thank you. Thank you for the donation, but thank you for being here. You're fucking awesome. Debbie's in the chat, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything in the background? Island Girl, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything in the background? Gonna drop you down. Guys, what in the fuck? Jamie! $1 million W's in the chat for Jamie. Jamie just sent a $100 donation. Jamie just sent a fucking $100 donation and said paying my education fee. Just bought the 1619 Project book. Just had to. Saw it at the airport today. Fucking W's in the chat for Jamie. Holy shit, that is crazy. That's so kind. I want to see $1 million W's in the chat for Jamie. Holy shit. Thank you, Jamie. $100 it's a lot. It's wild. Holy smokes. I really hope that you enjoy the book. And not gonna lie, it's really made me happy how many people have like heard me talking about 1619 Project and just like, I want to read that. And I will preface it. You guys don't come back and say, Santana, you didn't tell me. Don't come back and say, Santana, you didn't tell me. It is a tough read. It is a tough read, meaning I thought I was going to throw up. Super informational, super like educational. It's eye-opening. But I literally thought that I was going to throw up at certain times. People that's reading it right now, am I lying? Has anyone made it past chapter 2? Can anyone tell me if I'm lying that's made it past chapter 2? It's the 1619 Project. Susan said, you're not lying. I'm telling you, it is so important to like consume the information that's in that book. But man, it turned my stomach to the point that I literally thought that I was going to throw up. Santana, the other day you talked about the Delectable Negro. Wait, Linda, you read the Delectable Negro? Linda, can you come up for 2 seconds? Linda, can you come up for 2 seconds? Is that possible? Can you come up for 2 seconds? I have stamped from the beginning. I haven't started that one yet. I just finished this morning. Women have better sex than socialism. Linda, you read the Delectable Negro?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay, if I'm echoing, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, yes. It is.
I didn't expect anybody to go read that, Linda. I didn't expect people to read that one.
Hey, for everybody, if you don't want to buy it, it's on Libby, and I want every white person in the world to read this book.
Ooh, that's a setup. That's a setup, Linda. That's a setup.
I am what?
Oh.
I could not believe in the homo. What do they call it? Homoerotic. What was it? Oh my God, I can't remember now. And to
don't tell
hear
him. Linda,
about
Linda,
that,
Linda,
yes,
don't tell him. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
I'm sorry.
Don't tell him. I'm shocked.
I'm sorry.
I didn't think anybody would actually read that. That's not one of the recommendations that I really wanted people. I'm shocked that you actually went and read that one. Holy smokes.
You said it, and I read it.
Ooh.
Yes.
Good on
and
you,
I would
Linda.
I challenge every white person in the world to download the Libby app and read it, or you can listen to it. If you listen to it, it's like 20 times worse.
Oh my God.
At times, my stomach was just shaking. Yeah, I was.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Linda. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Now kick me out because I don't know how to read, Santana.
I got you. I did not expect, for anyone saying what book was she talking about, The Delectable Negro. It's The Delectable Negro. She said it's on Libby. I've heard people talk about that app, Libby. Holy shit! I didn't expect people to go read it. Holy shit! I'm telling you. Oh my God. Oh, holy shit. Oh my gosh. That literally brought tears to my eyes. I did not expect that. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy. I did not expect that. I did not. Okay. Oh, holy shit. You said wait, hold on. You said, well, now I'm gonna read it. Ooh. Kristen, come back and tell me what you think after you read it. To all my white homies, come back. If you guys go read that, come back and tell me what you think after you read it. To all my white homies, listen. I'll just say, Linda tried to warn you. The name, it's called The Delectable Negro. The Delectable Negro. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Hey, Miss W108, can you come up for a second? Can you come up for 1 second? Miss W1028, is it possible for you to come up for a second? I'll send you a request. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Without telling them about the book, you said that you had to take a break and you'll come back to it next week. Tell them why. Without telling them the book.
Do you know how Ed Guin is?
The what?
Ed Guin.
Ed Guin.
He's like a serial unaliver.
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay, well, due to that reason, I had to take a break.
Ed Gein? Is that what they're saying? Ed
Yeah,
Gein.
sorry.
Okay.
I don't know how to say his last name, but yes, that.
Yeah. Okay.
And the details it goes into is just it's very graphic. It's a very educational book. Highly recommend.
Okay. All right. I just wanted people to understand because I want people to know that I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not just like saying this. So.
No, it's actually really, really educational, but I think
When
sometimes
did
you
you
might have
start
to take a
reading
break
it?
from stuff. I started reading it last week after you was talking to somebody with
Oh, I
you had
didn't
to have
think that
somebody
you
else
guys
up
were really
here.
gonna go read that. I didn't think you would do it. Holy smokes.
Oh yeah, I read all the books you recommend. I'm slowly but surely catching up to you. Every time you're reading a new book and you're talking about it, I'm downloading and ready too.
Hey, okay. All right. I appreciate you. Make sure
Can
you
you throw
protect
me
your
out?
I got you. Protect your peace. But I'm proud of you. One more time, the book is called The Delectable Negro. Now, Petty said that there was another one that you guys need to read. I haven't started it yet. I'm debating if I want to start it today or if I want to go back into the 1619 project specifically because I got something going on this weekend. And so I don't know if I want to get back into if I want to start, but it's called, let me make sure I'm saying the title right. Holy smokes. 1 second here. Ain't I a Woman? Oh no, Petty, you were talking about They Were Her Property. Sorry. So Petty recommended They Were Her Property. I'm going to Ain't I a Woman by Bell Hooks. But Petty was talking about They Were Her Property, which I've heard about that as well. So, hey baby, are you watching right now? I see she just hit a thumbs up in the Discord. Are you watching? That's on your list? Yeah. Ain't I a Woman? That's a whole thing. They Were Her Property. I heard about that one as well. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
This is serious now about it ain't no grabbing the United States.
I think they meant to actually request stuff. Dubs in chat for Kira for the $6 donation. I love you as well. Thank you so much, Kira44. Thank you. Dubs in chat for Danella. I did the audiobook, but that's just because of how my ADHD is set up, and I like to multitask while I'm doing stuff. Plus, I also like to I'm telling you, when I'm not live or in like some of my specific friends' lives, I'm listening to my books. Like I'm locked in on my books. W's in the chat for Jay for the $2 donation. He said, yo, did you call me delicious Negro? That's exactly what I called you. W's in the chat for Jay for the $2 dono. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. W's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bid. He was running like the entire time. W's in the chat for Manders. Why communism? I don't think that's on my list. Why communism? I have to check that out. And W's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bit. He burned it all down then, Manders. And W's in the chat for Grabby for the 400 cheer bits. Let's fucking go. Say, can you send me the list Ari gave you so I can buy the books? No. Sorry, Grabby, I cannot. But what you can do for anyone who is interested in the, like when I tell you, hold on, let me take a look at this. How many books do I have? Give me a second, guys. Okay, so far I have downloaded 30 books, and out of those 30 books, I have completed let's see. 19. I've I might not have been able to download it, Ari. I might not have been able to download it. I know there were some books from the original list that I couldn't download. So that's the problem. So out of the 30 books so far, I've read 19. And so no, to answer your question directly, no. But if you're interested in either one of the reading lists, Ari has published those reading lists, the books that she gave me, in her Discord. She published them in her Discord. And so if you want to join Ari's reading Discord, she has a book club at Ari for Education on all the platforms. Check the link. You just have to be 21 years of age or older and no Nazis. No Nazi shit. No Nazi shit. Got it? Got it? But yeah, that's how you get it. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in chat for Manders for the one cheer bit. Sean suggested that last night. Yeah, absolutely. Debbie's in the chat. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. You can't talk shit about pork roll either. What about pork roll? I don't know what's happening with pork roll. I don't know what that means. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree. Did my baby just come in here? No pork roll slander. Did my baby just swipe in? I think I just saw my baby swipe in. Did you just jump into the live? Hey, baby. Hey, so people, I was telling them about what you made for dinner last night, and people are requesting for you to publish recipes. They said they want you to publish your recipes. She's not cooler. Absolutely fuck not. Also, I was trying to remember what you said about tonight, like vodka pasta something or whatever, but I couldn't remember what you said. She's talking about she's not good enough for that. Fucking lying. Let me tell you about my wife, right? Every single time she cooks, no bullshit, she always says this: don't get your hopes up. It's not that good. Every single time, don't get your hopes up. It's not that good. And every single time, it's a fucking banger. And I'm not just saying that. I'm literally not just saying that. I'm not gassing her up. I wish I could have like one of her family members join the live and just like, I'm telling you, no bullshit. No bullshit. Like absolutely wild work. So, okay. Question for you guys, because we are still looking for some debates. Oh, wait, hold on. I think we just had somebody help in the box. Baby, would you say tonight, vodka, whatever? Hi, Zach. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Wait, sorry. I think something is blocking the background right now.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
You said you are?
Yeah, I am.
Something's going with your audio. You sound like it sounds like something's actually blocking your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, way better.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Did you want to take a moment to take a look at the background and pick something, or did you want to tell me how today, July 9th, 2026, you still support Donald Timothy Trump?
Wait, well, I think it's cutting off in the right there. What did it say? White people and white supremacy?
White people embrace white supremacy, and then under that it says global power reduce the U.S. military.
Wait, are you saying white people, you should embrace white supremacy, or white people embrace it, meaning like they just inherently embrace it?
No, I'm saying white people are currently embracing white supremacy.
Okay, and you're saying all white people?
The collective, yes.
I'm not sure I understand. The collective meaning you say that all white people are embracing white supremacy?
Yeah, the collective.
Okay, so then is it fair? Well, do you not think that there could be a white person that is not embracing white supremacy?
Sure, but that's the individual, not the collective.
All right, so I guess that's fair. I don't think that the individual disproves the law, but then would you say that it's fair to say, or it's fair for some people to have stereotypes, or to say, like, for example, all black people are bad or all black people are murderers, when obviously it's not every single one. It's just that you can say, some of them are doing it.
I think the fair comes in the fall and it's the summertime. And by saying black people this or all that or whatever, that doesn't disprove the point on the background as far as white people embrace white supremacy.
No, I know. It's obvious that not every single white person in the world is embracing white supremacy. And obviously not every black person in the world is a murderer. But to say that every white person...
But again, like the point that I'm trying to get across with saying that is that's not actually attacking the point as far as the debate by pointing to someone else.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to understand your point, because when you say the collective, meaning everyone, it's fair to then say, oh, then you're saying you're okay with stereotypes.
This is not a stereotype. A stereotype would be saying, like, a stereotype would be like, all white people can't dance. Like, that's a stereotype.
Sorry, stereotype was the wrong word.
So I'm not saying a stereotype. Also, fun fact, guys, for all, listen, black people, this is a call-in moment for black people. I disagree with the premise that white people can't dance, and not in the sense of like, oh, like I've seen them just getting down, but more so in the sense of like, I remember the joke from Dave Chappelle where he said white people can dance. They're just hearing the wrong music in their head. So if you switch the music and watch them dance, it makes sense. It just doesn't make sense to the music that they currently dance from. Anyway, yeah, so there's that.
Well, I think what I'm getting at is the fact that when you say as a collective, white people are embracing white supremacy, then it's fair for other people to use that same way to say things that you would clearly disagree with and say it's dangerous.
I don't care.
So, okay, so you think it's okay for somebody to say all black people are murderers?
I don't care. We're not debating whether all black people are murderers or not. Again, that does nothing.
I know we're not debating that, but then would you say that you agree with me that all black people are murderers? I mean, we're not debating it, but I want to bring it up because it's relevant.
Could you prove it? And where does it say all?
No,
like literally on my background, where does it say all? You guys get so hung up on like this all word. I've never once made a claim that says all.
I just asked you all, and you said I just asked you all, and you said yes as the collective.
I said collective. I never said all. You keep saying all, and I've never said all. I would never agree to all. That's why when you talked about individual, I said not the. I said you said, do I think that there could be individuals that don't embrace white supremacy? I said yes, and that's why I said we're talking about the collective, not the individual.
I'm sorry for saying all. What did you mean by collective?
The majority, meaning that until there is
a majority of white people. You think a majority of white people?
You want me to actually explain it, or like, did you want to actually?
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. When I say the majority, I mean until there's enough representation to actually negate the majority, then the default is the majority. Similar to the premise that it's all men until it's no men. Until there's enough disproportional representation to disprove the point, then we have to be vigilant and expect the point to be proven by the individual. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that it's enough percentage of white people to say all.
Yeah. Again, until it's enough percentage to not say. And not, again, you said all, until you can say that it's enough percentage that it's not the representation of the collective, then we have to expect that from the collective. And so there is enough people who are white people who are actively fighting against white supremacy, then we have to expect white people to embrace white supremacy on an individual basis until they prove on an individual basis that they do not embrace white supremacy.
Okay, so would you say that it's fair to assume that because somebody is white, then they're embracing white supremacy?
Yep.
Okay, so is there a specific percentage or a specific line that it needs to cross in which it's okay to assume, or is it just like when people feel like it?
Until there is enough tangible proof to show that white people are actively fighting white supremacy and fighting to dismantle white supremacy, it's safe to assume that when when white supremacy is no longer the default and whiteness is no longer the default, then we can stop making that assumption.
Okay, so I guess I could even say that maybe, even if I did agree with you, I think that ideology makes it so that it's fair for people of other races to make assumptions.
I literally don't care, Zach. Like Zach, you keep trying to go to other people, and I'm telling you, I don't care, because that's not the topic on the background. That's not what we're debating. If you want to talk about other people, other races, other topics, I don't care.
All right.
Would you like to attack the actual point and debate the point, or were you trying to say, well, if you have to do it in this situation, you got to do it in that situation?
Well, I think that's debating the point. I'm just pointing
that's
out law. Okay, so I guess without that, I would just say no. I don't think that all people are embracing white supremacy, because some white people are embracing white supremacy. I don't think that's fair to judge. And
okay, so question for you: what does it look like to embrace white supremacy?
What does it look like to embrace white supremacy? To either say or do an action that, I mean, I guess a substitute for the word embrace. So to say or do an action that would allow, sorry, just heard the line. To say or do an action that makes people think that they are better based on the fact that their race is white.
Those were a lot of words, Zach. What do you think you said with those words? Like, what message do you think those words conveyed?
I mean, I guess first just trying to define white supremacy.
Oh no, that wasn't defining white supremacy. Like, I don't think you define white supremacy. That's not even what I wanted you to do. I wanted you to I said, what does it look like to embrace white supremacy?
I mean, I'm not sure I understand the question. What does it look like to embrace white supremacy? It looks like somebody saying that because you are of the white race and you're better.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Would it be embracing white supremacy if you see like white supremacists literally let's say you saw the KKK walking to a black person's house with a cross to burn a cross on their front lawn, and you knew that's what they were going to do, and you turn around and say, not my business, and go back in the house. Is that embracing white supremacy?
No, that's not.
Oh, so abstaining from a preventable action that perpetuates white supremacy is not embracing it.
You yourself know you're not, because if you try to stop that action, you could get harmed yourself. So it's fair for you to say.
What does stopping that action look like?
I mean, whether you're trying to get involved, but what was your exact scenario? You said that if somebody sees the KKK going into a black man's house, what did you say?
If you see the KKK walking past you to a black person's house with a cross, knowing that they're getting ready to take the cross and put it on the black person's lawn and set it on fire, and you turn around and say, not my business, are you embracing white supremacy?
No, I don't think you are, because I don't think that there's something you could have done that could have prevented that without a chance of you being physically harmed. So it's unfair to say that you're embracing white supremacy just because you don't want to get physically harmed.
How much physical harm would come to you by calling the cops?
All right. Okay, I thought you meant physically intervene. Calling the cops.
I never said anything about physical intervening.
Okay, then I understood you wrong. Yeah, I think that either way, I still think that you have the right to not want to call the cops, and that it's okay if you don't.
I'm not saying that you do or do not have the right. I'm saying is that embracing white supremacy, if you allow it with the possibility of preventing it, is it embracing it?
Okay, I guess if we're counting calling the cops, then yeah, you could say that that's embracing it.
Hey, I'm going to read a poem for you, and maybe this may like help you contextualize a little bit more. The poem is called "Then They Came for Me." Have you ever heard that?
No, I've not.
Okay, cool. It says, "First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. And then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me." Zach, what do you think that poem means?
I mean, I think I have a good understanding of that poem, and I think it's a smart poem to say that we need to stand up for other people that are being targeted. Because if we don't, then when we're targeted, we don't have anybody to stand up for us. But yeah, I think that's a fair poem.
Okay. The premise of the poem is just because you are not someone that's directly impacted by an action or something that's occurring does not mean that it absolves you from potential impact, future impact, or bilateral harm, right? Understanding that while you may not directly engage in white supremacy, or you might not directly uphold white supremacy, if you allow white supremacy to continue to exist and persist, then you are perpetuating the harm that is caused by white supremacy. So in the example that I gave you, your first inclination was to say, nope, I won't do anything and not on me. I'm not saying that, I never said that you had to run and grab them and stop them or like be a superhero. I mean, there's multiple things that you could have done. You could have, like I said, called the cops. You could have reached out to your neighbors. You could have done a lot of different things, right? But your first thought, your first inclination was to say, nope, I got to protect myself, right? Which leads to the premise as far as like the underlining thing that I've been saying. If you're not actively fighting against something, if you are not actively anti this thing, then you are perpetuating that thing, whether you engage in it or not, especially when you have privilege that protects you from said thing.
Okay. Well, I don't know. There wasn't a question, right?
Nope.
Okay. So, what would you like me to respond to that? There's no question. I don't understand.
Are you waiting for me to question you? You can't respond to what I said without a question?
Okay. So I just respond to what you said without a question. I think, yeah, I agree with what you said. And I think it's fair to say that if you're not actively doing something against white supremacy, then I mean, I don't think that white supremacy is at the level in which, when you say, for example, in the quote, they came after the communists. I think that clearly in that quote, what you're saying is that they are probably killing or doing severe harm to communists. Necessarily speaking, I don't think there are people that are really doing any physical harm, or at least not a majority or a lot of people that are doing physical harm to black people, to the point where it's like, if you don't do it, then you are a white supremacist, or that you're not standing up for something that's happening.
Interesting. Hey, have you ever heard of this guy named Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Hey, you remember when he got shot in the neck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, what happened to black people after Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck?
What happened to black people?
Yep.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You don't know what happened to black people after Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck?
No, I'm not sure.
They died. After Charlie Kirk was assassinated, people automatically, without any type of information, without any type of investigations, without any type of substance, automatically pointed the finger at black people and said, this had to be black people, right?
Who did that?
And so a majority of white supremacists. And so what they did was, the first thing they did was call in threats to HBCUs. You know what an HBCU is?
Is that an all-black college?
Historically black college and university. They called in bomb threats across the country to multiple HBCUs, threatening to actually, dismantle those HBCUs in retaliation for Charlie Kirk, which again, one, they were in Utah. What do you know about Utah?
Yeah, Utah is a majority white state.
Hold on one second.
I mean, I disagree with all of the people that are saying that.
So in Utah is made up of 75% white people. Like literally 75% white people. Black people make up 1.1% of the population in Utah. 1.1%. This happened in Utah, and they lashed out at black people, starting with HBCUs. But that wasn't the only thing that they did. They hung black people. Did you know that?
No, I did not know of anybody.
Yeah, and right after that, black people started popping up all across the country, apparently hanging themselves. There was this one case in Mississippi where they said, trigger warning, sorry guys, trigger warning, content warning, trigger warning, I apologize, so sorry, trigger warning, content warning, sorry, trigger warning, content warning. There was this one.
Wait, is it a trigger warning?
Because I'm talking about people being hung.
No, sorry. I asked if it was a trigger warning.
Yeah. There was this one black person that they said apparently broke his own arms and legs and then hung himself from a tree after breaking his arms and legs. How do you break your own arms and legs and then hang yourself? How does that work?
That'd be pretty difficult. That's quite extraordinary. Yeah. I think he would be really impressive, man, if he was able to do that.
I don't know about impressive, but yeah, that happened in Mississippi. That actually happened all across the country in backlash for what happened with Charlie Kirk. And so when you say that you don't think that like that is necessarily a thing that's guys, we just got a 10-minute restriction. Power tap us through this. Sorry, holy smokes. I knew that was going to happen. Protect the live, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, send any gifts that you can. TikTok said, you can't be talking about that. I know, I fucked up TikTok. My bad. Do all the wonderful things, guys. Tap the screen, share the live. There wasn't a lag. It was TikTok saying like, you can't be saying this shit. Do all the wonderful things. So when that happened, right? The fact that like that was when Charlie Kirk passed away, but like that was last year, right? But that while being last year, that ended up propelling us to like something that we just saw, right? Zach, can you see my screen? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to play something for you. And I want to know.
Wait, do we know that hanging was because of Charlie Kirk killing, or could that just be a suicide?
No, we're just going to stop saying those words.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I'm going to show you a video and tell me if you had an opportunity to see this.
Okay. Yeah, I know about this.
All right. So my question is, what were they doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the group Patriot Front marching during July 4th, and they said reclaim America. I mean, I guess I'm not sure exactly. I think that's what I know.
Yeah. Hey, do you know what Reconstruction was?
Reconstruction. I mean, I know what the word means. I don't think I know what you're talking about.
The Reconstruction period within the United States of America history.
No.
Okay. So Reconstruction was the period after slavery, after black people.
Oh, yeah, I do. Sorry.
Reconstruction was the period after black people got their freedom. They took their freedom after slavery, and they started to actually build, right? They started to build. They started to actually, be able to create a life for themselves and, all this other stuff. Have you ever heard of Jim Crow?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So a lot of people know about Reconstruction, and then they think right after Reconstruction, Jim Crow occurred. Hey, thank you for the birdie. But there was an actual period that occurred between Reconstruction and Jim Crow.
Yeah.
Do you know what that period was?
I mean, what it was called? No.
Okay. All right. It was called reclamation. When those Patriot Front white supremacists were marching, they were saying reclaim the country. They were advocating for reclamation. Would you like to know what happened during reclamation?
Well, by reclaim the country, my guess is what they meant is make.
No,
USA
I'm not
a
saying
majority white.
would you like to guess what they meant. I'm saying would you like to know what they meant with reclaim, with reclamation? I don't want you to guess.
I don't think you can just say what they meant. I think reclaim could mean to make America a majority white again.
Yes. What happened during I literally just told you about reclamation. They were referring to the reclamation period. They're white Christian nationalists referring to the reclamation period. The reclamation period was the point of time between Reconstruction and Jim Crow where people used the justification of Christianity to say that this is a white country and it belongs to white people and it's their God-given right to actually own slaves because it was their property and all of this was theirs. And so they had to reclaim everything that God had given them. The white supremacists were literally marching and advocating for reclamation again.
Okay.
So the point that I'm saying with all of this stuff, right, is to point to you claim that like that's not really a thing or it's not really happening. But the perpetuation of harm that has been consistent and persistent throughout the history of the world, specifically throughout the history of the United States of America, directly points to the persistent act of white supremacy and upholding whiteness. And we can go back to the creation of the country, or we can go back to 5 days ago on the 4th of July. It's always been a thing.
Okay. And what you're saying, your point is that the reason that I should stand up and why I should say that is bad is because if I don't, then they'll probably go for me after.
No, I don't care if you stand up or say it's bad or whatever. And I'm not trying to say that you should do anything. I'm trying to prove the point that if you're not actively doing that on your own, then you're embracing white supremacy, which is already the point of the background. You're the one that's trying to disprove the background. And so if you're the one that's trying to disprove the background, then you have to give me how the majority of people are actually disproving, embracing white supremacy. And if you're not doing something on a daily basis, hell, even in a hypothetical situation, you couldn't even stand up to fight white supremacy in a hypothetical situation. You think that I think that you're actually fighting white supremacy on a day-to-day basis?
Even if you don't think that I'm fighting white supremacy, what I'm arguing is that I don't think it's fair to say that a whole group of people isn't fighting.
Fair comes in the fall. Please stop saying that.
Fair comes in the fall? Sorry, what is it?
I don't think you're equipped for this conversation. I think that you think that this is just a debate. Do you think that we're just debating?
Yeah, I do think that we're debating.
Oh, we're not. I'm advocating for equity for Black people. I'm advocating for dismantling structures that continue to marginalize and harm people. I'm using my voice and my privilege to uplift minority communities. I'm not here to just debate you because this is fun. I'm here to actually galvanize enough people to spark revolution or either class consciousness. I don't care which one, but we have to have it.
I never said that we're debating just because it's fun. You can be debating and still be doing all those things. It's just technically a debate.
It's not a debate if you don't know stuff.
Oh, it's not a debate if I don't know stuff. I could be the most uneducated person on the planet, and it would still technically be a debate.
No, it wouldn't. I'm literally just sitting here teaching you and making you look stupid. You've provided nothing to this at all except like bad anecdotes and like trying to deflect to Black people bad.
Trying to deflect. I'm just arguing the point that you can't say that an entire group of people is advocating for white supremacy without admitting that an entire
Give me
group
some type of tangible reasoning behind why I can't make this assumption. If there is history, there's over 400 years of history. Who created race?
Who created race? Well, I think that race is a biological reality.
You're wrong. Again, you're not even equipped for this.
Race I can't think that race is a biological reality.
Race is not biological.
I do think that race is biological.
I don't care what you think. It's not biological. You've already proven that you don't know anything, so I'm not shocked that you think that. I'm telling you, you're not equipped, and I'm telling you, no, race is not biological. It's not genetic.
You think there's zero genetic differences, and you don't think that when kids are born, for example, you can see specific races and you can think in your mind that there are specific behavioral patterns that usually go along with specific races that make you learn, and it's actually a survival instinct that you get, because if there's a specific group of people that usually do something, or they usually, let's say, are in war with their people, or they look different than yours.
I'm so tired of teaching stupid people on a daily basis. Chat, I am so fucking sick of ultra crepidarians. I am so fucking sick of ultra crepidarians, and I'm so fucking sick of these fucking people who don't know anything, pretending as if they know shit because somebody gave them a fucking microphone. This literally chaps my ass. Holy shit, this chaps my ass. Fine, we'll do it the hard way. You want to lean into it, so let's do it the hard way. Let's fucking do it the hard way. Let's test your fucking theories. Got it. Got a question for you. I have someone on the screen right now. This person right here.
Okay.
What's his race?
I'm going to guess that he is African American.
Why the fuck are you guessing?
Because he looks African American.
Okay. Cool. Now I'm going to put someone else on the screen, and I want you to tell me what is his race.
I'm going to assume that he's white.
Okay, cool. So you said that he's white, but then he's black
or Caucasian, yeah, African American.
Black, white. Right?
That is my guess, yeah.
Okay, perfect. When you talk about race being genetic, right? And you see both of these people, right? If race was genetic, why is it that both of them have one parent that's white and one parent that's black, but then one is black and one is white?
Because because the other ancestors that of their parents were of that race. Because it's because something is genetic doesn't mean it has to be completely luck.
Nope. You're fucking wrong.
Okay.
You're fucking wrong.
It could just be luck.
No, you're just fucking wrong. You don't know what it is. Race is the social construct. Race is literally a social construct. It was created. I don't care about you disagreeing. You don't know shit. Prove it. Prove that it's not a social construct.
Okay, it is not a social construct.
I don't want to hear you talk. Shut the fuck up, Zach. I don't care about the words that are about to come out of your mouth. I want proof. I want you to say, Santana, the reason why race is not a social construct is because the study that was conducted by blah, 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 which the title is blah, 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 and you can find it here. This is why. And then I'm going to pull the source up. We're going to put it on the screen. We're going to examine the source together. And then we're going to look at why race is genetic and why it's biological. So I sent you a request to come off mute. I don't care about you trying to explain shit because you don't know shit. I want proof now.
Okay. And I would admit that I do not think it is in studies. It is something that cannot be seen in studies.
You don't know because you haven't actually investigated any of this shit. You just think you know stuff, but you don't. You just thought that you were going to be able to come up here and debate because you thought it was cool, and you don't know shit. That's the point. But yet you're trying to sit here and tell me, no, it's not, even though I fucking know the shit. So as I was saying, race is a social construct. It was created in 1452. There was a Portuguese man by the name of Gomez Inez de Zurara. He was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. He was commissioned by the Catholic Church to document the difference in people in order to justify chattel slavery. He came across black people and said that black people were hypersexual. They were of the lower hemisphere. They needed to be civilized. And so the way that they civilized them was through Christianity and through slavery. They literally created race in order to create a hierarchy, to create a free and cheap labor class. That's why race was created. Prior to Gomez Inez de Zurara, there was no categorization of people by race. There was never an instance where people said this person's black, this person is white. They might have said this person is Jew, this person is Gentile, this person is Greek, this person is Roman. But before Gomez Inez de Zurara, they never talked about this person being black and this person being white. After Gomez Inez de Zurara, the social construct of grouping phenotypical characteristics is when we started classifying people as being these different races. And that's why you can have black people that have different color pigment of skin. You can have black people that have blonde hair. You can have black people that have red hair. You can have black people that have blue eyes. It's not about one specific trait. It's a grouping of phenotypes that is socially accepted. You don't know things.
Okay, so why do you think that before the year of 1452, race was
Zach, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2008.
What month and date?
I was born July 3rd. What do you mean? What date?
You know what, Zach? I don't even care if you are or not. You're just stupid and you don't know stuff and you don't belong up here. So go educate yourself and then find somewhere else to fucking practice. You guys can stop spamming that. Also, don't go looking for people profiles. That's weird. That's weirdo behavior. Don't do that. Don't go looking for people and don't go searching for people. Like, that's weirdo behavior. Don't do that, guys. Do not do that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and like support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. I got some thank yous I'm going to have to read off in a moment, but let's see if we can get to another debate. Chaz, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Chaz, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hey, thank you for the heart hands, just me. I think this person's gonna load. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hold on. Am I a Trump supporter? Like, not really.
Okay, no worry. Take a moment. Let me, I'm going to say a couple of thank yous and it'll be back up on the background in just a moment. And then you can tell me if there's anything specifically that you disagree with, okay?
All right, lit.
All right. W's in the chat for Calvary for the $2 super chat. Yeah, he did say pattern of behaviors. Like, they don't know stuff. It's so wild. They don't know stuff. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 7 shared bits. Tell management don't buy I don't buy cookbooks, but I would buy one from. Like, she's an amazing cook. Like, she really could publish her recipes. She's so good. W's in chat for Manders for the 1 shared bit.
Did you just say lit?
Yeah, like the whole thing is that they would get so much from joining.
Yes, Shari, I just said lit.
W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bit. Yeah, they would absolutely get so much from joining Solid's Discord and learning from the Patreon. If you guys want to learn, because I learn from Solid all the time. Side note, fuck Solid and Jeff, because apparently they just sent me like a picture, and I'm pissed off at both of them right now. So when you guys see Solid and Jeff, spam like fucking peaches, because how dare both of them. I'm so pissed off at both of them right now from what they just sent me. So whatever. Yeah, but join Solid's Patreon. There's so much information that people can learn from, like, what he teaches. Like, I literally learn from him on a daily basis, right? So that's a whole thing. And W's in the chat for Activista for the $5 super chat. Yes, I'm telling you, you said the 1619 project made you nauseous. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. Corinne, that's such a weird ass question. Why would you come in here and question me about when someone else is going to be streaming? For people that do that, that's fucking weird. Why would I know when other people are streaming? And why would you go to someone else's stream and say, hey, when is this other person going to be on? Guys, stop doing that. Like, that's so weird. W's in the chat for Kelly for the $5 donation saying, I need to listen to Black AF myself. That I tried to download it, but I couldn't get it, so I got to get that another way for sure. W's in the chat for Kira for the $6 donation. No, I haven't read Medical Apartheid, but I'm definitely going to add that to my list. Holy crap. Thank you. Absolutely. Followed by another $6 donation. Yeah, no. I'm going to add that to my reading list. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $6 donation. W's in the chat for Lydia for the $1 donation. Oh, I'm just now seeing that, Lydia. Yeah, we got him up out of here regardless. W's in the chat for Jared for the $25 donation to say, try High Risers. High Risers, Cabrini Green, and the Fate of American Housing. And then also send another $25 donation that MAGA. I saw a chessboard once. That means I can play against Bobby Fischer. Basically what just happened. Like, I don't understand why they do that. It's so, like, holy fuck, what are we even doing? What are we even doing? W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Look up at the top, guys. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you guys know when I go live. I go live all the time. So make sure you hit that follow button. We got 147 new followers on the stream. I know for a fact that we can go ahead and get up to 200 followers. And also, we're at 712,000 likes. Let's get up to 1 million likes, guys. Tap the screen. Let's get this thing up to 1 million likes. So this person, Marco, you were in the comment section. You were saying that I was wrong. Were you coming up here to try to defeat me in what we were just talking about? Did you have something else? What do you got?
I just want to know if Parker or Dean is streaming.
Okay. Fucking dweeb. Fucking dweeb. Oh, you're such a fucking dweeb. Holy shit. That dork has been in here watching this entire time. Guess what he's not doing anymore? Fucking blocked. You guys are fucking dorks. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? JMFB, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Or JMF boss?
Oh shit, buddy, that must have been a misstep.
All right, no worries, I'll drop you down. I don't know if this person's gonna load. I think this person's gonna load. Look at the same dork coming back on a different account. Same dork coming back on a different account. Guess who's getting blocked? Fucking dweeb. Fucking dweeb. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I'm just curious how you can be a socialist when you're the definition of a capitalist grifter on TikTok.
Who said I was a socialist?
Are you talking about how you love socialism?
Yeah, but who said I was a socialist? Also, when did I say I love socialism?
You've talked about the benefits.
Yeah, but when did I say I love socialism?
Is this how you're going to do it? So you're going to dodge my question by doing that?
No, I'm not dodging anything. I'm just saying you're making a lot of assumptions.
I'm assuming.
No, I actually like communism.
Well, how are you grifting on a capitalist app then, run by a greedy company?
So we live in a capitalist society, and black people labor isn't free. Did you come up here to like whine and complain about me? No.
Yeah, I want to know because it's very interesting. How much money do you make a year?
$1.2 trillion.
You don't want to say?
I just told you, $1.2 trillion.
No, I want to actually know. I think it's important for the people who follow you to know.
I just told you, $1.2 trillion. Why are you pocket watching? Pocket watching is weird. Like, see, this is the thing, right?
No, you're benefiting from a capitalist app.
You literally told me to answer your question. Shh. If you want me to do this, then you have to stop speaking and let me actually answer your questions. Because if you're just going to do the weird shit where you speak over me, then I'm just going to kick you. Like, I don't care.
I know you want to.
So if you want to actually deal with this, then like stop speaking over me. This is the thing. Pocket watching is weird. We here in the black community, we don't do pocket watching for some reason, thinking that you can come in like say, oh, how much money do you make? Like that's very privileged and entitled. I'm not exactly sure why you worried about how much money I make. But I will say that it's enough to allow me to continue to come back and do this on a day-to-day basis, because people who actually find value in what I do, whether it's the information, education, or entertainment, allows me to be able to continue to do this on a daily basis for, at least 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. And, I'm grateful for everything that they give me, whether it's the platform to continue to speak, whether it's the funds to continue to upgrade our viewing experience, or whatever the case may be, the knowledge that they share so I can continue to help grow community, the mutual aid that we collect to help others. It's just, it's a self-fulfilling community. So.
Holy shit, that's a long-winded answer of saying you make a shit ton of money from a capitalist app.
Okay.
And you benefit from it. I know you just did a word sound.
Anything else?
No, it's true. Do you want to debate this more in depth?
No, because why would I debate you about something that you don't know anything about? Yeah, we live in a capitalist society.
Yeah, and you're benefiting from it more than everybody else.
We live in a capitalist society, and black people labor isn't free. Are you jealous?
My point is you're benefiting.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous that a black man is online making profit off of his actual labor?
No, I love
Are you upset that I take time and educate myself and make sure that I have information? You upset that I take time to make sure that I'm entertaining, that I make these awesome fucking backgrounds, that I do stuff to make sure I have a crisp ass camera, that I have an amazing quality of sound and visuals, that I have things to entertain the people while you donuts are too scared to come up and debate me about anything? Are you upset that people actually see value in me and actually decide to donate to me because they enjoy what I bring to the table, and no one likes you, or at least you don't like you because you're up here for some reason pocket watching, which is weird, and I've already told you. And instead of you actually going to do something productive with your time, you just want to know what I'm doing, and I'm doing me.
I think it's important for your followers to know that you're a grifter.
Sure.
If you benefit from the system that you preach against, that's called grifting.
I'm so confused that you think that people who donate to me don't know what I'm about?
You're benefiting from a capitalist
That's not you answering the question. The question is, do you think the people that donate to me don't know what I'm about?
It doesn't matter. You're benefiting from it. You're taking their money, even though you're benefiting.
So you're not gonna answer the question. You're gonna be bad faith.
No, I'm saying you're a grifter. You still haven't. All you say is
You're literally being bad faith. Can you answer the question? Do you think the people that actually donate to me don't know what I'm about?
My point is, you couldn't be doing this without the capitalist economy.
Yeah, I already said
what kind of car do you drive? Society. How much money do you make? What kind of camera do you have? What kind of phone do you have? They're all
that's weirdo pocket watching behavior. Why? Are you jealous?
No, because you benefit from.
I'm so confused. Either you're jealous. Either you're jealous. Hey, either you're jealous, or you're trying to do this yourself, or you want to date me. Which one?
I'm trying to tell you that.
Are you jealous? Are you trying to do this yourself, or are you trying to date me? Which one?
No, I think you don't have a good answer for it.
That's fine. W's in the chat for equity for the $4.99 super chat to say, please add this to the $1 trillion. We appreciate your content. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, I'm on your side. I know. Yeah, he can go slip on a butt banana, Jared. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Joey for the $5 donation. How dare those how dare those people actually engage and make food off of their labor? Well, you call them a chucklehead. I don't know what's a chucklehead, but apparently you're a chucklehead. You're a chucklehead. That's amazing. W's in the chat as well for Mike for the $5 donation saying, for the awesome grifter, especially for everything that you do and teach. W's in the chat for Mike. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Miss Bella Sella for the $10 super chat to say, this grifters, this is for the grift since everyone is, since the, this for the grift since this annoying caller said, yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but you know, we're here. We're here. So, like I said,
this wouldn't exist without capitalism, even though you're preaching against it. Everything you're doing, everything you benefit from.
Have you heard anything that I've said?
No, you haven't said anything.
What did I say about capitalism?
You said you live in a capitalist society, but it's created everything that you own, everything that you use.
What does that mean?
That you benefit from, all the money.
What does that mean?
That means that it's giving you a great life and you're enjoying it.
Oh, you're just stupid and you don't know things. If you don't know, there's nothing wrong. There's no shame in saying you don't know. Like, you know, you could just say you don't know and I'll explain it.
You can say you benefited from capitalism. Can you say that for me?
No, I want you to either answer my question or say you don't know.
How much money do you make again?
You're just spamming random questions. Like you don't
answer anything.
You're not equipped for this conversation. You came up here and you have the same shit on loop and you can't get past anything that you're saying. You haven't
answered a single question.
W's in the chat for Jenna for the $20 for the grift. Jenna, I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much for the 20. W's in the chat for Robert for the $10. White person insecurities are delicious. Num 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 num. W's in the chat for Robert. W's in the chat for Adam for the $5 donation saying, for my favorite grifter. I know that's right, Adam. W's in the chat for Adam. W's in the chat for Katie for the $5 super chat to say, I think this call is triggered by successful black men. You fucking know it. You fucking know it. They're all triggered. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Listen, dweeb, black people labor is not free. You can go whine and cry and complain. Like I said, black people labor is not free. You can go whine and cry and complain, but I bring information, education, and entertainment, and people like me, and you're just mad because people like me and they don't like you, and you suck, and I'm cool, and I got people hanging out with me, and nobody wants to hang out with you because you smell like fish sticks, and people donate to me, and you wish it was you so you can buy more pizza rolls, or you can get your mom to make extra meatloaf, and you're just jealous.
I'm not jealous. I just want to know how much money
you're literally just jealous.
I want your followers to realize how much this man is benefiting from this
again. I think you may be confused. Like, you think the people that watch me that are here in my community day in or day out don't understand what I'm about. Is this your first time ever watching me?
You're a grifter.
Is this your first time ever watching me?
You guys are all the same. I came on here
okay, so you don't know anything about me. That makes sense.
No,
W's in the chat for Rachel. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. Rachel, hey! Fucking W's in the chat for Rachel, who said, dang, Santana, I can't believe you engage in capitalism when living in a capitalist society instead of creating socialism just for you. This caller's being weird. They're all weird. W's in chat for John for the $20 donation saying, I donate because you're good. Tell this fool that grifting is, quote unquote, lying for money. If he can prove you're insincere, which he can't, then grifter would be appropriate. And if you want someone to prove that you're sincere, I gladly come up and tell him how and he can go fuck himself. No, John, don't do that, John. Don't get him, John. W's in the chat for Manders for the $1 donation saying to interrupt this. Kadunkachud. For more grifting, it's impossible not to benefit from capitalism while stuck in a capitalist society. Fuck off. He didn't get that, Mander. He doesn't understand. W's in the chat for Amy for the $10 donation because I appreciate black labor. I know that's right, Amy. W's in the chat for Robert for the $10 donation saying another 10 just to upset his fragile ass again. He's so upset and he's so fragile. W's in the chat for Joe for the $5 donation and blow his mind. Every major technological advancement was achieved by government, not private enterprise. Private companies monetize those achievements that the taxpayers pay for. Fucking facts. That was in the chat for Miss Bellasella for the $5 donation saying, caller, you're not Santana's accountant. Stop being a creepy weirdo. He can't help it. That is who he is. And W's in the chat for S Dizzle for the $5 super chat to say all these people are weird. Like when you walk into McDonald's and you go you go get your slop, do you ask the cashier how much money do you make here? I bet you he does because he likes pocket watching. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. Again, if anybody else would like to support the Griff, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Can you say thank you to all the donations for the Griff?
Dude, do you make more or less than $500,000 a year?
Can you say W's in the chat for all the people that donated to the Griff?
So you probably make more than $500,000 a year. You're taking these.
I do. I told you I make I told you I make 1.2 trillion. This is their money to
buy their cat food for their 3 cats at home. You're taking it.
I'm taking. You said I'm taking people's money. Say that again. I missed what you said. I'm taking people's money for cat food. What?
You're taking people's capital, hard-earned income, and you're probably going to buy like a BMW or buy like a fucking nice new $1 million house. You make over $500K a year, guarantee it.
I make 1.2 trillion.
You make over $500K. You are benefiting massively from the capitalist society. That is the definition of grift. And then you sit on here and preach against it. What a joke.
How dare I make money off of my labor? I can't believe I did that.
It's labor, but it's on a capitalist app.
Yeah.
Made by the capitalist pigs.
Yeah. Because we live in a capitalist society.
As you drive your Beamer
in the chat for Renell for the $10 donation. What up, Rainey? Rainey sent a $10 and said, I don't get how they can understand we all have to participate in capitalist society for survival, but this is just the job you choose. It's simple. I'm glad you do it. Thank you. I appreciate you, Rainey. W's in the chat for Rainey. W's in the chat for Jared. Jared has been going off all fucking day. Jared sent another $25 donation and this call is just mad because He said your ding dong is an any. I didn't say that. Dang it, Jared. W's in the chat for Eureka for the $2 donation. Saying, I just want to interrupt and contribute to the grift. Well, you did. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. I donate because you make the world better place. I wish I had more to give. Give him a proper binky. This should be enough for the bananas. Absolutely, that definitely works. W's in the chat for Derek.
BMW.
W's in the chat for Jared. W's in the chat for Raylene for the $1. Holy shit, you got to hear this. You got to hear this. W's in the chat for Raylene, who sent a $1 donation saying first time donating, but this guy is pissing me off. Can you say W's in the chat for Raylene?
You guys all support.
Can you wait? Can you say W's in the chat? Can you say W's in the chat for Ryland, who sent their first ever $1 donation? Can you say W's in the chat for Ryland for sending their first ever $1 donation because you're such a dweeb?
No, I feel bad for these people, honestly. They probably don't have any money and they're giving it to you. What a complete waste.
If they don't have any money, how are they giving it to me?
You're going to get a $100 steak probably and laugh all the way to the bank.
If they don't have money, how are they giving it to me? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, they don't have money to give.
They don't have money to give. They've been donating this whole time.
I think it's probably tight.
You think it's tight? They've been literally been donating this whole time. That you're not making sense.
No, what I'm saying is the money they're giving you, they could probably use for themselves better.
Oh, so you think people are giving money that they don't have? Are they taking out loans?
I think the product they're getting is junk. I think it's a complete grift.
Oh, you think the product? Oh no, the product is actually A1, baby. But are you saying that people are taking loans or getting money out of their 401k? What are we doing? I'm sorry,
dude. You got stacks of cash from capitalism.
Yeah, I just told you I made $1.2 trillion.
You absolutely love it. These people in your life probably an average net worth of like 20 grand. And you're sitting in here making $1 million a year, taking their money.
I'm making $1 million a year. I make $1 trillion. Don't shortchange me. 1.2 trillion.
I bet you make good money, dude. And it's pretty sad. It's all from capitalism.
You know what's sad?
You sit on here.
You know what's sad? It's really sad that you came up here just to cry and for people.
I don't care. I don't mind.
For people to shit on you.
I just don't like when you preach against it.
You don't like that I preach against capitalism.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Why not?
I think you're benefiting from it. Because you're like one of the biggest beneficiaries, in America.
My name Elon Musk. Did I win capitalism?
You sit on your ass and go on a social media platform created by a communist or a capitalist, greedy, labor abusing company, and you benefit from it. And then
are you on this app with me? Look, wait, you got 30 coins. Did you grift? Did you come up here just to grift? Who sent you those 30 coins? Oh, not you coming up here to be a fucking greedy capitalist. Not you with your fucking 30 coins. You came up here to be a fucking greedy capitalist.
Hey, $500K a year you make, guaranteed.
Not you up here grifting. Did you come up here to grift off of my platform with those 30 fucking coins?
I want all you guys to keep giving this guy your money.
W's in the chat for one mighty pen for the $10 super chat say for the grift, because you can't live in a capitalistic society without doing capitalism. Also, I'm sending my cat food money because I don't have any cats, so I don't need it. Fucking right. W's in the chat for Tori for the $1.90. Holy shit. You're literally bringing people out of the woodworks. Tori sent a $1.99. Tori sent a $1. Tori sent a $1.99 super chat to say first time donating. Tori sent a $1.99 super chat just to say first time donating. You're literally bringing people out to shit on you because you suck. W's in the chat for Bubbles for the $4.99 super chat. Say,
up here all day.
Why do they always say weird shit like people are just spending money on donations instead of necessities like cat food?
He loves the money, guys. Keep the donating. He loves it.
W's in chat for Bubbles for the $4.99 super chat. Say, why do you always do weird shit say people are just sending money for donations instead of necessities like cat food? Such a weirdo. They are. I don't get it. W's in the chat for DS Squad for the $5 super chat to say, wasn't TikTok originally a communist Chinese app? Didn't you make money then too? Facts. W's in the chat for Chris for the $5 super chat to say, sorry, my cat can go hungry so I can donate to you. Holy shit. Not the hungry cat. You really have these people. You really
the good old capitalism.
You know,
everything he has in his house.
People can't hear you when I'm speaking. Like I think you are confused. You're confused, bub. It's okay.
How can you grift against something that you've given you such a good life?
It's okay, poo. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now
back to what kind of car do you drive? Can you answer that question?
I don't have a car. I walk.
Where do you live?
In the United States. Where do you live?
You live in like a metro city?
I live in the United States. Where do you live? Are you trying to take me on a date? I'm so confused. Guys, at this point, I don't think he's hating. I think he's hitting on me. And listen, I will tell you this. I literally answered your question. I'll tell you this. Listen, Bubba. I will tell you this. I'm married, right? But even if I were not married, I don't think that you're high class enough to take me on a date, because you seem like someone that is like a pocket watching is cheapo behavior. And I'm not someone that you can take out to McDonald's on a date. I'm picky.
Poor little guy lives in a capitalist society, so he gets to make $500,000 a year, drive a BMW, eat steak every night.
Why do you keep shorting me? Like you said, 500,000. I told you I'll make 1.2 trillion.
I feel it's such a bad deal. He lives in capitalism, but he makes $1 million a year.
1.2 trillion.
It's a bad system.
That's okay. I got you. W's in the chat for Chrissy for the $6 donation. Oh shit! I didn't realize that. Sorry. W's in the chat for Chrissy for the $6 donation. Said third Venmo to Santana Day. Much love for the grip and Santana time. Much love to you. W's in the chat for Danielle for the $1 donation. Saying if this donut pocket watch over Trump and the real grifters in the government have this much, they'd be and they obsess over you, the world would be a better place. Yeah, they're not worried about the real stuff. W's in the chat for Elizabeth for the $20 donation for the grift to make this caller a little more jealous. He's so fucking jealous. This guy's a dweeb and has
I'm not jealous. I'm happy for you, but I can't believe
you don't. Jackie for the $5 donation saying Santana researches and educate. This is his job, and of course he should make money off of it. This anyway. Anyways, here's to the grift. Cheers, Santana. Cheers, Jackie. W's in the chat for Jackie. W's in the chat for Ashley. W's in the chat for Ashley for the $10 donation saying for the labor. It's tight, but your labor isn't free. Let's fucking go, Ashley. W's in chat. W's in chat for Mander for the $1 donation saying fuck this guy and pretending to tell him to spend my hard-earned money. I'm like, I wonder why he thinks that he can tell you how you can spend your money, Manders. I don't get it. W's in the chat for J House for the $5 donation saying, why is money tight for people, guess? It's exploitation of people, labor. He doesn't fucking know because he doesn't fucking read because he doesn't fucking know anything. W's in the chat for J House for the $5 donation. W's in the chat for Eureka for the $3 donation to interrupt him again. And W's in the chat for Eureka for the $2 donation saying, love you long time. Said, I love you more. W's in the chat for Angel for the $5 donation saying, thank you for all the good info and love you. I love you more. W's in the chat for Big J. What up, Big J for the $5 donation? Said Republican pocket watching and pennies. Like, I don't get it. W's in chat for Joshua for the $2 donation for your 7-hour shift today. We are at 7 hours. This is fucking crazy. We have been live for a long time. W's in chat for Jessica for the $5 donation saying, here, take my good money for dog food for the grift. Ew, not the dog food money. W's in chat for Jamie for the $5 donation saying, loan payment just hit. Here's her payment because black labor isn't free. And guys, fucking W's in the chat for Lexington. He ran. Him gone. W's in chat for Lexington for the $50 donation. The funniest part is watching strangers get emotionally invested in how I spend my money. I donate because I can, not because I was tricked. If supporting creators, if supporting creators I enjoy makes them a grifter, then guess every musician, streamer, and author is running the same scam. Cry harder. The pocket watching shit is so weird. I don't get it. Like, I literally don't get it. And the reason why I don't get it is if you actually just hung out for a few minutes. Like, if you literally just hung out and just like watch one live, just one, you would know what I'm about. You know what I'm about. His 10 minutes were up. Holy shit, we're over. Holy shit, we're over. Let me do this really quick, guys. Let me catch up because there's something that I wanted to share with you guys. W's in the chat for all the donations. You guys are fucking amazing. Fuck that guy. Like, that's so weird. That's like weirdo fucking behavior. That was in chat for Katie for the $2 super chat to say, caller act like we're being forced to give. Cry. Exactly. That was in chat for Jason for the $5 super chat to say, donating to piss the caller off fun. Facts. That was in chat for Stella for the $5 super chat to say, already got my cat food for the week. Here's the change. That was in the chat. Shit. That was in the chat for Jordan for the $2 super chat to say, here's my cat food fun for the griff. First time don't know. That was in the fucking chat for Jordan. Let's go, Jordan. Let's go, Jordan. Dub's in the chat for Amy for the $5 donation saying, I don't have a cat. Here's my dog food money. Facts. Dub is in the chat for Daniel for the $6.53 for the griff. Dub is in the chat for Francis for the $2 donation saying, imagine how much he could make imagine how much he could make in his beloved capitalism if he wasn't spending so much time crying about you making money. Right? He fucking loves capitalism, but he's not engaging in it. W's in the chat for Jay for the $1 donation saying, my cat said to send this to you on his behalf. W's in the chat for Joe for the $5 donation says, does the guest know that Democrats are overwhelmingly wealthier than and more educated than Republicans? Fucking facts. Education and wealth goes exponentially if you're not a Trump voter. Exactly. W's in the chat for Danella for the $1 donation saying, it's 2 p.m. He's not worried about his own pockets. I don't know. Like, again, black people, we don't really do that pocket watching shit. It's weird. Debbie's in the chat for Mike for the $5 donation said, I would rather read off donations than listen to this douchebag. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Matthew for the $2 donation for the Griff Santana. Hope you can have my dog food money first time. Don't fucking Debbie's in the chat, Matthew. Thank you for the dono. And your dog is fucking cute. Holy shit, that's a cute dog. That was in chat for Ashley for the $10 donation says, supporting you always. Thank you, Ashley. That was in chat for Allison for the $5 donation saying, caller thinks that street musicians are grifters. They use their skill of entertaining people with donation. Thank you for what you do. Thank you. That was in chat for, holy shit. Oh my God, I wish he was still here. Holy fuck, I wish he was still here. Holy fuck, I wish he was still here. Fucking massive W's in the chat for Bianca. Bianca sent $100 donation. Holy shit. Bianca said, hi, Santana. I'm a black woman in my 40s who donated to Parker yesterday while you were on this live. I also tried donating to you, but I kept giving me an error. I truly appreciate you using your voice, uplifting the community. I'm advocating for justice. Keep doing what you're doing. Bianca, thank you so much. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Holy shit. Dubs in the chat for Bianca. That is fucking crazy. That is a lot of money. I appreciate the hell out of you. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dubs in chat for Spencer for the $5 donation saying, who in the hell wastes their money on a cheap ass BMW? The funniest thing is I don't even have a car. Like, no bullshit. I literally don't have a car. When I move, and for people who's been here for a while, you guys know, like when I moved from South Carolina to Washington State, I had a Dodge Charger and I literally gave my car away. I literally gave my car away for free when I moved. So I don't even have a car. I Uber, I take transportation, I walk. I literally do not have a car. That's literally the funniest thing about all of this. I am someone who does not have a car. Oh, well. So I bet you drive a BMW. Nope. You'd be wrong. Oh, my gosh. That's funny. That's funny. Debbie's in the chat for Tess for the $25 donation saying, is this dweeb trying to convince us not to support the quote unquote griff? Enjoy your steak, lobster, caviar, dog Perignon. Well, maybe not lobster. Yep. Because, you know, shellfish allergy. Sending love to you and management and the chat. Debbie's in the chat for Tess. Debbie's in the chat for Riley Ann. Riley, I'm just going to call you Riley. Debbie's in the chat for Riley for the $1 donation. He was fucking annoying. Fucking annoying. Debbie's in chat for Sydney for the $2 super chat to say, yet he will stay for a secondhand attention. That's all he wanted was attention. Literally. And then last but not least, Debbie's in the chat for Mega for the $5 super chat to say, first time don't know for the griff. My dogs are on a diet. Thank you for speaking facts. I appreciate the hell out of each and every one of you. I am so grateful for you amazing people. The one thing that I will say, and I said this at the beginning, and I truly, truly, truly mean this. there's no way for me to do any of this without you. There's no way for me to do any of this without you. You guys give me this platform. You guys give me this voice. You guys give me the drive and motivation to do this every single day. Like literally, if it were not for you, I wouldn't be here for a multitude of reasons. Like you guys, when I tell you, I get so excited about the fact that I get to sit down and talk to you every single day. I literally plan out things that I want to talk to you guys about because it's so important for me to be able to spend time and share time with our community. Like literally every single day. When I'm not live, I'm sitting here saying, oh, I got to make sure I talk to them about that. Oh, I got to make sure I talk to them about that. You guys give me this ability. And if it wasn't for you, I could not do any of this. Not one thing. Or what I'm doing this weekend. I can't say what I'm doing this weekend, but I am traveling this weekend. I'm traveling this weekend and I'm going to be doing some other cool shit. So I'm going to try to make sure that I'm live, but I got some things going on this weekend and you guys I'll tell you as soon as I can. But again, the only reason that I'm able to do this is because you guys allow me to do it, because the things that I do, I pay for out of pocket. And so if I didn't pay for the things out of pocket, then I wouldn't have the opportunities to do the things that I do. So W's in the chat for you guys. I appreciate the hell out of you for allowing me to do this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I truly, truly mean that. Thank you. The W's in the chat for Kathleen for the $20 donation saying, buddy cranky at you for grifting, but silent about the one in office. Love your life. Like they never say shit about Trump. W's in the chat for Lizzie for the $2 donation saying, for my first donation, here's my fish food. Not the fish food. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the donation. W's in the chat as well for Mouse for the $2 donation saying love for Tacoma. Shout out to Tacoma. Fucking W's in the chat for Tacoma. Guys. All right. 1.6 thousand people here. We're so close to 1 million likes. We're almost at 800,000 likes. Can we get to 1 million likes? I think we can get to 1 million likes. Keep tapping the screen. I think we can get to 1 million likes. Last but not least, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you guys know when we go live. We go live all the time. So please, please, please hit that notification so you know when we go live. All right, guys. So we're over, right? But I want to do something. So I made notes specifically about things that I want to talk to you guys about when it comes to the books, right? And so I want to talk to you. We can either go through the things that I want to talk to you guys about from the book. Hold on, let me get my notes back up here. We can either go through the things that I learned in the book, The Rediscovery of America, Native People and the Unmasking of History, or we can go through the notes that I have from Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. So which one do you guys want to hear about? The notes from The Rediscovery of America, Native People and Unmasking of U.S. History, put a 1 for that one, or 2 for Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. Put a 1 in the chat for The Rediscovery of America, Native People and Unmasking of History, 2 in the chat for Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. That's a lot of 2s. That's a lot of 2s. Okay. 2s have it. 2s have it. So we're going to go through my notes of Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. All right. Because I just finished that this morning. W's in chat. Thank you, baby. Also, W's in chat for Taylor for the $10 donation. Wait, Olympia in the chat too. Love you. Fucking W's in the chat for Taylor. Shout out to Olympia. You guys are so far away. Olympia is like way out there. Okay, we're going to go over my notes from Why Women Have Better Sex Under Capitalism. Really quick, just to catch up over on Twitch. Wait, did he slur? Did he slur? Did I miss that? Did he slur? Holy fuck. I'm gonna have to go back. I missed that one. W's in the chat for Josh for the $25 donation saying, get you a pizza. Fucking will. Not Josh trying to bribe me. Josh, you trying to take me out on a date. Not Josh sending me $25 for some pizza. Josh know the weight of my heart. Fucking W's in the chat for Josh for the $25 donation for the pizza. All right. Let's run through this, right? So the interesting thing about this book, right, is it's a quick read, right? The big thing that I came out of this book with was more questions. Like literally, the book made me say, I'm a little bit, well, not a little bit, but the book made me say, like, I want to know more. The first thing that I jotted down, and I started like, wait, this is the first thing I learned. The gender wage gap. Do you guys know how the gender wage gap started? Are you guys aware of the gender wage gap and how it started? And how? Should riot. I'm coming back to Twitch. Don't riot. You said greed. No, listen. Okay, so check this out. I always thought the gender wage gap was just something that happened and people were like, oh, we're just going to discriminate against women or da 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 da. No, the gender wage gap was intentional. It was literally intentional. So the way the gender wage gap came about is because when women entered the workforce, they literally said that women, their value is less than men because they make the babies. They literally said women's value is less than men because they make the babies. And since they make the babies, there's going to be a portion of time when they are out of work. And so they said, since women will be out of work, they're less dependable than men and they are less reliable, so we can pay them less. That's how the gender wage gap started. Ari, am I lying?
No, you're not. And we actually have studies for this. We can look at industries before they allowed women into the workspace, like education. A lot of times currently we see women as educators. But previous to that, remember, women weren't allowed to read. So men were the teachers, right? And they were paid higher wages. And then as soon as we saw women start entering the workforce and become educators, we saw the salaries of educators go down. But we see a huge distinction between professors because they're majority men and primary school educators. And the same thing happened with IT. The tech people coding was originally done by women.
Yep.
And then as soon as men entered that space, the wages went up.
Yep. Also, they were talking about recessions. I'm trying to remember exactly how they framed this one because I didn't write this note down because management and I were out walking. But they were talking about like recessions, and then they talked about the positions that are normally cut during recessions. And if you cut these positions, then it's more likely to be harming to the development of children, and it slows the economic recovery of recessions. And teachers were one of the positions, air traffic controllers were one of the positions, but they also did a study talking about how through recessions throughout history, specifically women have been the ones that have been hit the hardest and bear the brunt of like the recession, because women continue to be relegated to the free workforce. They're sent back to actually take on the free duties of like child rearing and all this other stuff. Ari?
No, he's being super serious about that. I think if you guys have seen me debate before, if not, you can. But one of the things when I debate the gender wage gap is men will come up and say, "Oh, men work more hours." I'm like, what are you measuring that by? Because when we're talking about paid labor versus unpaid labor, and we're combining those two, actually women work more. It's just that domestic duties aren't seen as labor.
Yep. Now, this actually rolls into what I was about to say next. Okay, so I need everyone to stick with me when I say this. So they talked about UBI, universal basic income, right? And so this is the first time I've ever heard someone like really go into in depth with UBI, universal basic income, right? And so once they started actually going into that, the first thing that clicked in my mind was like, okay, this is fucking dope, right? So the premise behind UBI is providing a basic level of income that's guaranteed for everyone, which in turn will ensure that women who work in the home as not TikTok hating. Hold on.
Puzzle piece.
That means you guys aren't tapping the screen. Tap the screen and do the stuff and give Ari, take care of Ari while she's up here, guys. So universal basic income, they talked about how like that creates a level of income that is sustainable, that allows people to sustain their lives. And they were talking about like a study that was being done in Finland. This book came out in 2018. So I told management, I was like, I need to go back and see what that actual study yielded. But they was talking about a study that was occurring in Finland where they had like an aggressive universal basic income, and they were taxing the private sector in order to pay for this, right? And so it would actually pay for women and their labor inside the house. And so the first thing I did, I was like, oh, this sounds fucking dope. I'm with it. But then I reached out to my commie friends and I was like, what do you guys think about UBI? And I was like, nah, we don't fuck with that. Now that's a different story. But learning about UBI, that was super interesting. Ari, what do you want to say about that one?
Yeah, I will say, okay, just because I want to give the disclaimer, just because we're reading a book doesn't mean we have to like all the parts of it, right? That's one thing Peach always makes sure to emphasize in their lives when we're reading books together is just because we're reading a book doesn't mean we have to agree with all of it. Christine Godsey in this book is a huge Bernie bro. You get that at the end of the book. I'm like, oh God, she's a huge Bernie bro. And you guys know how I feel about electoral politics, so I'll leave it at that. But UBI is a no, because again, it's still like a Band-Aid over a gashing wound and does not actually solve the material conditions in which people live in.
And that's literally what they all said. They had to break that down to me and I was like, oh shit. Sorry. One thing that they did say, and so this is a problem that I have with it as well, is you would have to have like massive regulations in parallel with universal basic income. Because apparently in places that are trying universal basic income, you've seen massive price gouging, right? So there would need to be multiple levels of regulation that's put in place at the same time as providing universal basic outcome to stop like exploitation, whether it's from resources or like companies and all this other shit. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I don't know. This guy's being weird in the comment section. Go be weird somewhere else. We're having fun talking about our books. Get out of here, dweeb. All right, let me go back to my notes. The next thing, so they talked about the, we're talking about the gender binary. They talked about the, with sex and then gender, they talked about the ideal archetype of men and women and talked about how the ideal archetype for men and women is based off of how people conceptualize or how men should exist and how women should exist. And that gears people to the construct of gender. All right.
Yeah, basically speaking towards the bioessentialist nature of patriarchy, that patriarchy just based on arbitrary characteristics that you're born with at birth. And it's only one characteristic. I shouldn't even say characteristics. Only one characteristic is measured. That you are basically put on a worker hat that relegates you to the specific labor you're expected to do the rest of your life, whether you're a boy and a girl. And this is where if you're a boy, you get the protector, provider, laborer marking, basically allocation. And if you're a girl, you get the submissive, nurturer, home caretaker marker allocation type of thing. And so that's what the gender binary just exists for. Literally, if you understand the structural functionalism, and I actually debate this as one of my topics, literally the gender binary just serves for identifying the in-group and out-group. Solid talks a lot about this in terms of structural functionalism.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, the next one was the coolest shit that I heard, and like this is an awesome. I think this is like a defeater when it comes to like debates. So she talked about she wrote a paper. She wrote a paper about a planet where people are like unisexual, or they had unisex, but they had.
Did you turn your mic off? You turn your mic off?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, because I was chewing. Sorry. This is the coolest story. She wrote a paper about like this world. Like a person went to this world, and the people within the world were unisexual, right? And they had the ability. They would have a neutral state where they wouldn't have a sex, and they had the ability to, for each sexual interaction, they had the ability to flow between male and female. It was a random interaction depending on like the sexual encounter. The one person would randomly become the male and one person would randomly become a female. And then the possibility of being pregnant could occur in every single situation. And then they also talked about how people, when you are not pregnant and you're not engaged in a sexual encounter, you would revert back to like, just a neutral being. But you would flow back and forth. So people would at the same time be mothers and fathers, right? Because they would be pregnant, they would have the ability to be man or woman, and it would all be random. And she talked about like, how would society look if people were actually like that? And I started thinking to myself, that's the only time men would understand the importance of like access to abortion. Like when I heard that, the first thing that popped in my head is, I bet you their abortions would be readily available. I bet you, feminine care products would be readily available. Like all the things that people talk about and say like women lack, there would not be that issue if we lived in that type of society. And it was just so interesting to just think about that concept. Ari.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we can look at even like, and this happened on Puerto Rico, like the testing and creation and investments in Viagra. There are so many investments in the Viagra for men's fees because that's gender affirming care that they need. But when we're talking about getting an IUD, actually you can get anesthesia or anesthetic, a numbing, but they don't. That's not a normal practice. You're not even told that you can get that. And so people with uteruses have to deal, if they get an IUD, they deal with that regular pain, right? Because we're expected to bear that. But men's fees must be always coddled.
Yep. I think there's just a lag over here on TikTok. Holy shit. YouTube, Twitch, Kick. Are you guys seeing a lag at all? Yeah, it's just TikTok. Sorry, guys. It's literally just TikTok because they're not experiencing it everywhere else. I'm sorry. Sorry. We're going to keep going, though. The next thing, and for people saying, what's the book? The book is Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. The next thing they talk about is like social safety nets. And I thought this was such an interesting concept. And I would be here for it. The idea of ensuring that all children had access to every single social safety net, because that's a literal investment in our future, right? Ensuring that they were housed, they were fed, they had access to education, like everything that they would possibly need, because investing in them today would drive a better society for us tomorrow. And so I'm like, yeah, I would actually be willing to pay more in taxes today to improve all the social safety nets and guarantee that children get all the social safety nets, and so we can guarantee our future. Now, one thing they also called out was like Nixon in 1971. There was a bipartisan piece of legislation that was passed that would have guaranteed education and food for all children within the United States. But Nixon shot that piece of legislation down. Shot that piece of legislation down and said, nope, not going to do it. Communism, right? Use the Red Scare. Fucking wild. Ari.
Yeah, well, you guys also know how I feel about social safety nets because it's just more band-aids. So my big whole thing is the chapter Santana's about to get to next, probably soon, where he starts talking about the USSR. That was literally my favorite part of the book, where it started breaking down the difference between capitalist countries during the same period and socialist countries during the same period, and how women were treated in their life experiences. But yeah, no, Nixon did do that, and basically pulled a, what's the current, JD Vance. He pulled the JD Vance. Yeah. Like put women in the house.
Yep. Literally that's what he did. Now, Ari jumped to it, but that's literally the next thing I have to talk about. The Red Scare. Let me tell you, the Red Scare has been weaponized so much throughout the history of the US, but I didn't realize that the Red Scare was used to strip the idea away from being able to be feminine and also a communist. They basically said that you can either be a communist or you can be a woman, but you cannot be both. And so the depiction of women that were like the idea of the communist woman was like fat and old and with like a scarf on her head and with moles and all this other stuff. They tried to relegate the premise of being a woman and anyone engaged in communism, and even the ways that they portrayed like the women that were a part of like these communist regimes. They would anytime they portrayed them in like communications to the West, they would always use words to make them seem less of a woman. And there was also this time where there was a publication where they published, I think it was Germany or West Germany. They published like a publication of women. They did a complete spread in like the nude, but that wasn't the only thing that they did. They showed like women engaging with other women. It showed them embracing their femininity while also being communist. But there was such a misinformation and disinformation campaign around keeping women from being communists by saying like, you're going to give up your right to being a woman. Ari.
Yeah, no, and you can still find this propaganda today where if you look up like what a communist woman looks like, I mean, we see her today with like the blonde hair or the green, blue hair, septum piercing communists. Like I get that all the time. They're like, and so when I started camming up, I'm like, yeah, I don't have a septum piercing, but I do have 3 nose piercings. And so they still try to paint those who are liberators and advocate for liberation as in aversion to the white-centric beauty standard, which is always very telling. It's always telling. If they make you look, if they're trying to make you look ugly, you're on the right side.
Yep. All right. So 2 more things I want to talk about. And guys, I know it's glitching over on TikTok. I'm sorry. You guys can always watch on YouTube, Twitch, Kick. Apparently it's not glitching there, but I'm sorry that it's glitching over here on TikTok. Ari, I was making coffee and I forgot to write down the name of the book. And so I need your help with this one. I think it's called Sexual Economics or something like that.
I believe so. Yeah, like sexonomics or something like that.
Sexonomics or sexual economics or something like that. But it talked about the actual the premise as far as how capitalism exploits. Ari talked about this earlier. Capitalism exploits women and force them into a sexual contract, right? Where women are forced to withhold or give their sex in order to just be able to survive within capitalist society. And they talked about how there was studies done and surveys done, and women who engaged in socialism had happier sex lives, had more orgasms. They enjoyed things more because they were not in a situation where it was like an exchange or a contract. It was literally people that want to be together. And so men were more interested in ensuring that their partner had a happy sexual encounter versus saying, well, I'm paying for this sexual encounter, so I don't care about your actual experience. And so it talked about like the exchange rate and how that works, and like when, you know, certain things are available, how it's high and it's low. It was just so interesting to see the like the economic. I'm sorry, they did a whole study on this, and it was like an actual breakdown to explain like how women are viewed in a sexual way under capitalism versus how women are viewed in a sexual way under socialism. And basically the key is having access and the ability to have your own, which frees up the other things. Now, the funny thing about that is it talks about how men within capitalist societies drive to have women who don't have their own so they can control them and have limited, access to their sex while limiting everything else. But she talked about a story with a friend who he lived by the mantras like, oh, I want to go digger. And then not realizing the actual contract that he signed with the woman that he was with, and where he was like, oh, she's, you know, a gold digger. She doesn't have this, da, 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 da. And then she used him to get his green card and then left him for a man that she actually loved. And he was so sad, but he was literally signing these contracts, not caring about her sexual needs, her feelings, but just saying, I will provide for you through monetary funds, and you will provide for me through sexual needs. It was a whole thing. Ari.
Yeah, like what? Just tell me, what can we have? What is a passport bro for 100? It's like OG passport bros. This was literally my favorite chapter of the whole book. Like all the other stuff for me, I'm like, yeah, I already know about the gender wage gap. You guys know I don't like electoral politics and social program band-aids. But this chapter was like pivotal to me. One, because this chapter is literally why I started making the rape argument under capitalism, that if you're a capitalist, you just like rape. Because what capitalism does is to Santana's point, it leaves a coercive factor where men also, and even at a subconscious level, men know that women are forced in proximity to them. And this is why the book argues about orgasms, because then they have no incentive to actually please you as a woman, right? There is no incentive to do anything that makes you happy in turn, like owing, because you're forced to be with him anyway for survival, for resources, for food, for shelter. So there is no incentive factor. He doesn't have to develop a personality. He doesn't have to be good at sex. He doesn't have to be good at anything because you're forced in proximity. Socialism forces men to actually develop a personality because what the USSR did is it gave women childcare, education, and other things and access to things so they can leave their abusive spouses, and it forced the bar higher for men to actually step up and be actual people instead of like weird perverts. And that's why women started having better orgasms.
Yep. And the last thing that I took notes on was the changes throughout history. You guys heard me talk about this earlier, but she really emphasized like how, you know, the United States of America is only 250 years old. Well, not at that time, but almost 250. But then she focused on like the fact that Rome was around for 1,000 years. And then she talked about like how the USSR collapsed and how people who were living under the USSR thought that this was going to be life forever. And she really dug at the heart of how people are afraid of change and don't really embrace change. And they think that like the reality that we live in is inevitable, but highlighted the fact that in a moment's notice, things could change and be different. And we have to be prepared for that, because we have to prepare for what life will look like after our current life that we know collapse and changes. So it was so interesting to hear the perspective, because I never thought about like the moment's notice where today we could just be living in this type of society and tomorrow it could be something completely different. But it gave me perspective, and it also gave me hope, because I've talked to people who are like, yeah, I don't think that we'll ever achieve communism in my lifetime. And like I used to take them like, OK, I understand that. But then hearing that made me think about like how quickly reality can change for everyone. It was super interesting. Ari.
Yeah, for me, to that last point, here's my thing with all of it, right? Why I think, and this part really kind of gets to why I personally don't really care for electoral politics, because people get complacent, right? we saw this with BLM, right? People were fired up. And then Joe Biden came into office, and what happened? Nothing. And so social program just puts Band-Aids on terms of like harm, and people are still getting harmed. You just don't see it as much. And people are just like, well, everything seems fine again. And stop. The only reason we're having these conversations right now is because Donald Trump's in office. Literally the only reason, right? If it was a Democrat in office, you guys would not be having these same conversations. I'm just being honest with y'all. So I hope books like these light a fire under your ass, and recognize that like capitalism is just, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, is a slow death. Well, for Democrats, it's a slow death. So just keep a fire under your ass. That's my big point.
Yep. Facts. Okay, Ari. So those were the notes that I jotted down from my book. Like, there's so much more, but like that's what I remembered to write down as I was moving around and listening. Is there anything that I missed that's super important to call out from the book?
I think on the big things is like, really, because I was hoping Santana would write these down too for when he makes his capitalism debates, right? And when people say like technology, there is no technology under communism. And one of the things I argue, and I got it from this book, is about the amount of innovation that happens under the USSR. Yeah, in the space race, right? The race for the moon. Why that happens, and Santana can attest for, because it's in the book, is that it's because they started giving women opportunities and access to STEM education, and it forced the United States' ass to open up opportunities for women here. So when we're talking about how much things actually start innovating, when we actually start addressing disparities and gaps, right, that actually accelerates progress. And we saw that overwhelmingly in USSR and women in STEM. I want to also remind people, though, that capitalism is one of the tools of the patriarchy, not the only tool of the patriarchy, and that's also discussed in the book.
Yep. Absolutely. For the people saying, what's the name of the book? One more time, it's Why Women Have Better Sex Under I was about to say capitalism. God damn it. Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. Ari, where can they find not only this book recommendation, but all the books that I've been talking about and so many more?
So if you guys liked this discussion, and that's why I requested up, because we just had a mini book club. It's a little mini book club. So if you guys like this type of format, and you want to engage in a conversation where you guys get to come up and talk to me too about your lived experience or what you got from books or all that stuff, join book club. We have book club this Saturday, and guess what? You don't have to have touched the book at all to join and add to the discussion. You can add your own experiences, studies you may have seen, things you've heard to the conversation, and actively engage in the best of your abilities. The whole point of book club is for us to unpack reading trauma and to make people excited about reading. So I'm really excited that Santana's community is so excited about reading. It warms my heart because we have to address the literacy crisis, because that's how we liberate ourselves. Literally, we have to read to liberate ourselves. So links in the bio to get into the Discord. No Nazis. You got to be 21, because as you can see, we're reading about sex. We're reading about rape. We're reading about murder. We're reading about genocide. It's all really violent. So we want to make sure that everyone is of capacity to really ingest the information. No tone policing, and no white fragility. So if you're on some white fragility shit, unpack that shit before you join the space, because I am Black.
Absolutely.
But yeah, overall, and we do book giveaways. So if you are just struggling also that you want to read, but you're struggling to access it financially, all you have to do is come into book club, tell me you want in on the raffle, and I enter you guys in to win some of the literature that we have selected in the book club. So yeah, that's how we also make reading more accessible, is helping distribute books. So that's it for me.
Ari, really quickly, did you hear when I didn't know that I actually got white people to go read The Delectable Negro?
I did hear that, and I was like, oh boy.
Oh boy. Right. I was like, ooh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I hope that you still can eat your dinner after that.
And more of my white homies said they're gonna go read it, and I was like, all right, well, come back and let me know.
Yeah, no, go do that. Go do that. But you know what? Also be mindful if you're gonna talk to Black people about it, which was really big today, and what one of the ops did today. Be mindful of who you're talking to and who you're unpacking trauma onto, because like no Black or brown person wants to hear a white person's perspective of the trauma we're already experiencing. Like that's don't do that. Please don't.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate you, Ari.
Have a great day, guys. Bye.
W's in the chat for Ari, guys. W's in the chat for Ari. Like TikTok is acting funny, but I don't know if we can get to 1 million likes by the end of the live. But if we could somehow get to 1 million likes by the end of the live, it would be dope. We have less than 100,000. I mean, it's possible. I think it's possible. Keep tapping the screen for me. Let me say a couple of thank yous that came in. W's in chat for Tina for the $10 donation, saying first time donated. Thank you, Tina. But thank you for entertaining while I work on boring account code. I know the accounting code. I know that's right. Fuck is in W's in the chat. W's in chat for Tabar for the $5 donation, saying my pet makes me money. Here's $5 from the chickens. Much love from Lawless Flock. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in chat for Natalie for the $1.11. Say my 4-year-old came up to me the other day and said, "Want to hear a joke I made up? McDonald's trunk." Yeah, and ran off. She doesn't know how right she is. Fucking W's in the chat. That's so stinking cute. Holy smokes. W's in the chat for Katie for the $5 super chat to say we get blamed for everything, including stagnant wages. Holy shit. But we haven't had the power. Thank you for defending women. White men are threatened by us. Like facts. It's crazy. It's crazy. The next one that I'm gonna I really think I need to go back over 1619 Project next. But then after that, I'm going to Ain't I a Woman by Bell Hooks. I think that's where I'm going next. Over on Twitch, just to get caught up on Twitch. Dubs in chat for Cool Cat. He was fucking pocket watching, weirdo. Dubs in chat for Gravy for the 100 chair bits. Why is he eating Trump's? Wait, why is he watching Trump's pockets? How much has he made off the presidency? Yeah, like that's the craziest shit, right? Like that was the craziest shit. The fact that he literally has not actually did the pocket watcher with Trump. You said, accept my request. I just have a few questions for you. Questions about what? What questions do you have? I'm confused about what questions. I know that's right, Harry. Check out what Harry said. W's in the chat for Manders for the one chair bit. W's in the chat for Cool Cat. I didn't hear what slur you said. W's in the chat for Manders for the one chair bit. W's Cat Lady. Yep. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the one chair bit. I like him calling out cat ladies was a weird flex. I don't know what he thought he was doing. W's in the chat for Manders for oh no, I already read that. Yeah, Manders, he absolutely came to grift. And W's in chat for Manders. Yeah, like cats are okay. They jump up on the counter and they lick the butter. W's in the chat for Manders for the one chair bit. You was hooked on the book before it ended. Yes. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen for the one chair bit. They always come pocket watching. I don't know. It was just so weird. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the one chaired bit. Yeah, shrimp is overrated. I had shrimp when I was younger. That's how I learned that I had a shellfish allergy. Right. W's in the chat for Courtney's for the one chair bit. Yeah, I mean, you know, shellfish are just like, people aren't supposed to eat shellfish, right? They're literally the roaches of the sea. They're at the bottom of the ocean and they have hard shells and claws. You're not supposed to eat that stuff. Like nature made it specifically so it wouldn't be ate, but you guys keep trying to eat them. I don't know what that's about. W's in the chat for Courtney's for the one chaired bit. More recognition? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the one chair bit. I love you too. W's in the chat for Manders for the one chair bit. You told Landon last hour you were. Oh, got you. Yeah, we're gonna play it. We're gonna play it. Thank you for reminding me. W's in the chat for Mander. My dog has got more butter than my cat. W's in the chat for Courtney's. Don't disrespect seafood like that. It's just roaches. They're literally the roaches of the sea. W's in the chat for Cool Cat. I learned when my mom brought shrimp. Yeah, it's like nobody eat that crap. Don't nobody want shellfish. Don't nobody want shellfish. It's just roaches. They're just roaches of the sea. Dub's in the chat for Marina for the $10 donation. Said because black labor isn't free. Thank you for everything. Thank you, friend. Holy shit. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. You guys have all been so absolutely amazing. Is this shit real? This just came out from the Wall Street Journal. Iran hatched fresh plot to kill Trump, Israel told the U.S. They didn't put this in the title. With that, the whole Israel told U.S. part is what just made me say, fuck out of here. I love you too. They almost had me until they said Israel told the U.S. When they added that Israel told the U.S., I was like, nah, I don't believe that shit. They almost had me until they added that last piece on. Now I'm just like, nah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yeah, no, you can have those sea cockroaches. Nobody eats sea cockroaches. Chelsea, no one eats sea cockroaches. That's grody. That's grody. All right, guys. We are going to go ahead and get ready to get out of here. I'm not a hater. I'm just speaking facts. I'm just speaking facts. Facts. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get out of here, but we're gonna hit the intro as the outro, and we're gonna let it rock for a little while. So let's go.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and put up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer, mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Yeah. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearse outrage, I study the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys, I just realized Lily was having a whole temper tantrum in the chat because I didn't let Lily up. Lily wanted to say, Santana, do you support Kamala Harris stance on Israel? Because if so, I can't support you. First and foremost, you don't support me if you don't know where my stand is when it comes to Israel and Palestine. Second of all, if you got to make the announcement, then just do the thing. You can like unfollow me at any point. Like I don't care. But if you don't know where I stand when it comes to Israel, when it comes to Palestine, if you don't know how I get down, then you haven't been paying attention. So that's a you issue. Last but not least, cry somewhere else, white lady. Lily, go cry somewhere else. Go cry. No. I'm not sure that you accept me. I just put it in the chat. Yeah, no, go cry somewhere else, white lady. Not here. Not here. I'll say this and we'll end on this. Israel is a terrorist state. Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal, and free Palestine until it's backwards. Guys, it was a long fucking stream, but we did it. We did it. Thank you all for being so amazing. W's in the chat for you. Boom. W's in the chat for you guys. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for all being amazing. I love you all. It is always peace.